everyone. Hello. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the first annual National Authors Day celebration here at the New Bedford Whaling Museum. You have a wonderful day of presentations and conversations ahead of you. Big thanks to Beatrice here and Nate, Andrew, who are members of our special events and digital engagement teams who have helped make today come together to be the special celebration it is going to be. So my name is Marina Dawn Wells. I am Assistant Curator of History and Culture here at the Whaling Museum. I am filling in for Dr. Naomi Slip, who's our Chief Curator, who could not be here today. But I'm excited to share with you some of the projects that we've worked on in the past few years on exhibitions and how do we make them into a book? How have they been transformed into exhibition catalogs? So I will say I've been at the museum for over 2 years now. I'm also managing editor of Vistas, our museum's Journal of Art History, Science, and Culture. And I also spent some of last year sort of wrapping up my doctoral work at Boston University in American and New England Studies. So I was focusing on a project about whaling art and gender and sexuality. So really interested in how do we transform old stories and put new light on them. So today I'll share a couple of those projects that think in that way with you. So since starting at the New Bedford Whaling Museum in 2022, I've contributed to a few of these exhibition catalogs. These are the 3 that we've published in that time. It's The Wider World in Scrimshaw, which I'll talk about in a bit, published this year in 2024. Naomi Slip and Maura Coughlin edited a volume last year entitled A Singularly Marine and Fabulous Produce, Cultures of Seaweed, our seaweed show. That was a wonderful experience, and that was a catalog published last year, as well as Whale Stranding, Daniel Rinaldi, and that is a slimmer catalog with essays to do with contemporary artist Daniel Rinaldi and the science of whale strandings and the work that he's created focusing on that. So a couple of bonus ones here. These are some of what Naomi has worked on since her arrival in 2021. Reframing the View, 19th Century American Landscapes, as well as The Azorian Spirit, the Art of Domingos Rebello, and that was in 2022 as well. So I'll discuss a couple of these today. Cultures of Seaweed and The Wider World in Scrimshaw, to give you a sense of what those projects have been like. So I'll start with Cultures of Seaweed. This was a 222-page hardcover catalog. It was a major exhibition that had over 125 works from over 30 institutional lenders. It explored humankind's fascination with seaweed from 1780 to today, tracking changing aesthetics and modes of representation, all while underscoring a continuous and unwavering interest in seaweed as, in the words of Henry David Thoreau, if you've heard of him, he called seaweed a singularly marine and fabulous. So art, science, and industry combine in this innovative exhibition that thinks really about the past cultures of seaweed and its applications for today and the future, so also involving contemporary art. So 19th century American, European, and English audiences were drawn to the myriad unique and mysterious qualities of this so-called vegetation of the sea. Seaweed was a subject of personal gift-giving practices, serious scientific study, industrial application, working class culture, culinary experimentation, and aesthetic examination in painting, photography, sculpture, decorative arts, and textiles. In various locations, it really appealed to working class laborers and farmers and to middle and upper class collectors and scientists. It also appeared as a subject and material in fine art, personal scrapbooks, various shoreline industries. It's today really celebrated as a subject and material in contemporary art. But this is really a new approach to that subject matter that maybe has gone unexamined until now. We've sort of taken it for granted as this matter that maybe is, stuck on your fishing line, or that your kids toss around at each other on a hot day at the beach, right? So the exhibition catalog is a wonderful venue to develop both the sort of depth and breadth of the approach of the exhibition. And I think it has the wonderful appeal of having general thematic essays as well as sort of closer, intimate, object-oriented essays. So for example, my contribution sort of led with this plate. Not the first thing you think of when you think of seaweed, right? Almost the opposite, this hard object in contrast with this slimy stuff. But Claire Layton's collaboration with pottery manufacturer Josiah Wedgwood and Sons helped think about highlighting seaweed as a subtle yet integral component of surface decoration in ceramics. And you can play a little bit of I Spy here if you can find even where the seaweed is, but I imagine this as helping to develop kind of imaginaries about cultures of labor and leisure. There are 180 full-page color plates. This makes this a very beautiful exhibition catalog to peruse and translate in 2D form what you see in person. So, given that example, in general, just thinking about what are the steps to publication for an exhibition catalog. First, really sort of basic stuff. You want to finalize your table of contents and your plate list for the images, register for your ISNB and Library of Congress numbers, commission your author essays. Don't forget, amid all of your organization, to write your own essays and catalog texts. This is something that, as you're excited about other people's work and organizing the project, don't forget your own deadlines, right? So then going on to developmental editing, object photography can take a very long time. Fortunately, we have some internal folks who are in charge of the object photography and make these exhibition catalogs look absolutely beautiful. You want to acquire your figure and plate permissions, work with a designer on the layout and design, your proofing, and then at long last, your final publication. And maybe you want to throw a party at that point, because as many of us know, publication is sometimes a long journey. And you want to be realistic about your timelines. So most recently, here at the museum, we've published a catalog for our current exhibition, The Wider World and Scrimshaw. I hope you have all heard of this. It is currently up. This is a 289-page softcover catalog. It has 36 contributors in it and over 350 full-color plates. This is a really big show. The Wider World in Scrimshaw takes the museum's Scrimshaw collection, these objects that are carved by whalers on the byproducts of marine mammals. Maybe you're familiar with this as one of the highlights of the Whaling Museum collection. And it places that collection in conversation with carved decorative arts and material culture made by indigenous community members from across the Pacific and Arctic. Native communities across Oceania, the Pacific, and the Arctic have cosmologies related to whales, distinctive maritime traditions involving these marine mammals, and vibrant carving styles. They're also impacted by commercial whaling ventures in the 1800s and the external pressures of colonialism and Western empire building. And these are things that we often are focusing on here at the museum. This interdisciplinary, community-driven, and collections-focused project engages questions about identity, about place, about material, and it considers how exploration and whaling impacted the production of material culture in this really, really diverse region from about 1700 to today. The exhibition showcases over 300 objects, paying particular attention to ones that indicate cultural and material exchanges. So how did whaling impact these different communities and their unique art forms from New Bedford to Utqiagvik? In what ways do these legacies continue within contemporary art, communities, and cultures? So this exhibition really considers different cultural products from oceanic material culture and the Arctic to engraved sperm whale teeth that we're most familiar with here, organized in consultation with a diverse array of advisory board members, scholars, artists, and culture bearers, and in partnership with us, the New Bedford Whaling Museum curators. This exhibition is really sort of sweeping and explores this rich cultural tradition, carving forms, and material exchanges that emerged in cultural contact zones across the Pacific world and continue to shape artistic practice and communities today. Certainly you'll see peppered throughout the exhibition and the catalog different contemporary artists as well. We're speaking in the present tense. So this is only up until November 11th, so make sure you sneak in there at some point today. It's on this floor across the way. And I encourage you to explore what that looks like. There are QR codes and different texts on the walls, and there's a sort of textured approach. There are different types of focus and generality to explore there. So the exhibition catalog, again, it's this long, beautiful, sort of variegated series of different kinds of essays. There are 14 thematic essays and a number of smaller object-oriented essays, again, that allow the writers and artists and different contributors to sort of hone in and discuss something in depth. So there's also something that speaks to everyone because of this sort of inclusive, variegated approach. And the challenges of an exhibition like this is that there is so much to say, so much to say. So perhaps you come to this show thinking about carving. Maybe you come to it wanting to learn more about indigeneity, or maybe you're curious about marine mammals and their materials. So the catalog, as an accompanying project, brings depth to both the general and the specific themes. So again, the object-oriented essays really hone in on these particular stories. And for example, you can consider my background in thinking about gender and sexuality here. Maybe this item went overlooked as you were exploring the exhibition, but it's something you can return to in the catalog. This is called a corset busk. Who here has heard of what a corset busk is? Nice. So these are objects that in the 19th century would be placed in a woman's corset to sort of hold her upright, be an upstanding citizen, but it was very intimate and internal in a garment. This one was made out of whalebone by a whaleman, likely at sea, as he's sort of isolated out in the Pacific. And on it, it reads, "This bone once in a sperm whale's jaw did rest, now 'tis intended for a woman's breast. This, my love, I do intend for you to wear and not to lend." So this shard of whalebone has so much to say about whalemen's gender, about sexuality, and there's so much to dwell on, and this is something that you can explore in more depth and breadth in the catalog. Reading into the sort of specifics of stories like this is something you can enjoy further, or forever, really, if you have the catalog on your shelf. It's so important to acknowledge how many people's work, hours of labor go into creating a project like this. There are so many hands, fingerprints of so many different people in this one volume. You know, we have to thank all of our incredible contributors from all over the world, our designer who works with us at length in creating this project. We actually were fortunate enough to have a curatorial fellow who worked on this publication in particular. as well as the folks I mentioned earlier, the sort of object photographers who, this is something you sort of take for granted maybe if you don't work in a museum, but there is someone who has to photograph or scan every single object in our collection, and it makes a massive difference in so many ways, but for a publication like this, it really makes it a vibrant, alive publication when you open it up. So with that, I know I'm ending a little early here. I think I'll leave you with this idea of collaboration, that these kinds of volumes really bring people together in a number of ways. They really equal community. They sort of are community conversations in print. So with that, I will thank you all so much for being here at the New Bedford Whaling Museum. Yes, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you all. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I hope you enjoy all of our exhibitions today, including Wider World, as well as our catalogs, which you can find, of course, in the gift shop, and also enjoy thinking about storytelling today. And yes, yeah. Oh, I knew I should have had a copy here in front of me so that I could read out the funders. The question is about how you fund an exhibition catalog. It comes from a variety of places. So we got funding for Wider World and Scrimshaw from the Luce Foundation, from the DuPont Foundation. There are different folks that have contributed, as well as private folks. And it really depends on the project, honestly. But this is a good question. You know, I have my own questions about it, so thank you. Any other questions here? All right, I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much, and enjoy the conversations and presentations today. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Let's welcome up Terry.
Maybe just one more? Oh. Oh, there's me.
That's you.
That's me. Good morning, everybody. My name is Terry Walkowitz. I am the Education Director for the New Bedford Symphony Orchestra. I also started my own nonprofit in 2021 alongside our former NBSO music director and conductor, Dr. David McKenzie. I kind of really feel out of place here today because I'm a musician and a music educator. David is a conductor, composer, musician, and I'm at Author Fest. So it feels a little strange to be talking about, but we wrote a book, so I guess that's why I'm here. So how did a musician and music educator write a book about a whale? It definitely didn't come from longtime expertise, but we were asked, our nonprofit, Sound Explorations, partners with marine scientists to help communicate concepts that they want to communicate from their research, from findings, through music. Now, I'm not talking about music where we sing lyrics that tell the story of their research. The music itself is constructed to replicate the concepts that they are trying to communicate. And I'll give you a little example of that as we go through today, because it's a little bit different approach. So they approached us, the NOAA scientists from the Stellwagen Bank National Marine Sanctuary approached us to do a project with them. They wanted to bring attention to this little fish called a sand lance. I had never heard about it before. It's like yay big. But it turns out that this little sand lance that is off of our coast in the sanctuary is a critical link in the marine ecosystem because it's included in this food web with the great shearwater, zooplankton, and humpbacked whale. And they wanted us to devise a project that could communicate the importance of this little fish being a critical link. So we actually created a video game for them, and we sonified the locomotion of the shearwater, the zooplankton, the humpback whale, and the sand lance, and we looped them into one musical cycle of all the ways that they moved. And then on the video game, you can pick different human impacts, like you can decide to increase shipping traffic or speed, you can increase the use of vertical lines in fishing, and play the musical cycle again, and you can hear the impacts of your choices on these species. So we needed to compose music that moved like the great shearwater, that moved like the whales. So the scientist invited me to come out on the water with them when they were doing their tagging so that I could observe closely how these whales move through their environment. So I thought I'd start off by showing a little bit of the tagging footage. What they're doing is they have this long pole with this little like suction cup thing stuck on the end, and they reach out and they place it on the back of the whale as it's like whatever that motion is coming out of the water. And it stays on for like a day, and then it just kind of slides off of them and floats, and then they can go out and retrieve it to get the data, which tells them everything about how that whale was moving through its environment during that time. So here's them out in the water doing their tagging.
Nice tag, Ross. Good Good driving.
I'm going backward.
All three are still there.
Always congratulate themselves when they finish. You notice that? They're like, they always have to do the congratulate. Great driving, great tagging, but that is pretty tricky. So I spent the day with them observing how the whales are moving through their environment so that we could compose music that moved like them. But while I started to spend more time with these scientists, I started to learn about some of the threats that face these whales, like entanglements from vertical fishing gear and ship strikes. And then they kept mentioning this one whale that was really in trouble, and that was the North Atlantic right whale. So, so many things make it difficult for this whale, and this is one of the reasons why there are less than 350 North Atlantic right whales left. So they're in big trouble. I think I have some nice footage of it. So the one problem is they travel close to shore, right? So that's gonna place them at greater risk of ship strikes. They can become entangled in fishing gear and suffer severe injuries, which will limit their mobility and their ability to feed. And a noisy ocean environment really disrupts their navigation and social and feeding behaviors. I just was so sad about the situation. So David McKenzie and myself decided to use our nonprofit to try to bring attention to this whale and to use music as a means to do that, music and storytelling. And more specifically, we decided we wanted to reach out to families with young children because we had not seen a lot out there that was reaching that population. In the book, we wanted to make sure that we included actionable items that these families could take to help protect the whale. But we also wanted to give other opportunities through the story. We wanted to focus on the ability of children to be creative human beings. So we didn't just write a story and publish a book with beautiful illustrations from a local artist, Olivia Cucci, but we also wanted to provide a website, a free website that has an online curriculum where children can learn about behaviors of the North Atlantic right whale and understand how to represent those behaviors through music, and then also to give them free software, composition software, so they could compose their own whale motion melodies. So the children are able to opportunity to learn things like how does the whale move through water, their vocalization, and even their feeding behavior. So let's go back to the story, because I will get to the book. When I first started researching North Atlantic right whale, the first thing that came up is that when they spout water, their mist forms a letter V. And I kind of thought about that for a day, and I thought, wouldn't it be funny if like one little whale could like do every other letter but couldn't get the V? So that was the idea, and I think I told David about it, and he laughed, and I said, okay, maybe this is something. So we decided to create the idea of a little whale named Robley, little North Atlantic right whale, who can spout many letters, but he really can't get the V, yet he desperately wants to be able to spout in the V. And we also wanted to compose a piece of music to go along with the story. So Dr. David Mackenzie composed a piece for full orchestra to go along as a soundtrack with the book. So we combined on the book webpage, we have a full video of the book as well. So you can watch a video that marries together Olivia's beautiful illustrations, real footage of North Atlantic right whales that correspond to events in the story, and of course, hearing just amazing orchestral soundtrack with David narrating. And the music in the soundtrack is imitating the motion of the whales. So here we are to set up how we can understand how these whales move through water. Let's take a ride on the back of a North Atlantic right whale. So here we are on the back using a tag. We can see the whale, and I was really interested here. Notice the light coming through. They're really not going down deep, but kind of rolling in this arcing motion that goes just above to grab a breath and then come down below, and you can still see that beautiful sunlight filtering through on the whale. Isn't that cool? I just love it. So we actually have a line from the story. Robley arcs through the ocean in a rolling motion. So we wanted children to be able to understand that motion and then be able to compose music that also moves in that same way. So here's one of the online video lessons. We talk about how North Atlantic right whales move through water. And then I'll play a little excerpt from the soundtrack where you hear the contour of the melody following that wavy shape. So every video lesson on our website ends with a challenge to the children to then compose their own whale locomotion melody that follows the lesson they'd learned about the whale's behaviors. So we created our own software, free software on the website. It's called Ocean Music Studio. And it was important for us to not have any barriers between the ability to be a creative human being. So there is no staff. There are no quarter notes and half notes. There's no requirement to have any prior experience or knowledge in music to be able to be in the role of composer. So the way this works is you just drag colorful shapes from the bottom up onto a musical graph. And the length of the shapes corresponds to the duration, right? It's just intuitive. A longer shape will be a longer duration note. Shorter shape is a shorter duration. And then the pitches along the left side of the screen there correspond to the notes moving from high down to low. So again, it's intuitive. So here I've composed a melody that matched the communication of the North Atlantic right whale, doing the cute little, from the book we do yoop, 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 and there you have that lower note rising up, jumping up to a shorter, higher note. So there you have it. A book that was created by a bunch of musicians, but it's something that we really felt passionate about. We were a little bit outside our lane, but I think it came out beautifully. Here is a copy of the book, and while this is a musical story, right in the beginning, we have a QR code that you can read the story and follow along the pictures, but you could scan the QR code, which will launch the Right Whale, Wrong Letter website. And there you can choose to listen to the narration and orchestral score while you turn the pages and look through the book, or you can watch the full video. And also on the page are our free lessons on North Atlantic right whale behaviors for both early learners and grades 1 through 5, and then the free composition software on there as well. So I'd just like now to invite you to watch the 9-minute film. And if it's okay, can I sit down and watch it with you? Is that okay? Because it's really cool to see it on the big screen.
Near the coast of Georgia and Florida is the setting of our tale. It's home to one of nature's giants, the North Atlantic right whale. Gigantic in size, yet gentle in spirit. They sing, they dive, they leap in the air. To say they're impressive just seems to fall short. They're magnificent, stupendous, and really quite rare. They're easy to recognize. Really, they are when you're near enough to see. 'Cause when they breathe, they spout out their air, blowing mist in the shape of a V. This story's hero is a right whale named Robley. He's young, only 1, though as big as a bus. He's active and curious, always exploring. He wonders a lot, but Mom doesn't fuss. Young Robley has his frustrations, though, as fun as his life may be. Our friend has a problem when he rises to spout. His spout never spouts in the shape of a V. Then he frets and he sighs and he rolls his eyes. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? My friends and my family make it look easy. Why can't I spout in a V? Robley's tummy is rumbling. I'm very hungry. It's time to eat, he cried. So opening his jaw, inside there's no teeth, only baleen. He swims with mouth open wide. Since baleen's a sieve, like a comb made of bristles, it scoops up his favorite food. Tiny creatures that float throughout the sea. They're small, but delightfully good. Happy and full, he glides up to breathe, but out spouts the wrong letter P. Oh no, not again. What's wrong with me? Why can't I spout out a V? Like all of his kind, Robley loves to sing. It's a way to communicate all their joys and discoveries sorrows and dangers, and reasons to celebrate. As he swims with his friends, their songs fill the sea with sounds like bang and rumble and bloop, and a rising, happy, questioning sound. Eoop, eoop, eoop. Robley rises to breathe, then looks up and sees he has spouted a big letter Q. He frets and he sighs and he rolls his eyes. It's still the wrong letter. What must I do? Spring has arrived, and it's time to travel north to Cape Cod Bay. 1,000-mile trip to get to cool water and their favorite feeding place. Robley follows his mom, 'cause she knows the way, and propelled by his powerful flukes, he arcs through the ocean in a rolling motion. He soars up, and then down he scoots. As they travel, they often stay close to the shore, cruising along the coast. But there can be danger near cities and ports, big ships and fast motorboats. Ships are a danger. They can't see us whales, says his mom as she heads to the surface. Ship strikes are scary. They can hurt us quite badly. Stay watchful. I'm just a bit nervous. Looking carefully round, Robley sees a ship nearing. Not swerving, not veering, it's coming this way. We need to do something. They don't notice us here. How do we keep them away? Then, an idea. Mom, if you spout out a V and I spout a large letter I, together they'll form a great big arrow that is certain to catch their eye. On the ship, the captain suddenly shouts, "There's an arrow out over the bay. The whales are near. Steer clear, steer clear. Stay a full 500 yards away." Then all the whales sent up a cheer when they saw the ship turning away. Maybe Robley still can't manage a V, but his eye certainly saved the day. To celebrate Robley's brilliant success, they danced and breached in dazzling display, leaping high with a swoosh, splashing down with a smack. His idea made us safer. Hip, hip, hooray! So his friends began to craft a new song to sing with their favorite tales of a whale named Robley, who created a sign with the right letter to save our whales.
Just gonna let the credits run so we get all the permit numbers in there. That's okay. for watching. Do you guys have any questions about the story or the composition?
Hi, that's so fantastic, and the work that you're doing is so important. And I've looked at your Sound Explorations website, and I saw that you do also work with visually impaired people around music and sound. And I'm wondering what the process was like for you to take what you do, primarily focused on music, and turn it and move into the publishing and into this whole other world of ways of getting this work out there. And it's also so heartbreaking when you know the plight of the right whales, and so important. So thank you. And I'm curious about that piece of the experience.
So when we saw remember the tag videos in the beginning? So when they take that little sensor off, they use this software called TrackPlot, and then it basically creates a visual image of everything that whale did during that period of time while the sensor was still attached. And when I looked at it at first, I'm going, oh my God, first of all, it looked like a roller coaster. Like, I would ride that. And then when I was looking at the shapes, I said, I know I can play it, because anything that has shapes and contours, of course, music, we can do that. I also knew that we could use music to show some of the other fine-tuned locomotion, like fluke strokes, using what we call in music an ornament or embellishment to do that motion of the tail, even using music to show side rolls and tremolo on the violin to show contact with the whale with the ocean floor. But then I also thought, okay, I know I can play this. I know we can use music, but what if we 3D printed, not 3D printed, actually, moving into that now, but we actually make three-dimensional sculptures of the TrackPlot data. So what we did is we took segments of the TrackPlot data that showed common behaviors, like humpback whale side roll feeding behavior, bubble net feeding, North Atlantic right whale surface skim feeding, plus U-shaped dive, foraging dives. And artist Emily Grossman created sculptures that essentially have the track that show what the whale is doing. And then she used little like speed bumps on the track to show the fluke motion, and oriented the track on its side to show side rolls. So the idea was to work with blind low vision people, and as they run their hand across the path of the sculpture, a musician is right in front of them. And the musician is playing music that matches all of those motions, but staying in time with their hand, so that blind low vision people can really understand discrete ways that whales move through water and forage for food through touch, motion, and sound. So we came up with this idea a couple years ago. We got funding from NOAA and then also from MIT to develop the sculptures. And to be honest with you, before I went to my first session, I was up at the Lowell School for the Blind, Lowell Association for the Blind. I wasn't even sure if it was going to work, but it was. I still can't really talk about it, but it was so impactful, and we just have been asked to do this over and over again. We've taken it all across the East Coast. Now, reason why I said 3D printing, we've been asked to take it to Europe and to California. So now I have to get all those sculptures 3D printed so I can travel with them. And then we partner with local professional orchestras in the locations we take this to place the musician right there with our participants. It has really opened up a lot of people's idea about that a lot of marine science is shared through visual, right? I mean, even the video, it's stunning to see footage of whales in their natural environment, but that also is not accessible for everyone. So sound exploration is really trying to push alternative ways of representing concepts in marine science and conservation to be inclusive of everyone. And so, yeah, the focus has been recently on blind low vision. And we just created a new sculpture for the Liberty Science Center for blue whale feeding behaviors. So yeah, I'm glad you checked it out. I invite everybody to go to soundexplorations.org. Watch our Whales in Motion video. It shows the program we did at the Boston Museum of Science last year, and you really hear it from the children and adults how this has impacted them. And you get to see our fabulous musicians performing too. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Can
Well,
you repeat the
yeah.
question just for the audience at home?
So the question was about bringing these resources, the curriculum, the approach into our schools so that students can create and realize learning about whales while being a creative individual. I've just started doing this in schools. I'm going to be bringing it to our sister's school next month. My first time doing this with kids was actually in Georgia at the Tybee Island Marine Science Center, and I didn't know if it was sighted children, I should say. So I didn't know how that was going to work because I'd only done it with blind low vision. But we know with children, they need multi-sensory experiences to really internalize concepts. So it went over really well. So yes, now we are trying to bring the program in as many places. In 2 weeks, we'll be on the Cape. We'll be bringing this to blind and low vision veterans on the Cape to kind of in commemoration of Veterans Day. So we continue to find new places to bring this project. And as far as the book, the Whaling Museum is wonderful. They carry the book in the gift shop. But the website is free. And so you can watch the movie, listen to the score, study and learn about lessons of the North Atlantic right whale and still compose. And that is accessible to anyone. So I welcome you to go to rightwhalewrongletter.com and go on and create a melody. And then let me know how you did. Any other questions? You guys were awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Let's welcome Elizabeth.
You guys need to stretch or something? We've been sitting a little bit. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm actually really grateful to follow that presentation. I live on Cape Cod, and I work as a naturalist. I'm also a writer, primarily a poet, and I work a lot with humpback whales and also with right whales, and I'm super excited to share this with the biologists that I work with at the Center for Coastal Studies and with my musician niece, too. So that was really exciting. And I have a copepod thing to talk about in my presentation, so it's all coming together. I want to talk to you today about a book that I published along with a couple of co-editors, Cascadia Field Guide, Art, Ecology, Poetry, last year. And I know we're a ways away from Cascadia here. Cascadia is the bioregion that stretches from Prince William Sound in Alaska down to the northern coast of California, from the Pacific coast into the Continental Divide. So it's a large bioregion. And for a long time, people of that region, which is where I grew up and have worked for many years as a naturalist on boats in Southeast Alaska, consider themselves more Cascadian than Washingtonian or Oregonian or British Columbian in many ways. So it's a region with a really strong identity. And as a naturalist and writer, the convergence of science and poetry and art has always been really, really important to me. And like you were saying, we know that science alone doesn't reach everybody. And there are different ways that we experience and understand and come to care about the more than human world around us. So my co-editors, C. Marie Furman and Derek Sheffield, and I wanted to put together a feel guide. We stand on the shoulders of some other similar projects that have gone before, but ours was organized pretty radically differently. So in Cascadia Field Guide, let's see, there we go. We have 14 communities, each represented by a different visual artist. So the communities range roughly from north to south, from Tidewater Glacier to the Muskeg to the Salish Sea, coastal urban woods, temperate rainforest. Generally, they're ecotones, ecological niches throughout the Cascadia bioregion. And each one of these communities has 8 to 10 beings. The whole approach of this book was to connect and step away from objective language. So we're not calling the beings of this book species. We're calling them plant beings, like we're human beings, whale beings, bird beings, insect beings. And we also don't use the pronoun it for any of the beings of this book because that's so objectifying. I wouldn't say it went to the store and got groceries, right? I would say he went to the store and got groceries. Or even better, in our less binary world, they. So we use they and the proper name for these beings as we address them. And each being in the book, they were selected to be either endemic, local only to a specific region, like the Palouse giant earthworm, or iconic, like brown bear, like red cedar, like banana slug, to the bioregion. And we led our choices by both science and personal attachment. So each of the beings has a poem, a piece of visual art, and what we call a being story that engages the natural and cultural history of said being, with a real emphasis on traditional ecological knowledge as well as Western scientific knowledge and more contemporary cultural knowledge too. We didn't want this book to be only for one type of person, to be welcoming of urban, rural, various races, ethnicities, sexualities, genders, philosophies. So we really cast a wide net for the writers and artists who are participants in this book. And I want to share a little bit of it with you. So this is story time. And I figured I'd focus on the more watery things because we're at the Whaling Museum. And each of these communities, now this is a community, the open ocean community, that's, the artist for this community is Rhea Friday, who's a enrolled member of the Lummi tribe, which is a First Nations community just to the north of Bellingham, Washington. And I love what she did with the art. She did watercolor. She's primarily a glass artist, but she did watercolor here, and she brought in Lummi words for bits of anatomy for the various beings that we address. But here's the kind of introduction story for the Outer Coast community. And Derek and C. Marie and I wrote these being stories, these introductions together, and they're not attributed to any one of us. We kind of divvied up the various communities and edited each other to kind of find a singular voice for this book, and it's been a real delight because, even people very close to me are like, oh, Liz, I know you wrote that one. I'm like, nope, I did not write that one. That was Derek. That was C. Marie. Outer Coast. Once you venture beyond the protected waters of the Salish Sea, you'll find another world waiting. Some familiar beings might accompany you, sea otter, killer whale, tufted puffin. But offshore, you'll be influenced more by the Kuroshiro current coming across the Pacific from Japan and the California current flowing down from Alaska than by shorebound Cascadia. Look out at the horizon. Keep a sharp eye. You never know whom you might find. Short-tailed albatross, northern elephant seal, pink-footed shearwater, sperm whale. So much is possible in the cosmopolitan Pacific Ocean, where beings travel with ease across human-drawn borders of nations and time zones. You are as likely to see a vagrant from the far western Pacific as a nearshore local taking a trip out into the depths. Either way, one of the formative essences of Cascadia is our oceanic connection to the North Pacific's wild waters and distant lands, be they Russia, Japan, Hawaii, or the Philippines. In the open ocean, we all touch one another's shores. Indeed, Cascadia's human cultures are part of this rich exchange and have been for millennia, from the arrival of the first people across Beringia many thousands of years ago, to Spanish colonial forays up California's coast in the 1500s, to the Russian fur traders drawn by reports from Vitus Bering's voyages in the 1700s. Coastal people like the Macaw learned to build watercraft that can manage the Pacific's waters, enabling them to make the migration of gray whale part of their community, and other oceanic bounty nurtured the rich cultures developed on Cascadia's outer coast. More recent people arriving from across the ocean, Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, Cambodian, Samoan, and more, have continued that trans-Pacific sense of self that is unique to Cascadia. Here, we touch an ocean that binds together all of who we are: storytellers, homemakers, scientists, thinkers, traders, gatherers, and sometimes exploiters. It is at this coastal seam that future meets past, where we may dream into what may be if we recognize and honor what links us all of us who live alongside sea otter, Pacific octopus, and other outer coast beings who have lived here long before humans even took breath on this earth. So that's the style of the introductions that we have for these communities and the beings within them. And then I want to share a few of the individual beings that we address. How many of you have spent time in the Pacific Northwest, in Cascadia? Okay, one, great. Well, this is a being, the Pacific madrona. Some people out that away say madrone, but where I grew up in Tacoma, Washington, we said madrona for this tree. And the madrona is part of the coastal urban woods community, and the artist for this community is a landscape architect named Sarah Van Sanden, who also has studied ethnobotany, and she did these amazing, beautiful cut paper collages of the beings for this community. And I really love the way that she brought in all stages of this tree, all forms of this tree. You've got the shape of the tree herself there, the madrona, and then also you've got the flowers on the lower left, and then the berries that form later on the lower right, integrated into one design. And it was really important for us to invite the artists for this book to not feel that they were doing scientific illustration, but to really bring their aesthetic and connection to these beings, to the work that they shared. We were really lucky to have Robin Wall Kimmerer give an early praise for this book as what did she exactly say? I should read it to you. Let's see. Have you ever been so filled up with the wonder of a place that it wants to spill out as a song? Well, here is the songbook. And I think that idea of celebration, connection, is really what was most important to us for Cascadia. And that doesn't mean always, of course, praise, right? There can be frustration, anger, humor, as well as awe and wonder and worship. The three editors, myself and Derek and C. Marie, we allowed ourselves a couple of our own poems to sneak into the book. And this poem for Pacific Madrona is one that I wrote in my first book, or for my first book, interpretive work. And it's titled Succession. And it engages a neighborhood called Magnolia, which is in Seattle, Washington. Succession. In the neighborhood called Magnolia, they've planted magnolia trees to right an old mistake made when George Vancouver's crew saw thick-leaved madronas on bluffs over Elliott Bay and misnamed them. Magnolia trees outside the coffee shop, magnolia trees, native to this continent but not its northwest coast, land of cedar and salal. They are leafed out, staked up, witness to our desire for truth-making. Outside the post office on Magnolia, magnolias. Magnolias glossy and tended by the antique store, fenced in the sidewalk by the bus stop. Meanwhile, the madronas, whose peeling trunks burnt orange and sleek, colors layering from Granny Smith to pomegranate, papery with curls I've peeled and scrawled, here since the last glaciation, slow-growing and picky, waste away in neighborhood parks while beautification committees worry and try, unable to hear what for madronas is truth. What the tree wants is burning, to burn among huckleberry and Oregon grape, then bud from the leftover roots. Moldered by lawn and dogs and all we've brought with us to make things nice, the madronas wait for lightning, for some untended spark to argue their need against our clipped and tended ideas of care. There are some great poems in this book for beings I'm sure you're familiar with. The Salish Sea, formerly known as Puget Sound, Straits of Juan de Fuca, but now reassuming its earlier name from the first people, is one of the communities in this book. And who doesn't love a jellyfish? And I think what I'll do is read not the poem, but the being story for Moon Jelly. We really wanted these being stories to feel like they were inviting anyone in. Write it like you're speaking to your grandkid, your niece, was the advice that we got early on. And we thought, yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think what's been really wonderful is that we know from folks who have engaged with the book that people who don't typically read field guides or read scientific papers have felt invited into learning about these beings. You know, one guy in his early 80s said to me at a reading event, he's like, Liz, the banana slug, I had no idea. I've lived here all my life. And I was like, I know, the banana slug. If only you knew, and now you do. So it's that kind of reader that we really hope to reach. So here's the being story for Moon Jelly. Below you, almost invisible through the surface sheen, a bit of more solid sea, pulsing and pancake-sized, Moon Jelly. Go ahead, reach. Moon Jelly won't sting you, even though there are stinging cells on the delicate short tentacles. Your human skin is too tough to feel them. If you lift Moon Jelly out of the water, they will have a hard time with gravity. Although able to survive the wildest storm, air, skin, warmth, and weight will do the Moon Jelly harm. You say there's a tinge of lavender in the 4 horseshoes clustered at this being's center? Yep. Though they could also be white or blue, depending on what Moon Jelly is eating, these are the gonads. From here, males and females will send forth their eggs or sperm to find one another in the wide sea. We have only to look to the sea for the widest array of possibilities of how to live a life. Moon Jelly, like other jellies, has 2 different forms in their life cycle, a sexual one, adrift at the mercy of the currents, and an asexual one, moored to the seafloor. Clones of upside-down Moon Jelly bud off a seafloor polyp, becoming the floating moons we know. July or August is when you're more likely to see a large number of this delicate being pulsing in the water. Despite their delicacy, Moon Jelly thrives in conditions that challenge other marine life, namely seas with lower than normal dissolved oxygen, often correlated with pollution or warm water. Moon Jelly is a carnivore, eating zooplankton, which they trap in a mucus snare and move along toward their mouths by cilia. People eat Moon Jelly, though they're not traditionally a favored food in Cascadia, and creatures such as ocean sunfish and leatherback sea turtle rely on Moon Jelly as a cornerstone of their diet. And then you get the poem, and et cetera, et cetera. Who doesn't love killer whales, right? We were very lucky that, it was really important to us that the writers of this book are as diverse as the beings. I'm gonna keep going because I want to talk actually about some of the poems that were actually at the end of the book. We have 128 beings in the book. And when we gathered all of the beings and figured out what we wanted to write about, went to our shelves and looked for poems that had been published, reached out to our networks and asked if people had poems kind of floating around unpublished as of yet, we still had 40 beings that didn't have a poet. And for these, they were a great opportunity because they allowed us to reach out to writers who are really important to the region that might not typically write nature poetry, and to invite them to be part of this book. So established writers like Garrett Hongo, who is a nationally known poet, multiple award-winning poet. Also younger poets who are emerging and sure to become amazing voices in the future, like Alyssa Oji, who wrote the poem for Red Huckleberry, which was one of the beings I was like, we have to have Red Huckleberry in here. We don't have Red Huckleberry out here. We only have the blue huckleberries. So it's a really special being to Cascadia for me. It's a leafy, soft vegetation, and the berries themselves are candy bright red, like little red hots almost, and it's incredibly tart and delicate. And these poets who wrote poems specifically for these beings on commission, it's a daunting task to write something on commission or to compose something on commission. And they turned out to be some of my favorite pieces of the book. And so this is a poem by Alyssa Oji titled Pantoum for an Uncertain Future. And if you don't know what a pantoum is, it's a poetic form that comes from Persia, and it has repeating lines that evolve throughout the poem. So you hear those repeated lines as the poem goes. Pantoum for an Uncertain Future. At the edge of our new home, I found huckleberries recovering from drought. Red lights, open leaves, they stretched in the shade of summer trees. I found huckleberries recovering from drought when I too needed strength in the shade of summer trees. Ancient fruit, I heard the myth when I too needed strength that you cannot be domesticated. Ancient fruit, I had heard the myth that only you can choose where to root. One cannot be domesticated if each morning becomes a discovery, and I've chosen a northern soil far from what I once knew. Each morning becomes a discovery, dogwood, bleeding heart, irises, far from what I once knew. Is this not a kind of survival? As I look back at redwoods, live-forevers, poppies, I grieve what was promised to us. Is this a kind of survival? As we look back at a nation that was meant to be green, we grieve what was promised to us, and I fear I'm holding on to the past. A nation that was meant to be green becomes autumn, hoping for winter again. But fear, I'm holding on, past red lights, open leaves, stretching beyond autumn, hoping for winter rain at the edge of our new home. And I love how she engages with this poem with the being itself, red huckleberry, which is, as the being story tells you, pretty much impossible to cultivate, really needs a very specific site and mycorrhizal community to thrive, and how she talks about climate change and those concerns and ties it to her own placement in the world. And that kind of work in this book just thrills me. You guys okay to hear a couple more? All right. So the hoary marmot. How many of you have seen marmots? They're kind of like groundhogs in the mountains. They're really lovely. One of the nicknames for the hoary marmot is the whistle pig. They do whistle up in the high alpine zone. The artist for this community is Claire Emery, who did woodcuts for all of the beings in the Montaigne community. And I think for this one, I'll read the being's story. Hoary marmot. They are sometimes called whistlepig. You know why if you've heard them shriek, this rotund being sunning on a rock, the largest of the squirrel family. No matter their name, this being's life looks pretty ideal from where we stand. Marmot spends half of the morning lying around on warm rocks and the rest of the day eating, and then they retire to their burrow for their evening rest. But Marmot's whistle is more than a tune. Hoary marmot whistles to scare off predators such as coyote, eagle, and fox. Hoary marmot is named for their pelt. Hoary means aged gray or white and speaks to the silvery fur of this being, particularly around the head and shoulders. The rest of marmot is reddish-brown bodied and black-footed. In fact, Caligata, the second half of the Latin name, means booted. Lillooet and Nuxalk people value this being for both fur and meat. Traditionally, 4 tribal groups, Nootka, Kwakwaka'wakw, Tsimshian, and Tlingit, hunt hoary marmot, but south-central Washington and north-central Oregon natives do not, for fear of eating marmot's whistle will cause them to go mad. Hoary marmot is characteristically charismatic. More sumo wrestler than distance runner, sometimes marmot will spar for hours, standing on back legs, grasping forepaws, and merely pushing against one another, which, by the way, they do for fun. Those living around humans are not shy about approaching for a treat. They do best on a diet of green plants and seeds, though, so keep your sandwich for yourself. Marmot mating brings about 2 to 4 pups and happens just after they emerge from the burrows where they have stayed for as many as 8 months, living off the fat layer they accumulated before winter. When food is plentiful, hoary marmot lives in colonies with a dominant male attending mating duties. When times are lean, one male and one female alone birth and raise their brood. Marmot often benefits other beings in their community. Abandoned holes become homes for other small mammals, and in moderation, their digging and defecation loosens, aerates, and improves the soil. So don't let their sirens scare you off. These wilderness whistlers may be reminding you to pay attention, or just to stretch out across the warm rocks and take a nap. And I have to read the copepod poem, especially after hearing about right whales. This is the primary prey, in fact, the only prey of North Atlantic right whales. It's one of the reasons they have been so challenged in their recovery there's multiple factors, but copepods are amazing, and there's a big spring bloom of copepods in Cape Cod Bay every spring, which is why the right whales come through. And, when you're out on the water in March, April, and you go through a patch of copepods, you can smell them. They smell like cantaloupe. It's such an amazing scent. And they're teeny tiny, size of a grain of rice, but they have an oil sac on their bellies, so they have quite a bit of calories per pound. And I like to tell kids, if you've seen SpongeBob SquarePants, then you've seen a copepod, because the evil Mr. Plankton in SpongeBob is a copepod. I love the poem that Catherine Smith wrote for this being, because she plays a lot with the name. And she wrote this specifically for the book. It's titled, Dear Copepod. I'm sorry I don't think of you more often. You have a name I love, 3 syllables, a dactyl, its rhythm like skipping or a problematic heart. You have no heart. True. That's something else I love. You can't love me back. My tears make the shape of your body. Your body could fit inside one. Could you live there in my salt? Already you feed on what I shed, microplastics, exhaled carbon. You know the carelessness of my kind. I'm sorry. I thought maybe you could teach me how to cope, how to climb inside the pod of, I can do this, and drift. But if I would look closer, I'd see how swiftly you pedal your single foot as the current draws you to the mouths of predators and they consume you. Humans call this the bottom of the food chain. And again, I'm sorry, though by now my apologies must seem feeble. Here I am trying to set myself apart from the worst of my species while I make assumptions about the whole of yours. You don't care about my excuses. You don't care at all. You calculate, your feathered antennae fanning out, feeling. Let's see. How many of you have read Ursula K. Le Guin? Wizard of Earthsea, all those great fantasy novels. I'm going to end with a poem by Ursula K. Le Guin for stellar sea lion. Stellar sea lions, we don't have sea lions in the North Atlantic. We only have the true seals, harbor, gray, hooded harp, but we don't have any of the eared seals, any of the otarids. And the stellar sea lions are the largest of the otarids, the eared seals, and they are intense. They're big, and they do not bark. If you're around a sea lion rookery, a stellar sea lion rookery, I'll make the sound, and you'll be thinking about it, I think. They're like, it's like that. It's not barking. It's really intense, and they're amazing. They're blonder than California sea lions. They're larger, and, they're off the coast of Washington, Oregon, and a very large population in Southeast Alaska, all the way across the Aleutians over to Japan, and there's kind of an eastern-western divide. Really interesting ecological story. But this is Ursula K. Le Guin's poem for the stellar sea lion. And it starts off with a quote from a newspaper. The title of the poem is Found Poem. And she must have been leafing through the newspaper in December of 1984 because she found this quote. However, Bruce Baird, Laguna Beach's chief lifeguard, doubts that sea lions could ever replace or even really aid his staff. If you were someone from Ohio and you were in the water having trouble and a sea lion approached you, well, it would require a whole lot more public education, he told the Orange County Register. Imagine, right? Anyway, and here's her poem. If I am ever someone from Ohio in the water having trouble off a continent's west edge and am translated to my element by a sudden warm great animal with sea dark fur, sleek, shining, and the eyes of Shiva, I hope to sink my troubles like a stone and all uneducated ride her inshore shouting with the foam praises of the freedom to be saved. Isn't that so great? I love it. We have a website also with resources for learning. You know, we've been really fortunate. This book has really touched people and has been receiving some beautiful awards, but I think it's doing its work, you know, and right now I'm working with a couple of folks from this region. As I said, I live on Cape Cod, and we're working on a similar book for the Gulf of Maine bioregion. So Cape Cod, up around to Nova Scotia, and it'll be organized similarly, and it should come out in the spring of 2027. So it's a real labor of love to put together an anthology to connect people and wrangle all of the logistics. But you know, for me as a writer and a naturalist, I learn so much, and it's really an act of community making too. It brings people together in such a beautiful way. So it's been a huge gift to work on these books, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you for that. And I just want, it's more of a comment, I think, than a question, but it strikes me that your book, more than the pronoun they, the pronoun we seems to apply, because it feels as if the underpinning of it, the editorial approach to it that is shared and not divided, is very different than most books that have some sort of scientific aspect to them.
Yeah.
So it's really incredibly appealing and feels far more approachable in the way that you describe it as well. So I'll be getting your book.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, that's an interesting observation. I mean, we couldn't really do it that way, but I love that that comes across as the approach because that was so important to us. So thank you. Any other questions?
Well, thank you. That was fascinating. All of you, I appreciate your joining us today. Let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 1:55 for the next speaker. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, okay. Okay, let me get my glasses. And get... Hi. My wife told me to take off my car keys around my neck. It's allowing old lady in no places. Okay, all set? We'll go. We'll rock and roll. Okay. It's a pleasure to be here. I think the museum is a wonderful place. It it's changed over the years so much. When I first came here, it was basically ancestor worship, and then it moved on to fishing and moved on to all sorts of things. It was the third place I visited actually after UMass or SMU, and then the fish auction, and then I came to the museum. I'm going to talk about two books. One is The Strike of 28, which I wrote with Spinner a while ago, a long time ago, 25 or 30 years ago. And the second is called The Secret Life of Scallops, that I'm working on now. As sort of a background, I think a lot, like most of us, I think a lot about the character of the U.S. After 500 years of immigration from all over the place, and 500 years of, excuse me, do you have water, if I could? Yeah, thank you, Beatrice. And 500 years of slavery, and then segregation, and then whatever we have now, and I don't know what to call it. I've concluded, because I like to think of things in a single sentence, so I concluded that the character of the U.S. is friendliness toward people we know, and opposition, hatred, violence, whatever you want to call it, to people we don't know. Apparently, it's a character of our species, Homo sapiens. The Strike of 28, which is actually on sale here at the bookstore, I'd be happy to sign them. We sold 5,000 copies. I must have signed half of them, but I'd be delighted to sign them. Sort of, I think, shows this. And so the story is simple. There were 35,000 textile workers on strike for 6 months in 1928 over a pay cut. They went on strike through the winter. It was a very, very difficult time. There were two competing unions. There was a craft union called the Textile Mills Committee, which were all men, I believe, and were loom fixers in the higher echelon of mill workers. And then there was a second union called the Textile Mills Committee, which was a communist union that represented everyone else. It was a wonderful experience. We had a group of students, two faculty members, Robert Aronson and myself, and we had somebody who had actually been on the strike. We worked for a long time on it. I probably worked for 10 years on the strike or 15 years on the strike book. We did 60 or more interviews of people who had been on strike. This is the early 80s, so thank you. Thank you. This was the early 80s. From all over the place. I went to Warsaw to interview Eula Mendes, who was expelled from the U.S. because she was a communist and had been arrested on a strike, and settled in Poland. We traveled. We interviewed people in California. Once again, people who had been on the strike. Every once in a while, we still get requests from people who are involved in the strike. At first, they were like once a month. Now they're more random. The most recent was somebody from the State Department whose father was a spy in the Second World War and was murdered by Stalin. He was a communist. Stalin, of course, was a communist, but this guy was a communist as well. And he was in New Bedford during the strike, but we couldn't find any evidence for him. So I'm going to give two snippets from interviews, from the interviews we had, which I think give you the character of the strike and the character, I think, of the United States. The first was an interview with a couple. We interviewed several couples, actually, and the men were in the Textile Council. They were well paid and big shots, and their wives were not. They were in the communist unions, and they were in their 70s at that time, and they all fought. So it was it was a wonderful time. This interview with Mary and Charles Greaves. They were English immigrants. They came here in 1915. They were wonderful people. We had a great time. We laughed the whole time. By and large, these interviews were with people who remembering their youth, and they were very happy to be interviewed. It was a wonderful experience. So finally, after about an hour, we taped these interviews. They're in the library at UMass Dartmouth, by the way. We taped these interviews. So I asked Charles, I said, well, what did you think of the Portuguese workers? And he said, I didn't like them. They were immigrants. And I paused and I said, but you're an immigrant, right? You emigrated from England. You got in a boat. You came to the U.S. You're an immigrant. He said, no, I'm not an immigrant. I'm English. Right? So that gives one sense of people who worked in the mills and were on strike. The other was Jack Custodio, who I think almost everybody of a certain age in New Bedford knows. Jack was Cape Verdean. And Jack took me around to the Cape Verdean workers. About half of the workers on strike working in the mills were either Portuguese or Cape Verdean. The Cape Verdeans all worked in the card room, which is where they opened the bales of hay. And the bales of hay were very dusty, and they were trying to line up the fibers so they could weave into, spin into stronger cloth. And there was a lot of dust in the air, and it was a difficult place to work. The people who worked in these rooms worked in the card room said you couldn't see. It was like a white cloud. A Pete Photo, a French-Canadian worker, called it the slavery department of the cotton mills. So anyway, Jack and I are going around interviewing Cape Verdeans in Creole, which I don't know, and that's all they spoke. None of the Cape Verdeans, older men, would tell me their name, which once again gives you an idea of the differences in the U.S. or the sort of different parts of our character. And they worked in this room filled with white dust. And one of them, I think it was a guy named Porkchop who I knew, one of them said when he went to work in the morning he was black, when he went home at night he was white. So once again, sort of a snippet of what the strike. I'm worried about time. I can't see the 2:06. Plenty of time. Okay, The Secret Book of Scallops, or The Secret Life of Scallops is a book I'm working on. I'll read a little bit of it. It's a spinner book, once again, with lots of illustrations. It looks at the life history of scallops as shellfish, which is what I'm going to read from. It looks at the history of seafood, which is interesting. Humans have been eating seafood on the grill for 200,000 years, before we knew language. And then the history of the scallop fishery in New Bedford, basically the history of the port of New Bedford. And then finally, the great success of the rotational management system. It's a system based on optimal growth in areas. So you close areas for a while until they reach some optimal growth, and then you open them for scalloping and so on. It's sort of like old-fashioned crop rotation. And there's been a great success, and I'll read from there. Okay, so I'm going to do my job here and read a bit. You should have something in front of you which will help. So this is the book, Secret Life of Scallops, Chapter 1, The Secret Life of Scallops on the Seafloor. And the section is called Hide, Flee, and Defend. And this is some text. I'll read some text for you. Scallops are pacifists. They carry no weapons for fighting. They don't have teeth, claws, poisons, or ways to make their appearance more frightening. Scallops only have their shells for defense, but like castles, their shells can be vulnerable to enemies with powerful weapons and patient enough to breach their defenses. These opponents use everything from chemical warfare to brute force. Almost any marine animal that can find and break into scallop shells will eat them. Some whelks and other snails drill holes through the scallop shell and insert digestive enzymes that dissolve the soft tissue inside. The attacker then inserts its tongue to lick out the scallop. The moon snail is quite efficient. Like a safecracker, it covers the scallops with its extended foot to hold it still for drilling. Boring sponges secrete a chemical that etches into the scallop shell and eventually breaks in. Lobsters, I'm going to skip a paragraph. Lobsters and rock crab use their powerful claws to break open scallops and then scoop out the edible bits inside, similar to how we eat lobsters and crab. Large shellfish predators hold the crab with one claw and crush the shell with the other claw. Lab experiments showed that lobster and rock crab could crush scallops only slightly smaller than themselves. Cod, ocean pout, and other groundfish eat very small scallops whole. Ocean pout have been caught with their stomachs full of tiny sea scallops, as many as 100 to 200 per fish. Large scallops and ocean pout have strong teeth strong enough to crush or at least damage juvenile scallops. Any fish with teeth can attack adult scallops by chipping away at the edge of their shells until the scallop opens, like breaking through a castle door. Jason Link, who has studied stomach contents of cod and other fish, told me, and this is a quote from Jason, the crushing and cracking ability of fish to eat shelled organism and then digest them is indeed remarkable. Starfish, the most aggressive predators of sea scallops, are efficient killing machines. They use suction cups attached to their arms to pry open a scallop and then ooze their sac-like stomach into their mouth, from their mouth into the shell of the scallop. They spew out enzymes to break down the soft tissue into a kind of soup that they drink because they have no teeth. When finished sipping its scallop soup, the starfish retracts its stomach back into its body and moves on to the next scallop. Scallop size determines the range of starfish predation. Starfish must be a bit bigger than sea scallops to eat them, limiting scallop predation mostly to juvenile scallops. The timing of starfish settlement affects their predation on sea scallops. Starfish year classes that grow to mature size before sea scallops settle on the bottom can eliminate scallop beds. Fishermen move away from tows full of starfish because the starfish got there first. Scallops with no place to hide and no weapons couldn't survive against the onslaught of patient predators. By opening their shells and keeping them open to feed and breathe, sea scallops also invite in predators that don't have to drill into or break into their shells. Fortunately, scallops have evolved defenses against starfish and other relentless predators they can see. Minuscule compared to human eyes, scallop eyes connect to inside their shells on short stalks that they can move from side to side. Scallops can also extend these eyes outside their shell and withdraw them at will when they sense danger. Ever on the alert when feeding, scallops wave their eyes back and forth on the stalks to watch for approaching predators. Bay scallop eyes number by the dozens. Sea scallops have eyes by the hundreds. Sight allows scallops to see conducive neighborhoods when searching for a place to live and looming predators after they settle in the near dark of the seafloor. Scallop eyes work like space telescopes. They may be the model, actually, for space telescopes. Light sent by scallop eyes reflect off objects back through the scallop eyes into tiny mirrors that change shape to focus an image on the back of the retina. Photoreceptors in the retina convert the image into neural signals sent to the digestive tract and adductor muscle, that's where we eat, to keep shells open to feed when food is available and closed when predators approach. Some species of clams have eyes, though not as advanced as scallop eyes, but only scallops among the bivalves can swim. Clams, mussels, and oysters lead sedate lives, burrowing into the sand or clinging to rocks. Scallops are freewheeling. They swim along the bottom to select places to settle, escape predators, or just practice, like kittens chasing each other pretending to fight. Scallops swim forward, away from the hinge, and toward the opening of their shells. They use their shells to bring water in from the front and force it out through the back on either side of the hinge. The force of water blowing out propels the scallop in a forward direction toward the front of the shell. Scallops swim like starlings fly. They swoop erratically, changing direction by blowing jets of water out of the right side of the hinge to go left, or the left side of the hinge to go right. They can jump up or backwards to shake off predators or turn over when they're upside down. Like all animals fleeing predators, scallop give it their all when attacked. Yule Gibbons captured the essence of scallop mobility as entertainment. This is a quote from his book. I think it's called something about I forgot the name of it. No one who has watched scallops flitting around the tidal pools and shallows will deny that they have an instinct for play as well as for survival. So that's a short glimpse of scallop life on the bottom. I'm going to skip to the last chapter, which is the success of rotational management. Scallops is one of the best managed species in the U.S. Although, of course, it's still subject to Mother Nature, which we all know from that cartoon, right? What is this? Not nice to fool Mother Nature. So Mother Nature always wins. So this is just a short description. The book is going to be title and then a short description of the chapter, and then the chapter with sub-headings. By the mid-1980s, steadily declining landings per trip proved the failure of scallop management. Scallop trips, some 10 to 12 days at sea, provided little pay to scallopers and boat owners. Some scallopers, to make ends meet, fished just outside closed area 2 in the northeast peak of Georges Bank near the Canadian boundary. If they were lucky, they could slip into Canadian waters during a storm when Loran, the navigation system, wasn't working. A tow in Canadian waters would fill the decks. A day scalloping would fill the hold. If caught, they could lose their trip with a hefty fine. New Bedford scallopers reasoned that abundance of scallops in Canada across from closed area 2 who were dying of old age. You couldn't fish in closed area 2. A few boat owners met with Brian Rothschild to plan to sample closed area 2 for scallops. Not an easy task because scalloping in closed area 2 was illegal. With help from Barney Frank, Ted Kennedy, and NOAA Secretary Bill Daley, they won approval to survey closed area 2, for scallops. The survey showed massive densities of scallops in closed area 2, especially very large scallops. SMS scientist Kevin Stokesbury devised a scallop survey using cameras connected to a tripod dropped to the ocean floor to estimate scallop density by size categories. Fishery scientists from NOAA, SMAST, and other research institutions designed a plan to rotate scalloping in the closed areas based on optimal growth of scallop stocks, similar to rotational farming. I didn't think that the processors could sell large scallops. Neither did Roy Enochson, by the way. We saw these large scallopers come in and we thought, who is going to eat a dish of scallops that has 3 scallops on it? We, of course, were wrong. Large scallops became a hit in white tablecloth restaurants around the world. Both catch and prices of scallops rose, a credit to New Bedford scallop processors and wholesalers. New Bedford, whenever I go anywhere, I say I'm from New Bedford, and they say scallops, right? That's what we're famous for. And it's a terrific thing to be famous for. It's amazing how they were, first of all, caught, and the main thing in retaining the stock size was the size of the opening in the mesh. There's a mesh over the dredge that allows scallops to go through, so they increase the size from, I think, 5 to 6 inches. I'm not quite sure about how much. So that's what I have to read. I have a couple of comments. I think I just made them. And then we're supposed to have a discussion. So it's up to you all to ask questions, make comments. I'll answer anything.
I thought this was excellent, Dan. I thought this was very good, Dan. It was excellent.
Thank you.
I learned a lot here, just in this paper.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Roy Enochson, who's the owner of Eastern Fisheries, one of the largest fishery operations in the world. He has plants in Japan and China, and they opened a marketing place in Denmark, I think. Every time I see Roy, he asks me, "You're an economist, do you know everything now?" And he said, I always answer, "Of course." And then I ask him, "How did you market these things?" And he says, "Damned if I know." He says, "Well, we just gave the market what it wanted," which of course is a lie. They spend a lot of time marketing scallops, and they're very successful with that.
Any other questions?
I was told that, I'm not sure if it was back in the 40s or when exactly, but at one time, scientists were looking at using shellfish to clean up the waters. Did you see any of this research? And actually, I think it might have even been part of something NOAA was doing at the time, but.
Well, they do. They do that. There's a long history of trying all sorts of things with seafood and shellfish. Um, I don't know if there's any research going on now like that. In the 40s, before the 200-mile limit, right, we all know the 200-mile limit, I assume, scientists were more open to new ideas, right? And now they're less so. They do their job, they estimate stock size and so on. It's sort of like teachers who have been forced to teach to MCAS, you know, the same kind of deal. I think teachers used to be more, this is not a criticism, but teachers had more time and they were more imaginative and they actually taught, and now they do the test. So I hope you all vote to eliminate the test as a requirement. Am I supposed to do that? I'll do it anyway. To eliminate tests for graduation. One of our sons is a math wizard. He's a construction. He manages, I forget the name of the company, but he failed the math part of the SMAS test. Couldn't get a degree. And he knows more math than anybody. It's terrible, terrible system. But at any rate, I think scientists in the 30s and 40s had more time on their hands, and they could try things like that. I think they actually are doing a lot of work with oysters. Oysters, I was going to mention oysters. Yeah, oysters for sure. You know, there used to be a law in where they planted oysters that they had to return the shell back to the sea, but that's no longer true. I wonder if that matters or not. I think so, because there's now a shortage of. Yeah. There's a problem now with not enough oxygen in the water and calcium carbonate in the water to make shells. And that was a law, and it's not anymore. It's interesting. But oysters do clear for sure. I think clams do as well. But as I said, when you're forced to do legal stuff for the government, you sort of lose time to do stuff on your own. I think that's just a reality.
We have one more question.
Dan, you know that my background, I fished out here for a number of years, scalloping and also, but I knew how to catch them, I knew how to get the rigs and where to get to, where to go. This information I never knew about the species itself, which was very, very, very interesting.
Yeah, it's
fun. Thank you so much.
It's fun. Yeah, we have scallops on deck swimming in pool in containers. They're hilarious to watch. They're just hilarious. And there's a lot of different things that happen on the seafloor. It's a rough place. Okay. You're not doing your job. You have to.
I'm multitasking here. Just one sec.
Sure.
Have any more questions? Neil? Looks like this microphone is not cooperating. And now I'd like to bring up Robert. Thank you.
We're all set? Great. Thank you very much.
How does it sound? I have a tendency to not, I don't speak very loudly, so I just want to make sure. Pardon? Okay, great, thank you. Just going to take a minute here to, wish I had some photos to roll for you, but there's plenty of photos in the talk. So. Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sure. Well, thank you, everybody. Welcome. I'm happy to see you here. And I'd like to thank the Whaling Museum and everybody involved in organizing and seeing that this day is going really smoothly, which appears to be doing. And I like all the AV equipment is all very set beautifully, so that's always a good thing. And looking forward to listening and hearing and seeing as many local authors and other authors here today myself. I've already run into a couple of them, and it's good to catch up a little bit. I also would like to make a shout out to DT, Mr. Tucker, son of Captain Tucker, who is still with us and probably either watching us live right now or maybe watching us on demand soon. He is the person in the center of the author's photo, and he's probably one of the maybe only people who has actually sailed aboard one of the working coasters of the 1930s, who is still walking the earth. He and his brother, younger brother, it was a family, and family labor was very helpful in the 1930s, and he sailed aboard the Coral during his, let's see, I think he was about 5 and 6 during the summer months, and I will get into that shortly. So, when you deliver a presentation, a lot of suggestions you get are begin with something dramatic so you get the audience brought in, or they say, tell a joke. I'm not going to do any of that. What I'm going to do instead, and there's a reason for it, I think, I'd like to read one page, which is the preface of the book. I did basically all of the writing for this book, and I think the preface will give you an idea as to the writing style that I have, and my writing style 10 years ago. It came out in 2013, and it briefly sums up how the book developed over the course of the last 15, 25, 35, going on 40 years. So, Robert DeManch, Fairhaven, Massachusetts, March 5th, 2013. For many years, Captain Claude S. Tucker would entertain his wife and children with stories of his schooner days aboard the Coral. His son Donald found these looks back into history captivating. And in later years, he began to think others might feel likewise. It became Donald's goal then to set his father's story down in print. In that way, future generations might get a flavor of the coasting life. Readers will also come to know the story of how at least one coasting schooner and the family that owned her continued to operate until near the very end of the age of commercial sail. 3 people contributed to the writing of this book. Donald delivered the first of many talks on the subject to a Mystic Seaport audience in 1896. In 1994, Carrie Tucker helped her father-in-law assemble photographs, transfer his raw lecture notes into narrative, and shape the work into early book form. I came on board 2 years later to develop the topic into a self-published book, which is still out there, I think, 1998, A Coastal Schooner Life on 7 New England Waters. Encouraged by that book's success, we have now launched and expanded in 2013 and thoroughly rewritten take on Captain Tucker and the Coral. As we like to say, we have overhauled our original work from stem to stern. The story we tell is part as told to and part historical research. We were fortunate to be able to draw valuable information and insights from recorded interviews by Captain Tucker and of 3 others who spent some of their early years aboard the Coral: sons Bill and Donald and Bill Talbot. Other first-person sources include Captain Byron Halleck's 40 Years Windjammer and George Gale's Log of the Coral. A hurricane is pivotal to the story of Captain Tucker and the Coral. That hurricane is the 1938 hurricane. But the story of a different hurricane will help convey my wish for the readers of our book. In the late summer of 2011, some friends and I had tickets for a concert in a nearby music venue. The venue was of the theater in the round under a big circular outdoor tent variety. Unlike the hurricane in Captain Tucker's story, people knew of the impending 2011 storm, knew about it well in advance, and management canceled the show beforehand. I learned of the cancellation by an email in which the author, a friend of mine, cheerfully signed off with, "Don't forget to button down the hatches." Maybe it was nautical naivete or just a subconscious slip. Either way, I got a kick out of it. I hope that whether or not you know that one should batten down the hatches, you will learn something interesting from our book and have an entertaining time doing so. And don't worry, I'm only going to read 2 more paragraphs before the end of it. It won't be subject to listening to me read. But I hope you get a sort of an idea of how this all developed over the years. I think I'll just read those 2 paragraphs now. So this is, we've just gone over how the Coral finally met its demise during the 38 hurricane. So looking back today, the thought of the Coral's demise might bring forth a feeling of sadness or at least wistfulness that we will never again see the sight of masts reaching above the rooftops along Fairhaven's waterfront. On the other hand, it is a wonder that Captain Tucker and the Coral continued to haul cargoes for as long as they did into the twilight years of the age of commercial sail. How could the Coral have lasted so long? Who was this Captain Tucker who owned and sailed the Coral for the last third of her 60-year career? And why did it matter that Fairhaven was their home? Why was this type of vessel and the work it did so important in the first place? So, now we get to look at the pictures. The coasting schooner, let me just move this forward here. I'll get into that in a second. The coasting schooner, along with similar small vessels, played a major role in the developing of the colonies. It was the only practical way of transporting bulk cargoes of things that were necessities and even extras, and whether it was food, whether it was building materials, or energy products. And from the time just after we had attained our independence as a nation, the coasting schooner, example of what you see here in the Coral, had established itself as the primary ways of moving that cargo, which is over the water. Roads, if they existed at all, were in no condition to, actually they were almost in no condition to transport a single or two people. They, you know, very not practical at all to move cargo. So the coaster was the primary means of transport of both the goods and products, as well as information between the developing states up and down the eastern seaboard, including the northern maritime provinces and the West Indies, Gulf of Mexico, and well, West Indies and the Caribbean. Excuse me. Now, these vessels existed in the thousands. I mean, a person could spend his entire life trying to track down how many of these coastal vessels, such as the Coral, existed. But by the 1930s, a relative handful only still remained and still could carry cargo, and did carry fine cargo to carry. And with the technology by the 1900s, the steamboat, railroad, and the steam tugboat towing a couple of strings of barges, the automobile, truck, better roads, that just spelled the end of the coasting schooner. But by the 30s, of that relative handful, one of them was the schooner Coral. So it was one of the survivors, and in the end, it took both one of the greatest storms in New England history, the 1938 hurricane, and the Great Depression, which brought all kinds of economic stress, you might say, mildly, to finally sink the Coral. Her captain, Captain Claude Sinclair Tucker, continued his working life on the water after that, however, and it was because of his unique maritime knowledge and experience that as a worker for the Frank Taylor Construction Company in Fairhaven, he played his role, as many others did, but he played his role in the saving of a national treasure, the Charles W. Morgan. So let's move on here. So just a brief, simple explanation. The coasting schooner is a vessel that's uniquely adapted for getting into the small bays and tributaries that feed into the, let's say, Buzzards Bay. It has that fore and aft rig, meaning if you look forward from the stern, the line, the sails line up along that horizontal line, and they operate like an airplane wing or your basic sailboat of the wind going over the sail to propel it forward, as opposed to the Wanderer, familiar ship here. It's obvious the square sails of a ship. The main means of propulsion are the wind pushing it from behind. So that's one of the major differences that differentiates the Coral. The schooner is defined by its rig, meaning the masts in the sails. The schooner is a two-masted vessel. The main mast is taller than the foremast, and the squales have the, you don't have to remember this, but the gaff and boom, it has the four sides, but it's not shaped as a square sail. So that defines the schooner. There was a smaller version, a sloop with only one mast, and as you can see, let's see. So here's an early version. I'm not sure where it's from, but Captain Tucker had bought the Coral in 1915, and that is her, not sure where. But let me just do this here. schooners increased in the number of sails because as the nation grew, people started using coal. Industry began to develop, the Industrial Revolution. Thousands and thousands of new Americans came to this country, and they needed places to live. They needed, fuel to heat their homes, to cook, and so what was once 1 or 2 sails became 3. Then it became 4, and by the end of the 1800, it became 5 and 6 sails until we see this, the Thomas W. Lawson built up at the Fall River Shipyard in Quincy, the ultimate, which is the only one of its kind, or was the only one of its kind. And by this point, it was almost it no longer had the maneuverability or the easy handling of much smaller vessels. Here is a photo of this was one of the main reasons that the schooner era ended. It was the tugboat, steam-propelled tugboat, developing enough to reach that amount of power to tow a couple of strings of barges or old ships or old coasters in carrying large amounts of coal. And as we get into the century, the major cargoes were coal and wood. They're in a tight formation because they're going through a canal. So let's just move into a little bit more detail on the Coral and some of the cargoes. It carried 5 main cargoes over its career. Captain Tucker purchased it in Fall River. It was home ported in Newport at the beginning, and one of the reasons they moved, the family and the vessel were relocated in Fairhaven, was that Donald Tucker's, Claude Tucker's uncle worked for the George Bowen wood firm at Bowen's Wharf in Newport, and he was getting complaints because the occupants of the mansions, the cottages, were having difficulty with pine. It was too difficult. It was, sticky and it was smoky, lots of things. It was, so Captain Tucker's uncle asked him, "Do you know where we can get like cedar wood or something like that, which is easier to handle? All the bad things about pine were taken care of with cedar wood," and he did. He connected with the people in Mattapoisett. One thing led to another, and the people in Newport were happy. But this is a scene from Newport. You can, Mattapoisett. You can see these docks, these wharfs in existence today. Another major cargo was the carrying of gasoline. What we're seeing is loading of gasoline at the southeast corner of Fish Island in New Bedford Harbor. To the right of the photo is a big Saucony terminal, being the result of the breakup of the Standard Oil Company and the Saucony, Southern Standard Oil Company of New York, I think it stands for. They provided a lot of the gasoline. So Captain Tucker got the contract to haul gasoline out to the island of Nantucket. And he had that contract for many years, going out to Captain Jack Killen's wharf in Nantucket. So we see how the barrels are rolled down to the vessel. They use the boom, et cetera, to carry those onto the deck after they have already loaded many barrels. Those are 55-gallon gasoline barrels. After loading those many of those below deck first, And then the second photo here is a photo of him getting ready. I believe, he has already unloaded, and Captain Tucker, you see the donkey engine, the small engine that raises the anchor and the sails, and it also helped with the loading of the barrels, because now you can see you have to go up to the wharf above it. But that's how Nantucket got all its gasoline for many a year. A little bit about Captain Tucker. He grew up in Lincoln. He was born in Lincoln, Rhode Island. His father became the caretaker of the poor farm in Portsmouth, Rhode Island. And we see young Claire, I think they called him. And behind him, it's hard to discern, but that's a hive of honeybees, which, to make a long story short, he traded that for the catboat you see him playing with in. And that was the start of a long career on the water. Captain Tucker bought the Coral in 1915. Old Nick, Captain Tucker being the person on the left, Old Nick came with the vessel, and he continued to live on the vessel for quite a while. A good mate. Very superstitious, didn't like the fact that Mr. Tucker's wife was cooking aboard, and that changed shortly. The superstitious about women on board. Superstitiousness. George Gale, famous Renaissance man. There's a nice book in the museum gift shop, the museum store on George Gale. He did etchings. He was a painter in watercolor. He's a guitar player, ukulele player. He built boats. He collected marine artifacts, whaling artifacts. Quite a guy. He worked on the Coral as mate in the mid-20s. Ben Waterworth was another crew member. He was a deep sea sailor, and we have some stories from Ben Waterworth in the book that are very kind of funny, I think. That picture there, that's his friendship sloop, the Banshee, at Kelly's Wharf, Fairhaven Shipyard North, right now, in Fairhaven. Other famous people in Captain Tucker's sphere. The only one who sailed slightly longer than Captain Tucker in this area was Captain Zeb Tilton, a legend in his own time. And to the right, Charlie Sale, another person who is identified and knowledgeable about Nantucket. And the Alice Wentworth is in the photo on the right. The 1938 hurricane. It was basically 19-year-old Bill Tucker alone, the son of Captain Tucker alone. His father was going to join them. They were heading for Nantucket. They were in Newport Harbor, and it was. We have the story as told by Bill Tucker of how he did his best to try to save the Coral during the hurricane. And the damage you see on the starboard side, the right side here, is a result of rocking back and forth against the seawall on Goat Island. Everybody survived, but the Coral did not, and they did not have, Captain Tucker didn't have enough money to repair the boat. It was 1938. I show this picture because this is the end result of a lot of people's efforts. The Charles W. Morgan here returning on his, the famous tour of 2014, and they're obviously on the canal, returning home, restated to its current glory. But Captain Tucker at the time, well, his contribution that I mentioned earlier was that he worked for Frank Taylor Construction Company, located generally where, if you know where Lindbergh, dock builders, et cetera, were in Fairhaven up until recently. That's where Taylor was located. He did a lot of work, marine construction around the area, and one of the places he did a lot of work was at Round Hill, Colonel Green's estate in Dartmouth. So when it came time, this is a photo on the left of the result of the hurricane. You can see how the bad shape of it that the hull is in, and then shortly after, it had to be removed from Round Hill to come over to Fairhaven, where they could patch it up as best as possible. And because Captain Tucker had the experience of owning and working with a working wooden sailing vessel, he was asked to help with Frank Taylor, so he was involved in keeping it afloat. And on the tour over to Mystic at the end of 1941, just before Pearl Harbor, there was Everett Allen, the writer, went over that final journey. Bill Tripp, head of the Whaling Museum, went over. There was an AP reporter. They picked up some Coast Guard people in New London on the trip down. But Captain Tucker, going over on that last voyage to Mystic, was the only able-bodied seaman on that last trip, going from Fairhaven over to Mystic. This picture's not in the book. We only got it later, but he stayed on a few years. He lived at a little apartment in Mystic, Captain Tucker, and they put a new deck on the Morgan right after it was brought there, and just generally keeping the pumps running, keeping the ship in best shape he could. And the family went up to visit him every few Sundays or so for the next 4 or 5 months, and they took this photograph of, you see Captain Tucker on the right. The person in the background is Donald Tucker's oldest brother, Claude Jr., and the little vagabond at the bottom is Donald Tucker himself, in 1941 in front, our co-author. I just show these because I know we're getting very late here in the end. This is a very nice picture we got later, a good deck scene. The coral was docked at Delano's Wharf, which is at the very end of Washington Street in Fairhaven, where Blue Harvest was located up until recently, but it's a great photo of the deck. And one more, just one of those large four-masters coming into the Philadelphia and Reading coal pocket. Just shows how much, just an example of how much coal was being brought in the late 1890s, in the late 1900s. So with that, thank you for listening, and be happy to take any questions. You have all the answers. Anything? Okay. I'll be here afterward for a while, and I'll be back tonight. So if you'd like to chat more about the coral or maritime history around here, I'd be happy to speak with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, which one of these do I click?
This is the road. I
Forward,
believe
back.
it's to the, yes, correct.
Okay.
I was looking at it opposite for a second.
What's that?
I was looking at it backwards. And it's
Yes.
like, oh, okay.
And it will show up over there?
Correct. This is going to be exactly what's on the screen.
Okay.
So you'll know where you are.
I hope somebody else comes, because there's only wife there.
Oh. I'll try to push people in for you.
Well, let me, instead of doing that, do this. Okay.
Go.
So make it look like I've got a full audience.
It looks nice. It's got the background, but I'll do one more of your.
Do you have some of the screen in the background?
Yes.
Good.
So the first one is. So it's got pretty much everything.
Mhm.
And then I took one a little bit closer to you.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, I can Photoshop that.
Okay. So this is adjustable height-wise. This is adjustable also. I'll be in the back in case anything goes haywire.
Okay.
But you're good to go. I'll see if there's anybody outside that wants to step in for you.
All right. Thanks, Andrew.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon. My name is Al Saulnier. I'm here to talk to you about my upcoming book, The French of New Bedford, The Early Years. What I'm going to do is to give you an overview of just about everything that's contained in the book, and in the meantime show you about maybe a little bit less than 5% of the images that are in the book. Okay, what? The book is the most comprehensive account of New Bedford's Franco-American communities. It certainly marks a big change from the last account, which was published in 1993, which was about a 40-page pamphlet. I deal with the history of the French in New Bedford, or in this area from the 1600s to the mid-1930s. So the question is then, who were the French? As you can expect, a lot of the French in New Bedford were from Quebec. But there were also others from Quebec who spoke French, who married French Canadian women, but who had Irish background. And some of them came to New Bedford as well. There were people from the Maritime provinces, mostly Acadians. Something goes wrong. I'm getting blank. Whoops. There were people from metropolitan France and, yikes, people from the overseas departments and territories called in French dom-tom. And some of those people were people of color. So you had French in New Bedford who were people of color. You had Belgians, you had Swiss, and you had people born in the United States of any of the above French origins. So my methodology is to choose a subject. We'll see a whole bunch of different subjects that I chose, research the French who were involved in that particular subject, present several stories about them, stories I called family vignettes. And
the whole result was a history of the French speakers in New Bedford. Now, I start from the initial premise that southeastern Massachusetts could have been French. Why? The noted French explorer Samuel de Champlain in October 1606 was surveying the coast of Massachusetts. He got down as far south as Chatham, which, as the crow flies, is about 50 miles away from New Bedford. And when there, he had an encounter with the local population, left some of his crewmen dead, and he decided that wasn't for him. So he left, he went back, and 2 years later founded Quebec. Here's a section of a map that he submitted to the French king in 1607 about his voyages here. That little thing that sticks up at the end is Cape Cod. All right, you see it down at the bottom. Right there. In terms of early contacts between people from this area and the French, during the French and Indian Wars, there were lots of contacts. People tended to join the militia. They went up, they fought the French. Sometimes people died, and their relatives here mourned them. So there were lots of early hostile contacts with the French. Then there was the case of the Acadians, or the French neutrals, people who, in a major ethnic cleansing, were kicked out of what later became Nova Scotia. They were dispersed to the 13 colonies. Some of them came to Massachusetts, and some of those ended up here in what was at that time Old Dartmouth. And if you read the accounts, they were living basically in poverty, but they were living under extremely strict conditions. A couple of centuries later, their descendants ended up in New Bedford again. After the ethnic cleansing in Nova Scotia, people from here took advantage of free land and went up and settled there. But they kept in contact with their relatives who stayed behind. During the Revolutionary War, you have an interesting set of circumstances. One, because a lot of people in this area were Quakers and pacifists, they refused to serve. And so Old Dartmouth couldn't meet its quotas for the militia. So they ended up getting 3 young Frenchmen, Claude Dubois, François Parent, and Louis Toussaint. Toussaint ended up after the war in western Massachusetts, where he lived for a long time and worked as a tailor. I had not been able to trace the other 2. The British raid on New Bedford in September of 1778 has a French link as well. Admiral d'Estaing had been tasked by George Washington to help the troops take Newport from the British. He got there, and through a set of circumstances, he decided to leave without helping the American troops. When the British fleet arrived, there was nobody there for them to fight. They decided to look for an alternative, a plan B, and they settled on Old Dartmouth and Bedford Village. And they came in and they burned the houses of the Patriots, and they destroyed 71 ships in the harbor. Loyalists, after the Revolutionary War, were able to get free land up in Canada. And so people from this area went up to Canada and again maintained contact with their relatives. Here's a fanciful view of what Bedford Village looked like during the raid. You see settlers fleeing, you see the homes of patriots burning, and you see a ship in the harbor. One of the reasons I wrote this book is because of a trip to the Whaling Museum back when I was in high school. After having looked around at all the exhibits, I asked where the information was about the French and the French Canadians. And the docent at the time, and we're talking about a few years back now, told me they never went whaling from New Bedford. They only came to New Bedford after the Civil War to work in the mills. Forget about this whaling stuff. Well, you'll see in the book, as a result of exceptionally interesting research, I can assert the French did go whaling from New Bedford. They went from the end of the 18th century to the early 20th century, thus the entire period that whaling was important here. This is New Bedford's most famous French-Canadian whaleman, Arthur Basil Cotenoir. He was born in New Bedford. His father worked in the textile mills. His sisters worked in the textile mills, but he didn't want any of that. He wanted to go whaling, and he did. And he had an incredible adventure, and he ended up talking about that adventure for the rest of his life, in person, on radio, in the press. And when he died, his New York Times obituary was headlined, "Captain who kicked whale in eye dies." Now, looking at the Civil War, I get asked the question, where were the French and where were the Franco-Americans? And was told they never fought in the war. They came to work in the textile mills after the Civil War, a similar refrain. But again, as a result of research, I can tell you that the French from New Bedford bravely fought for the Union. They fought in the Army and in the Navy. And here is a personal war sketch for the GAR of a man who enlisted under the name Jerry Robitaille. His last name when he was baptized in Canada was Robitaille, pronounced Robitaille. So you can see how somebody would have put it in Oye. But he was a member of the GAR here in New Bedford. Looking at the mills, because I had been told for years that that's all they did in New Bedford, I can tell you that they did all jobs in the mills from the time that the cotton arrived in bales to the mills to the time that the finished product left the mills. And I looked at each one of these subjects, picking, carding, etc., explained what they were, looked at French or French Canadians or Belgians who worked in each one of these occupations, and dug up some information about them. The odd thing, however, is that few of the French or French Canadians became supervisory staff. Here's young Rhea Quinton, 14 years old, drawing in. She sat all day in front of all those threads. She would take them one at a time and put the thread through the eye of a long needle-like apparatus that controlled the pattern on the weave. Can you imagine doing that in front of thousands of threads every day, year after year? Horrible. I looked at strikes. I looked at strikes in the textile industry. I looked at organized labor. I looked at each one of these strikes from 1877 to 1928. And here's a couple of images from the 1928 strike. Daniel recognized one of those. This is at Saulnier's lot, a lot owned by my great uncle in the South End, where strikers were allowed to meet every day because if they met in the streets, they could be arrested. And this is Aurélia Lebeau, a French-Canadian union leader. During the strike, she was tasked to go up to Montreal and explain what was happening in New Bedford to the Canadian labor unions and to the Canadian journalists. And I go into some detail about her in the text. I looked at textile innovations. Yankee ingenuity was not limited to the Yankees. The French and the French Canadians were able to get patents for just about every single task carried out in the mills. These are two patents that were gotten by Joseph Lacroix, the most prolific of these inventors. He managed to get over 200 different patents, and these are both for loom shuttles. He had a particular affinity for loom shuttles, and even set up a company in New Bedford to manufacture his patented loom shuttles. Then I moved away from textiles into a totally different set of occupations. These are the occupations dealing with care of soul, mind, and body, and in connection with the soul, which is highlighted above in red, I looked at Roman Catholics. They're coming to New Bedford, their churches, their pastors, their parochial schools, and I looked at Protestant missions for the French speakers of New Bedford. You had missions in the Methodists, the Baptists, the Episcopalians, and the Unitarians. And here's a photo of Reverend Georges Paget, the pastor of the first French language Roman Catholic church in New Bedford, Sacred Hearts Church. In terms of care of the mind, I looked at teachers, lawyers, French newspapers, and newsstands. Newspapers are interesting. New Bedford was the only major city in 1910 with two competing French language daily newspapers. And here's the masthead of one of them, L'Echo of New Bedford. Unfortunately, they're not around. The library never kept its copies, even though the library got the copies. And I found one copy of two of them on microfilm at Assumption College. In terms of care of the body, I looked at various medical professions, physicians, midwives, nurses, pharmacists, dentists, and when all else fails, undertakers. And here's Dr. Normandin, for whom Normandin Middle School is named. He came to New Bedford as a very young man, went back, earned his medical degree, and came back to New Bedford. Specialty was OBGYN, and had delivered over 7,000 children, so much so that he was called the father of New Bedford's French Canadians. I looked at supplies of food, clothing, and shelter. And in terms of foodstuffs, I looked at everything from food markets and grocery stores down through farmers and fishing. These are delivery trucks of the most successful French Canadian bakery in New Bedford, My Bread Bakery, which later became Sunshine. And you can see that transition between delivery trucks, which are gasoline powered, and delivery vehicles, which are horse powered. In terms of supply of clothing, I looked at ready-made clothing, men's and women's custom clothing, women's hats, shoes, and boots. And here's the outside for Champagny's shoe store, which used to be up on Acushnet Avenue, where I recall going as a youngster. In terms of shelter, I looked at those in different professions: architects, builders, masons, bricklayers, plumbers, furniture dealers. And here's Hedwige Para, fascinating character. A Boston Globe article claimed that she was the only female builder and contractor in New England. She would buy the land, design the houses, buy the materials to build the houses, hire the contractors, and she could wield a hammer or a saw with the best of them. Then I looked at a whole series of other minor occupations: barbers, photographers, bicycle dealers, blacksmiths, garages, gas stations. And here is Evelyn Gabache in front of her gas station far north on Acushnet Avenue that she owned in partnership with her sister and her husband. I looked at entertainment, sports, and true crime. In terms of entertainment, choral music, brass bands, orchestras, motion picture actors from New Bedford, stage performers, and venues. And this is the Comique Theater, which disappeared when they put in Route 195. And it's on the cover of the book. In terms of sports, there's a wide variety: boxing, wrestling, bicycling, horse racing, homing pigeons, competitive walking, baseball, and roller polo. This is New Bedford's most famous French-Canadian baseball player, Slip Dupre, who was invited to try out for the Red Sox, was brought up, and in his exhibition before a game, hit 3 successive balls out of Fenway. They wanted him, but their roster was full, so they sent him to some of their feeder teams. There he injured his shoulder and never was able to make the major leagues. His father played baseball as well in Connecticut before moving to New Bedford. His father was a teammate of Hall of Famer Connie Mack. I looked at true crime. I looked at suicide and murder, and there weren't too many of those. And then I looked at prohibition, and there's Major Casey and some of the staff of the Casey Boat Building Company, which was in Fairhaven. All the people lived in New Bedford. Casey, when he was baptized, was spelled C-A-I-S-S-E. It's a very common Acadian name found in the Maritime provinces. They built some of the fastest rum runners that were used for getting rum and other alcoholic beverages to the shore of southeastern New England. I looked at government service. I looked at municipal elections, city appointees. I looked at people in the police department, the fire department, and state elections. And here's a picture of the first French Canadian elected to the city council in New Bedford back in the mid-1880s, Joseph Jansen. Shortly after the Civil War, he went back to Canada, and he enlisted in the Canadian Army to help repulse an invasion from the United States. The Fenians were going up, trying to seize land to put pressure on the British in Canada to let Ireland become independent. And he went up and was later rewarded by the Canadian government for his service. I looked at Franco-American organizations, and there were a lot of them. I looked at over 100, how they began, how they evolved, how they merged, or how they disappeared. Some of those organizations, their membership was limited to French Canadians. Others, it was limited to Acadians, and still others to French alone, or to French and Belgians. And some were able to take people from all the different French ethnic communities in the city. Here's a picture of a summer picnic of 2 of those organizations, the Lacordaire and the St. Joan of Arc societies, Lacordaire for the men, St. Joan of Arc for the women. They were both temperance societies. And the picnic took place at the farm of my maternal grandfather. My mother's there, but she's one of the little children in the front, about 2 years old. I looked at military service. I'd earlier looked at military service in the Revolutionary War. I looked at it during the Civil War. These were the series of wars that took place at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th centuries, namely Spanish-American, Philippine-American, the China Relief Expedition, the expedition against Pancho Villa, and World War I. But in World War I, the French from New Bedford fought under 4 different flags. And getting a hold of the information was extremely difficult because each country had its own set of policies about war records. This is the funeral of the young man who was in the U.S. Army, Private Paul Tremblay. He died of disease when the unit was training in France, and it was the first death in the 55th Artillery's unit. And the regimental historian was really surprised that the people in the village took him under their wing when he was sick. They'd come to visit him. They'd bring him sweets, they'd bring him flowers, and they turned out en masse for the funeral. And he couldn't understand it. But to me, the reason was very clear. He was the age of many of their sons who had gone off to battle and they had never seen him again. Here was a young man going off to battle on their behalf, and he spoke French. Therefore, they had no problems talking to him directly. What are some of the lessons that we can get from the family vignettes that I talked about? Some of them deal with migration and the ease of migration and its destination. If you were coming from Canada, New Bedford was a train ride away, an overnight train ride away. If you were coming from France, you had to go to a port. From the port, you had to get a vessel to take you abroad, go to your port of entry, and then make your way from the port of entry to New Bedford. The French tended to come directly to New Bedford. If you look at the documents on board the ship, their address that they're going to is given, the person they're going to be coming to see is given, and he was usually a relative or former neighbor. Those who came from Canada had a wide range of choice of places they could go with the French community in southeastern Massachusetts. And they usually tested out one or the other, or sometimes several, before showing up in New Bedford. Identity changed as a result of migration. Names changed. Okay, Pierre became Peter. Jean became John. But last names changed as well. One of the most interesting ones is a Unitarian assistant pastor who didn't like the name his father chose on coming to the U.S. and then decided to go back to the traditional family name. He was baptized under the name Drinkwine, and he went back to the name Boivin. Religions changed. I had expected that most of the people coming down from Quebec would be Roman Catholic. Of the marriages that I detailed in the book, 10% of them in New Bedford, never mind those in other places, were non-Catholic churches or justice of the peace. And then I've mentioned powerful women. Another one that I did not mention was Ida Marcotte. Ida, her husband, and their 3 children moved from Quebec to Wisconsin, where they farmed for a few years and the family grew. Then they moved out further west, farmed some more, and the family grew some more. And then he went out to North Dakota to try to get some more land, died there, and Ida and the family ended up in New Bedford. She stayed home for a couple of years and then decided that wasn't what she wanted to do with her life, so she hired a draftsman who came up with plans for a building, hired a builder to put it in, and opened it as the New Bedford Motor Mart, the first used car dealership and repair garage owned by a woman. Her daughter Lori became the first female car mechanic in New Bedford. Children were part of a family. When they came down to New Bedford, they worked in the mills to help the family. Later on, when they became naturalized, they did so under provisions of the law that had special allowances for those who came to the country less than 18 years old. It seems to me that they went on to become prudent and prosperous members of the society. Here are 2 of them, the first one on the city council and the first alderman from New Bedford. So perhaps looking at what the children did then has some application to what dreamers do now. The book is available through Spinner Publications. There's an official book launch on Saturday, December 14th at St. Anthony's Church at 10:30. Thank you. I do have folders in case anyone wants folders. And it looks like we're running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pete.
How long did it take you to research this? It's very comprehensive.
been working on it on and off for 16 years.
Okay, I can understand that. That was fantastic. Thank you. Can you get my phone out of my purse? I'm sorry? I think I am. I was waiting until 3:30. Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Ward, and I am a writer and a memoirist. Everyone has a story. All right, show of hands. Do you think I think everyone except you? I used to think that as well. My husband Michael and I have a passion for travel. We've talked through dozens of adventures since we started dating in 2001. A big trip on the boat has always been a nebulous someday kind of idea. How does a trip like that even work? We talked through a 1-year trip to the Bahamas. We talked through a 2-year trip to the Bahamas and the Eastern Caribbean. What about the Western Caribbean? Can we go through the Panama Canal? How do you go around the world in a sailboat anyway? I fired question after question at Michael, my proverbial son of a sailor. I was infatuated with the idea of going through the Panama Canal and everyone becoming fluent in Spanish. That is, until I discovered that once on the Pacific side of the canal, it can be up to 14 days in a boat our size before arriving in the Galapagos. And then it can be 20 to 30 more days before arriving in the French Polynesian Islands in the middle of the Pacific. Alrighty then, our crew is definitely not up for that. For the record, I'm a gardener, not a sailor. Yet my inner traveler and adventure seeker not only agreed to, but actually championed our plan to spend 2 years living aboard a sailboat. And in August of 2014, we packed up everything, rented our house, moved on to our 300 square foot boat, and sailed from Massachusetts to Grenada and back, homeschooling our 10-year-old daughter, Allie. So what's your story? Still not convinced? Having published exactly 1 memoir, I'm still very much a student of memoir. However, as I wrote and self-published my book, I learned a lot, both about writing in general and about memoir specifically. So what is memoir? Well, I'll start with a couple of things that it isn't. It isn't a biography, which tells the life story, generally beginning at birth and going through the present. And it's not the same as writing your memoirs, the plural with an S, which is much more like a biography, in that it's a telling of events. So what is it, you may ask? Memoir is a narrative nonfiction. Well, What do I mean by that? It's a true story. It's told by you, and it's told in your own unique voice. A memoir reads like a really good novel. It has much more in common with fiction than it does with nonfiction. How does it differ from a biography or writing your memoirs? In a memoir, you're going to focus on a slice of life, be it an event or an experience or an adventure, like a 2-year sailing experience. It could be based on a relationship, a theme, or a transformation. And unlike autobiography, with memoir, you are more than just capturing the events. You're capturing the emotion and drawing your readers into your story. For short day passages, 12 hours or less, Michael usually maintained the watch, and I took care of everything else, meals, Allie, and his needs at the helm. I relieved him for short stints, usually about half an hour at a time. Before we met, Michael almost always single-handed his boats, and he's most comfortable sitting in the captain's chair at the helm, keeping an eye on everything. Our second overnight passage was one of many 15 to 30-hour passages during our trip, often sailing through the night. To avoid exhaustion, I stood watch for a 4-hour stretch at night so my captain could sleep. I volunteered for the midnight to 4 a.m. shift. I went to bed after dinner for about 4 hours, and I was ready to take over at midnight. I donned my life jacket and harness with the attached safety bag containing my personal locator beacon, my AIS locator, a knife, light, and whistle, and I clipped my tether onto the helm chair. Color me crazy, but I love to stand watch in the middle of the night. With so little ambient light, the stars appear tantalizingly close, as if I could reach out and touch them. And with the exception of the sound that our alley cat made as she pushed us through the water, the world was silent. The peace and solitude are complete and permeated my soul. There's also something that's unique and quite fun about writing a memoir. Who's the main character? I am. I am the protagonist, the hero, and the star. It's kind of fun. Takes a little getting used to in your writing, because often we're writing so much about what others are doing. However, sometimes the story is just about me. Did I mention I was a gardener, not a sailor? My favorite smell is dirt, although the proper term is actually soil, given its living nature. I love the way it smells. I love the way it feels. I particularly love that each and every spring, it brings forth shoots from buried bulbs, tubers, and rhizomes, producing brave snowdrops and crocus, eternally optimistic daffodils, and tulips and lilies in a rainbow of colors. I love the promise the most impossibly tiny seed buried in the soil holds to become nourishment, served with love on my dinner table. Sugar snap peas, green beans, cucumbers, tomatoes, squash, carrots. I love it all. I prefer to live my life outside rather than in. Given the choice, I will opt for yard work over housework, mopping floors over mowing the lawn. Mowing the lawn, hands down. And there's no contest between dishes and weeding. Not only do I love the glory tasks of gardening, harvesting baskets full of fresh produce all summer, picking and eating berries until my belly aches, cutting blooms for a summer centerpiece, I take great pleasure in the mundane as well. Weeding, mulching, mowing, and pruning are forms of meditation for me. I find working in my gardens to be the best therapy for my body, my mind, and my soul. I am simply more me in the garden than virtually anywhere else on earth. So are you ready to write your own memoir yet? Not sure where to start? I have to tell you that using prompts is one of my favorite tricks for getting started writing when I don't know what words to start with on the paper. Try Googling memoir prompts, and you'll end up with dozens of pages of responses, and each one of those will contain dozens of prompts. Though it took me years before I called myself a writer, it's really quite simple. Once you start writing, you are a writer. Now, becoming a good writer may take a little bit more time and effort. The best advice I can share is to write a lot. Commit to creating a daily or regular writing habit, and read a lot. You'll find that you'll learn things about when you're reading that you want to incorporate in your own writing, some styles, some thought patterns. And then this last tip may strike you as a little unusual, but try reading your work out loud. You'll be amazed at how hearing your words that you've put on paper, how much you can improve them once you listen to them out loud. You'll also find an awful lot of typos and editing to be done when you read it aloud. And if you're keen to write memoir, work on honing your storytelling skills. When people are telling stories, listen. Really listen when they're telling their stories. See where they highlight, see what they emphasize, see what they leave out. And listen for all of these skills to incorporate into your own storytelling. Also, if you check out the talented storytellers on the Moth Radio Hour, you can find them on the internet. There's an archive of all the storytellings. There's also a whole list of prompts from the Moth as well. But you'll listen to, again, once you start listening for storytelling, you'll find it, and you'll see what appeals to you, what you like about a story, what you maybe don't like about a story, what's surprising about a story. I found our last speaker phenomenally interesting. I had no idea there was a French population in New Bedford at all. And then I listened to him tell some of the stories about those folks. So I have left time for questions. I don't know if we have enough peeps in the audience to have enough questions, but I have left time for questions, and I would love to answer them. I've got some ringers over there.
So in the process of writing your book, what was your favorite part?
Oh, what was my favorite part? Oh, I know my favorite part. It didn't include writing. It was holding it. I don't know that there was anything any more exciting than holding what I had visualized. It was many years in the works with a couple of very long stops, but holding my book in my hands was probably the best part of it. And then actually, I loved the process of writing. There's an awful lot you weed out. And I kept all the words that I edited out, but there's an awful lot that you weed out when you're writing. And some of those stories were some of my favorites. They were kind of my darlings, and Stephen King has a great tip on writing, and he says, kill your darlings. Like, even if you love them, if an editor says they need to go, kill your darlings, they have to go.
So there's a follow-up question to that, and you know what it is. Your worst part of writing your book?
My worst part of writing the book was actually making it happen. I was about 80% there and ended up going into a very long caregiving situation and felt like I lost my voice. And as a writer, that's the worst thing that can absolutely happen, is you feel like you've lost your voice. And every time I sat down to finish it, there was nothing there. And that was a very hard for me to do. Turns out, a little bit of commitment, a lot of life changes. I kind of took the empty nesting to an extreme. I sent my daughter to college. My mother moved into an assisted living after living with us for 4 years, and I sent my husband to cross an ocean. And I had the entire house to myself, and that was when I committed to finishing the book, and that was back in 2022, and the book was published in 2023.
Is there a sequel to Crew of Three?
Oh, I hope so. I do hope so. I don't know what it will be yet. I'm writing articles for the boat galley at the moment, focused much more on mindset than actual sailing. It's possible that some of those articles may end up as a book unto themselves. I am also working on a project called Love Us, which is currently my blog. During the course of our trip, my daughter and I sent postcards home to ourselves, and we were kind of surprised when we got home and had over 300 postcards. It was such a fantastic snapshot, both physically of where we were, but also where we were, mentally and emotionally. And I have been scanning those postcards and uploading those words as blog posts, and so I'm working on that. I haven't quite figured out the whole multicolor picture type book, although I know I can ask the very next author up for her advice on that, but I have thought about the possibility of having Love Us.
Hi, Kimberly. Thank you for a great presentation. I actually learned a lot about what a memoir is, but I want to ask you, when you decided, hey, I'm going to write a book about this, and what you hope readers get from reading your book. What are you really hoping the takeaway for them is?
That's a really good point. There were, I probably could have done twice the presentation that I did, but I ended up cutting things back because our presentations are always longer than we expect. However, one of the things that I brought up is one of the big differences between a biography or writing your memoirs and a memoir is that even though this is the trip of our family getting ready to walk away from everything that we knew and live on a boat for 2 years, and there aren't that many people that are going to go and do that. You know, I can look around here and say, do you think you'd be able to do that? And I pretty much, my husband would be the one who'd raise his hands. I don't know about the others, but there aren't that many people that will do that. But what I am trying to convey to my readers is that it doesn't matter if you want to go on a sailing trip for 2 years, if you want to write a book. I don't know, if you've never gotten in an airplane, perhaps you want to get on an airplane and go on a trip. Whatever it is that is within your reach, even if it is so far-fetched, which for this girl moving on a boat for 2 years was pretty far-fetched, that even if it's far-fetched, that it's accessible to you. And just making, my motto is to dream, plan, and do, and plan it out. Take the next best steps. Sometimes we can't see the whole stairways, but take the next best steps. So in terms of what I hope my readers get, I hope they see that even the unattainable is attainable, and that nothing is impossible if you put your mind to it. In terms of when I thought I'd write a book, I have always known I had a book in me. I have this stack of journals. I probably have about 10 times that many. I have been keeping a journal or a diary probably since I could string words together, going back to about 8 years old. I don't know what exactly I could have said in so many of those pages back then, but I certainly had lots to say. So I always knew there was a book in me, and I finally felt like I had a real story. But one of the things that I'm bringing now to some memoir writing courses is everybody has a story. And even if we think we don't, like utilizing some prompts and some tools, we all have stuff in us that nobody else has.
What's the next far-fetched adventure?
I think we're in the middle of it right now. When you come back from a trip like this, they have a word for it in the cruising world. It's called reentry. We came back basically to our same lives, the same house, the same neighborhood, the same church, same cars, same jobs, only they didn't fit anymore. We were wholly changed humans. I started writing. My husband, after exactly 1 week of technical consulting, said, I don't think I can do this for 10 more years. And so our plan B is an oyster farm. So we are now oyster farmers. Who knows when that one will end? What is our next far-fetched? I was just going to say, we've started being snowbirds on our boat, and that's pretty far-fetched for me, getting back on the boat. And so we now are spending January, February, March on our boat in the Bahamas.
So folks at home can hear.
So what was the most challenging part of the whole 2-year experience? What was the most challenging part, and what was the most rewarding part as well?
Okay. Oh, great questions. Thank you. The questions, if you didn't hear, were what were the most challenging part and what were the most rewarding parts. I think you and my husband are in cahoots. One of his questions is always, what was the best part? What was the worst part? Challenging part, I'm a planner. I think I can control everything. And guess what? On a boat, so little that I could control. The other thing is it pushed me out of my comfort zone in absolutely every single direction. I had never thought about homeschooling a child. Our daughter was 10 years old, and so we homeschooled for 5th and 6th grades, worrying that I might have broken her or that I might break her. Which is kind of funny if you know my daughter, which just about everybody here does. I didn't know what I was doing. I think the control factor was the hardest. The most rewarding, I did it. We did it. And we actually all still really like each other. I mean, that's huge. You have to pay attention. There's a lot of personalities going on in a very small space. And so you have to pay attention to that. And we had, our daughter was a little girl when we left. She was a tween when we came home. It's not exactly always the smoothest transition. So we really paid attention to that.
In such close quarters, what did you learn that was new about each other?
We all know how to be silent together, which is a skill that I find out more and more is people aren't capable of it. Like usually when you're with another person, there's chatting going on. We can be silent, absolutely silent for hours on end. We're all enormous readers, and we could be sucked into a book, each and every one of us, and be silent together.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kim. Any more questions? All right.
Thank you.
And now let's bring up Pam.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, here we go. Okay. So I am dressed in my osprey watching attire. These are the actual boots. I noticed they still had a little seaweed on them this morning that I did not rub off, and mud. Anyway, welcome everyone, wishing there were more of you here. However, we're going to do it anyway. And so let's see. There we go. So that's the cover of my book, My Summer with Ospreys, A Therapist's Journey Toward Hope, Community, and Healing Our Planet. There's a lot to talk about, but we only have 20 minutes, so that's a challenge right there. Thank you, Kim, who sort of put into context what a memoir is, because this is very much a memoir about a time period in my life, basically from April of 2023 through, I guess, the end of August of that same year. And I was writing this memoir as I was experiencing it, somewhat like Kim, but it went to press a lot quicker because, as you may or may not know, it was published in February of this year. So it was a pretty quick process. It was one of those books, and I'm the author of 4 books. This is my 4th. And this one was the easiest to write. It wrote itself, and it's also the most me, which I really love about it. It's got a lot of, here we go. So this is a word from our sponsor. Just started chirping. I didn't even push the button. It probably was getting a little impatient and said, "Come on, Pam, you're here to talk about ospreys." So there we go. So I'm also, before I go too much further, I will say I'm a social worker. I'm a licensed independent clinical social worker. I'm an artist and an author, and apparently a birder, and now an osprey expert. Go figure. So here we go. Oh, there we go. So you'll see pictures of me in various parts of my career, just to do a little intro. Here is me all the way over on the right. I know I look exactly the same as I did in 1980, not really, but my very first job as an art teacher, where I met my friend Ann Mugler, who was the first social worker who I ever met. And we worked at a school for kids who had a lot of emotional trauma. As I was doing that art with them, I realized that Ann's job as a social worker and a therapist was really the job I wanted to do. So I decided to go back to school to get my MSW, and I have been a therapist ever since. And there I am on the right, leading a trauma training in 2020, not 1920. That would be a long time ago. So the adventure begins. This was in May of 2023, the first time that I was out on the boat. And you'll see me with Matt Zucconi. He is a 24-year-old scientist from Mass Audubon. So what was this adventure about? I volunteered with Mass Audubon with their South Coast Osprey project. And what that project involves is monitoring and checking nests, chicks, eggs, banding them, and then moving them, 12, a dozen, from their homes in Westport, on the Westport River, not too far from here, all the way out. Oops, this is running on its own, running away with itself. From their homes in Westport, on the Westport River, where there are over 100 nests that we monitor, to new homes at the University of Illinois. And we do that as part of an environmental project to see if those ospreys will be able to survive. So the one thing I didn't count on in my travels with the Mass Audubon was that I would have to climb very tall ladders in order to do this. And you can see I'm wearing my boots. It's still a little chilly because this is from this year. I'm still doing it this year. And the ladder is kind of stuck in a mucky, watery salt marsh. I should also share that I am terrified of heights. And I always have been since I was a young woman. And we pulled up in the boat the first day to check the first nest. And Matt, who you saw on the last slide, said, "Oh, there you go, Pam. Have at it." And I just sat in the boat. I kind of froze. I'm like, "Oh, right. How else are we going to get up to see what's inside those nests?" So, as Kimberly said, there were challenges. That was a challenge. How am I going to get up on this ladder? And I just did it. Just pushed through the challenge and did it, because if I didn't, I wouldn't be part of the project. So you get rewarded, though, for your climb. These are some of the things that you see in the nest. Ospreys build incredibly unique and different, they put different things in their nests. They're hoarders a bit and collectors of items. This nest all the way on your left, oops, there we go again. It's got a mind of its own. One of the things that we saw one day was corn cobs encircling the eggs. You'll see seaweed. You'll see different color eggs. They are about the size of a chicken egg. Some are white, some are speckled. All of them are pretty gorgeous. Okay. So I mentioned in the beginning that I was an art teacher. And so I do have some formal art training, but I really did leave all that art training behind in 1982 when I went back to social work school, until one day when we were out on the Westport River and it was fledging time. The ospreys were flying overhead, and so fledging time is when the osprey take off and learn how to fly. Their parents sort of teach them, but it's mostly instinctual. And so we were, my husband and I, kayaking along the river. Now, keep in mind, 100 nests on the Westport River, approximately, 2 parents per nest, and 1 to 2 chicks per nest. There were a lot of osprey flying around that day. And I was in awe. I had my camera with me, as I always do. That's how I see the world. And I took dozens and dozens of photographs. And I fell asleep that night thinking, you know what? I think I need to pick up a paintbrush again and start painting. And I had this weird, crazy idea about painting these big, huge watercolor of osprey. their nest, their platform, capturing the individual personality of the bird, and maybe donating them to nature centers to raise money for them. I don't know. That was my thought process. And so I did. I painted a couple, and one of my friends said, hey, you know, Westport Watershed is having this big auction. It's a fundraiser. Why don't you donate one of your paintings? It's like, all right. Never was in a gallery, never sold a painting, hadn't painted anything in about 30 years. So I donated one of my paintings, and a week passed, and there was not a single bid on my painting. And I was getting kind of sad. Even my cousin was like, oh, I'll put a bid on it for you. I'm like, yeah, no, come on, let's, you know, I wanted it to be real if somebody was going to buy it. Well, no one put a bid on it. And then the night, of the final night of the auction, so it was an online auction, I was standing around with some of my friends, and somebody said, hey, Pam, there's some bids on your painting. I was like, oh, really? They're like, yeah. And it went off from there. There happened to be a bidding war. Now, keep in mind, we have some pretty phenomenal artists here on the South Coast. Just walk around the corner to Anthe, to that store, and you will see them. Those are the artists that were at the gallery that day, that night. My painting won the highest bid in the show. Yeah, over $700. I was jumping up and down with joy because that was my dream. That was just a dream. Oh my gosh, stop it. They're advancing me without me wanting them to. Anyway, it gave me courage to enter a Cape Cod Museum of Art, had a call for artists. And this was, what this means is they put out a notice, hey, if you want to be in our museum, in this exhibit, send us a slide of your work. And so that's what I did. This painting, called Breakfast on the Marsh, which is also the cover of the book, a little small, that osprey is the cover on my book, was one of the few paintings and artworks chosen. There were, I don't know, 10 different countries, art from every state in the country, and they admitted my painting. Now, I tell you this not to brag, even though it is kind of bragging. I was very happy about it, but it's because I used that opportunity to talk about some of the things I was learning about ospreys and about how back in the 60s, even though we have very many osprey now on the coast of Massachusetts, Connecticut, Long Island, back in the 60s and 70s, DDT had decimated the osprey population until there were only 12 pair left in all of Massachusetts, 12. The good news is this was one of the few times in the world when people came together and they outlawed DDT. Scientists worked together, politicians worked together, people built osprey platforms, and people were able to help in tandem, which was the name of the exhibit, to bring the osprey back. And I thought this was a really good message for our Earth and our environment and where we're at right now. That there was a time in history when we all agreed this is a significant problem and there's something we can do if we work together to solve it. And that became a platform, not an osprey platform, but a platform for me to move forward and continue painting and continue that summer of experiencing the osprey. Almost immediately, somewhat like Kim, I knew this was going to be an experience that would change my life. I was taking photographs constantly, and I was doing watercolor sketches at home. This is one of the sketches I did for the book. There are sketches, watercolor sketches throughout the book of that experience. I would be remiss to not mention that along with just how much fun birding and being out in nature is and being out outside is, like Kim was saying, I'm in the garden, I'm outside, I'd rather be outside than anywhere. Guess what, Kim? Listening to birds is even more significant for mental health than just being outside. We're starting to get some research now that proves that listening to birdsong can help with depression and anxiety. So as a therapist, that thrills me beyond. Because also, in this day and age of anxiety and depression and lots of young people feeling disconnected, that it's really nice that there's a way, there's a prescription that's available right out just about everybody's backyard. Central Park in New York City, you'd think, oh, we're in the middle of the city. Central Park is a hot spot. That's one where people go all the time to find all sorts of different birds. This is a bird, by the way. Isn't he cute? Little yellow warbler. He was on my deck 2 years ago. Just the cutest little thing. It looks like Woodstock or something. I don't know. So anyway, birding's good for your mental health. Get out there and do it. There are like 5 different birding clubs in this area. You can find one if you want. I want to tell you for a few minutes about banding and about this project. One of the things that I was lucky enough to do was to work with some experts. I don't know, how many of you are familiar with Dr. Alan Poole or ever heard of him? Well, this guy, he lives in Dartmouth. He has written 2 books that are about that thick on osprey. He is one of the world experts on osprey, and we have him right in our backyard. He's really an interesting man. He's kind of like a cross between Crocodile Dundee and, I don't know, some other outdoorsy kind of guy that you might know. He wears boots, just so you can see his boots in that picture. He's no nonsense. We were picking him up that morning on his sailboat. He had spent the night on his sailboat in a thunderstorm. Okay, go figure. This is Alan Poole. Here we were collecting some data. These are the bands that we use to put on our osprey to identify them. We do that between 5 and 6 weeks of age so they don't flap out of the nest when we're doing it, and there Matt is collecting some data. Here is the actual banding that we do. We use a little bag like a swaddle and if I have time during questions and you want me to demonstrate that, I'd be happy to show you. I've brought my osprey and my banding bag with me, as I usually do. But Beatrice said maybe hold off on that and wait and do that later. So I'm gonna take the cue from that, but most people love it, and I get a volunteer to do it, and it's fun. So let's see. Here's a little, you can hear him. And you can see us banding. And here is the process. So I was lucky enough to be able to actually hold there's no photographs of me doing this because I'm taking all the photographs, but I did all those steps. I was actually holding the bird, holding the wings, and helping we weigh them, and we are tagging them. Why are we doing all this? Well, after we tag them, after we band them, they get picked up and put on a plane, 12 of them. We never take the last one out of the nest. And Dr. Tifei Ting from the University of Illinois comes to Westport on a private plane, picks them up and brings them back, where they spend the rest of their summer in hack boxes in Illinois until they learn how to fly and support themselves and fish and all that good stuff. How do we know when they're ready to be let out of the hack box? Because they're still young. They're not tiny. They have a 6-foot wingspan when we get them out of the nest. So they're not little, but they're not able to protect themselves yet. Anyway, Dr. Ting has her interns counting wing flaps. So the first week, maybe there's 12 wing flaps. Maybe the third week, there's 50. And each intern is counting each bird's individual wing flaps. That's a lot of counting, a lot of data, till they get up to 200 to 400 wing flaps a day. They're ready to go. So there they go. They're out. We're going to back up a little bit because this is how we get them that day. We're always trying not to stress the birds. And there's a whole big plan of how we go out and we get them from each nest. So there are people that go retrieve them, there are people that bring them back, there are people that drive them over to the airport. It is a big production going on at Westport on the river that starts around 6 o'clock in the morning that day. And there's the plane. There's the private plane. There's Dr. Ting in the window of the plane and some volunteers. And you'll see that those plane seats are covered with plastic. And one of the reasons they're covered with plastic is because osprey chicks poop. They poop when they're stressed. Have any of you ever smelled osprey poop before? Yes, Kim, yes, and your husband. Can you think of a one-word descriptor for the smell of osprey? Pew. Yes, rancid, disgusting, it's pretty bad, right? So Dr. Ting is with all 12 osprey for 6 hours on this little tiny Cessna back to Illinois. At one point I thought, oh, that would be good research for me. You know, I knew I was writing the book at this point. Maybe I should go with her. Yeah, that would not have been a good idea. Really glad I didn't do that, but anyway, just wanted to show you that. And there they go. There's the plane, and they're off. Okay. So I will tell you, let me go back a second before I get to this slide. One of the things I want to tell you quickly is about the translocation process and whether it works or not and how we know if it does. So the osprey land in Illinois. They spend 6 weeks there, about, till the end of the summer. And when they mature, they migrate south, as many birds do. These birds in particular migrate by themselves. They're not in a flock, which is kind of sad, but that's the way it is. And they stay in whatever point south that they make it to for 2 to 3 years. And then sexual maturity kicks in, and they need to come back north because that's what their instincts are telling them. How do they know, though, if they were hatched in Westport to come back to Illinois? Because that's what we're trying to do. Illinois' population of osprey did not do as well as ours. As a matter of fact, they're still listed as endangered in Illinois. So that's the process, and that was the experiment that we were trying to figure out if that would happen or not. And lo and behold, they did come back. The year that I was working for the project, the first year, was the year that 2 birds, for the first time, made it back to Illinois. So they created a mental map somehow and figured out this is the way back to where the food is, to where I want to start propagating. So it's pretty incredible that they can keep a map of that in their brain for 2 to 3 years and return, but they did. So the experiment worked. So what does all this mean? You know, like, are we going to just take all the species that are going extinct and try to translocate them in different places? I mean, now we know we can do that with some of them, but the situation is pretty dire. We're losing a lot of species every year. We're down hundreds of thousands of birds. And so my brain, my social work, I want to help brain, went into gear of thinking, how could I or the field of social work help with this environmental problem? I wanted to make some sort of contribution. And so I started to do a little bit of research toward the end of writing the book on what about climate change? What about the environment? And I found out that 2/3 of all Americans rarely or never discuss climate change with family or friends. Probably it's too depressing. Maybe they feel helpless or disconnected, or that what they do doesn't really make much of a difference. And so I started to envision, as a therapist, what would happen if Mother Earth showed up one day in my therapy office? What would she say? Well, I think she'd say she's pretty stressed out, and she's pretty traumatized, and she's pretty tired, and that she doesn't feel like people, or at least enough people, are listening. And I write a whole little scenario in my book about that. It was kind of a fun scenario to write. And I came up with 3 questions that you might want to use in talking with your family or friends. What do you think is happening to the environment? What are you doing to help? And is there something more we could do together? Here's another illustration, one of the last ones in the book, and it shows sort of how I envision Mother Earth. And I do feel in these talks, I've done talks really around the country now. I've gone to Santa Fe and New Jersey, Connecticut, going to Vermont next year, like all sorts of places, a lot of birding places, libraries, things like that. But that's really my mission, is to try to get more people talking about what they can do for Mother Earth, talk to them about the wonder of birds and how nice it is to be out there with them, and to give them a good story. So this is my contact information. If you'd like to contact me, shoot me an email, whatever, it's right there. And I'm ready for any questions that you might have. I think we have about 10 minutes to answer questions, so yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting. I had no idea that you could transplant ospreys to the Midwest and have
Right?
them do that, but that's terrific.
Yeah.
I understand they're in every state in the country, except maybe, no, they're every state in the country, right?
They're in every continent of the world except for Antarctica.
That's it,
Yeah,
yes.
but there are in many states in the country as well, yes.
And the Westport River, I've taken my kids up and down it in a canoe a number of times, seen the fledglings. It's a wonderful setup. I'm wondering about Gil Fernandez, who built most of the towers. Is he still with us? And what's his? He's not with us anymore. Can you tell us his? I know he retired from doing it quite some time ago, but what was his reaction to the buildings after they were all done and he sort of was out of the picture? Is there any lasting remembrances about him?
Well, that's a wonderful question, and I do love to talk about Gil. I actually, if you leave me your email, I will send you a little clip of Gil talking with his wife, Jo. They are the founders, really, of our project, of the Westport Osprey Project. They did so much, and they donated land, and they were just such passionate people. They would retrieve eggs from the Chesapeake and bring them up to nests on the Westport River, and our Westport Osprey would adopt them. So unfortunately, I never got to meet Gil, although I met lots of people who did work and know Gil, which was really lovely. And I think he knew that he had made a lasting contribution to the osprey resurgence story. You can't really talk about the osprey without, or read about them without seeing his name. So I appreciate, I write about him in my book as well. My friend Carol describes him as a wiry little man, but lively. Just a lively person filled with life. So I think he's looking down on us and the Osprey success very, very happily. Thank you for asking about him. Other questions?
Thank you, Pamela, very much. Round of applause, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
So you have a little time. Do you want to do the time?
Oh, now she wants it. Okay. So I will need a volunteer from the audience. Oh, goody, goody. Wonderful. I did bring my osprey with me. Here he is. They are much bigger than this when we ban them. So I'm going to put him here. Put him here. Hopefully you can hear me. I think you can. Just going to stick him here for a second. And I know you're Kim's husband, Mike. Okay. So Mike's going to help me. This is the bag. This is an exact replica of the bag that we use to swaddle those osprey so they're not flipping and flying all over the place when we're putting an aluminum band on their legs. So Mike's going to be me because I would not climb up the ladder and retrieve the osprey from the nest. No, that would not be me. So Mike, you're going to hold it, yeah, just kind of like that. I have to get one more thing out. Got a lot of stuff in here. This is the duffel bag that I would use. Here we go. Okay. So I'm told that you would, so there may be 2 or 3 chicks, and their wingspan is about 6 feet when we're retrieving them. They're about 6 or 7 weeks old. So, so they're in the nest, and you retrieve them like you would grab a loaf of bread. So I'm climbing up the ladder. They're flapping around.
They're happy to see you, I presume.
They see me. Oh, yeah. They see me, and the parents also see me. And they're swooping around. They're not attacking me, but they're swooping. And that would be, even though if I wasn't retrieving, if I was just looking at the chicks, they'd be swooping. So I'm grabbing very gently. They're kind of flapping. I'm also checking to see if their crop is full, because osprey can asphyxiate if they have a full crop. So if they have eaten or just eaten a fish, we do not take them. We kind of put them like that under our arm, walking over. And then we are carefully putting them, and keep in mind, razor sharp talons and beak. Razor, like slice your eye out if you're not careful. Putting them in, head down. Can everybody see that okay? And then we're Velcroing, yeah, very careful, Mike. Watch your wrist with the talons. Okay, so upside down, yeah. And then we're going to, first we weigh them. So we have these little tabs here. And then I'll tell Mike when to let go. Right, Mike, you ready? Okay. So it's just kind of suspended. And then, Mike, could you read how much that, you're going to read that right there, Mike?
1 to 2 pounds, approximately.
1 to 2 pounds, approximately. You're going to grab again and just hold it very gently. And then Matt, again, Mike is me, Matt or Gina, would take a band and some pliers and carefully, because we're watching the talons, we are attaching it with pliers. Now, that's all looks good. That usually takes a couple minutes, though. That's like maybe 2 or 3 minutes. It's not that quick because it's sturdier. Now we're gonna get them out of there. So you're gonna unvelcro. I've got them at the top. Yep. I think it's that other. Yep. Okay. And we're carefully. Yep. And then we're keeping them like that. And that's how we band an osprey. And there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. That's all I got, unless there's other questions. Nope, I don't even think I have time, do I, Beatrice?
I think that might be it. Thank you so
might
much,
be it.
Pamela.
Thank you.
Let's bring up DeWolf Fulton now for the next segment.
Oh, thank you. Good, thanks. It's fun. Oh, did I put the clicker in too? Hold on. I took it because I thought it was, here it is. It looks a lot like my computer that I usually use. Good spotting. Thank you. Thank you.
Your presentation follows this.
Okay.
Forward button is your
So it's all set to go.
It's all set to
Right.
go.
Very good.
You get the mic set to
How
your
about
head.
is this the board I'm working with? Let's see. Yeah, good. Thank you. Okay, thank you all for coming. My name is DeWolf Fulton. I'm the first cousin 5 times removed of Captain Norwest John DeWolf. And today, I hope to share his 1861 narrative, a remarkable story of courage, perseverance, and adventure. While John grew up immersed in the slave trade, as did all of the DeWolfs in Bristol, he was also the first North American to circumnavigate the earth by the land route across Siberia. He eventually forged the most meaningful connection between his Bristol, Rhode Island home and the American epic Moby Dick. Let's set the stage. His voyage began in 1804. Thomas Jefferson was president, and the census of Bristol showed a population of 1,678. In 1807, federal law banning importation of slaves was passed. John's uncle, James DeWolf, who built his fortune in the triangle trade, was a member of the Rhode Island House of Representatives. But he and his cohorts were looking for other trade triangles. In this partial DeWolf family tree, we see Mark Anthony and Abigail, let's see, right over here, Mark Anthony and Abigail had 15 children. This is just half of the chart. The chart goes to the same size to the bottom. 15 children, including Simon, father to Norwest John. So here's Simon right here, father to Norwest John right here. And you can see he married Mary Melville there. My grandfather was a direct descendant of Simon's brother, Farmer John. And here's Farmer John down here. So my grandfather is on this side over here. My grandmother was a direct descendant of Simon's sister Abigail. So right here is where my grandmother comes from. So my grandfather and grandmother were 4th cousins, making my mother, Mary Howe DeWolf, her own 5th cousin, and me also with DeWolf blood from 2 lines, a double DeWolf, somewhere between an honor and a burden. Note the number of family members lost at sea, not infrequent at the time. If you look up and down the chart, you'll see a number of them lost at sea. Unfortunately, we have no images of a young John DeWolf who grows up in Bristol running freely around the waterfront. With his father Simon lost at sea, he goes himself as a cabin boy on Uncle Charles's slaver. George Howe writes, though he had a strong stomach, being an orphan, he had to take what was offered, and he hated the slave trade almost as much as his Quakerish Uncle Levi. Writing his narrative in Civil War times, John's reticence to mention his own slavery history is likely deliberate. As slavery is outlawed, his uncles took to find new triangle routes. So Charles, James, and cousin George picked John to captain an expedition to Alaska to trade for sea otter pelts, then to China for silks. Later, in 1861, Captain DeWolf writes, although I'm not one of those who regard everything beyond the smoke of their own chimneys as marvelous, I think my expedition to the Northwest coast was made a little remarkable in that I crossed the North Pacific in a little craft of 25 tons burden, and after an overland journey of 5,500 miles, returned home by the way of St. Petersburg. I was probably the first American who passed through Siberia. I know that others have claimed to be the first and have published descriptions of the country, but I had gone over the same route before any of these claimants were born. DeWolf's style lacks embellishment, but his narrative includes the details of most logbooks. He was a better than average writer. Jumping to the Melville connection, in 1851, Herman Melville brings Norwest John alive in Moby Dick, chapter 45, The Affidavit, where he, or Ishmael, cites incidents where whales come into contact with ships to make his fiction more believable. He cites the sinking of the Essex, but also Captain DeWolf's running into a whale. As Ishmael says, now, the captain here alluded to as commanding the ship in question is a New Englander who, after a long life of unusual adventures as a sea captain, this day resides in the village of Dorchester near Boston. I have the honor of being a nephew of his. I have particularly questioned him concerning this passage in Langsdorff. He substantiates every word. The ship, however, was by no means a large one, a Russian craft built on the Siberian coast and purchased by my uncle after bartering away the vessel in which he sailed from home. All of Melville's details are factual, and this is that ship. John's uncles have more experienced sailors than him to captain the voyage, but they're far too mercenary to let nepotism get in the way. So they assigned nephew John to captain the Juno, the biggest and fastest of the Bristol fleet, with 2 decks and 3 masts at 82.5 feet in length and 24 feet abeam. A 206-ton square-rigged brigantine built in Dighton, Mass. in 1799. She sails at 7 knots and carries 8 carriage guns and ample arms. These photos are of a model Juno on our family property overlooking Bristol Harbor, where the real Juno set sail 220 years ago with 26 men and boys, laden to the gills with the supplies you see here, worth $27,000, and with the ship her total value $35,000 or $750,000 in today's dollars. And here's the sought-after goods. Sea otters have the densest fur coat in the animal kingdom, as much as 1 million strands of hair per square inch. Hunting them is now prohibited. The population has rebounded, but still number under 100,000. Abundantly hunted at the time of the voyage, sea otter pelts were then fetching from 25 to $100 a piece in Canton, China. The rush was on. The second leg of the triangle was to China, where the pelts were to be sold to buy silks and other goods, including nankeen, a durable cotton cloth material used to make coats and trousers, and lacquerware, carved wooden bowls and other products finished in lacquer and brought back to the U.S. for the third leg and additional profit. Following the eastern route, Juno reaches the Cape Verde Islands in 5 weeks. Off the coast, he encounters a Portuguese ship with passengers suffering from scurvy. They were very grateful when he provides them with potatoes and onions. They fall in company with the ship Mary out of Boston, also headed for the fur grounds, and in a blinding storm in the middle of the night, with Captain John asleep and the first mate in charge, Juno collides with the Mary, a crash that makes every timber quake. John writes, "I immediately rushed on deck and beheld with amazement our perilous situation, which, in spite of all our efforts to get clear, we remained nearly 15 minutes, cutting and tearing up our bulwarks, channels, and plank shear, and making sad work with our rigging. This may be an uninteresting matter of record to many, but it is one of those casualties which not infrequently occur from a reckless neglect, and yet where no one is willing to acknowledge himself at fault. They show that caution is to be regarded as a cardinal point of practical navigation. I'm bold to say that if I had been appraised of our proximity, the collision would never have taken place." I like DeWolf's unabashed self-assurance. He's a captain's captain. The ship's copper bottom is torn up, and after rounding the Cape, John heads to Valparaiso, takes on firewood and water, but the harbor is too exposed, so they sail to Coquimbo for an 8-day layover. Along the coast, they enjoy, quote, "a most splendid view," and take on a number of green sea turtles, adding delicacy to the larder. On April 8, 1805, Juno arrives at Vancouver Island. This slide shows the Juno's course sailed in less than 8 months, as well as the land route traveled at the same time by Lewis and Clark. Oops, I'm sorry. Is that it? Yes. Here's Lewis and Clark from St. Louis to the mouth of the Columbia River. Here's Northwest John's route. A journey of 17 months. John leaves Bristol 3 months after Lewis and Clark leave St. Louis, but he passes the mouth of the Columbia River 7 months before Lewis and Clark get there. Granted, Lewis and Clark cross uncharted land, including the Rocky Mountains, but we can see why nautical travel is preferred to land. The settlement at Nuitee, a small inlet in the north tip of Vancouver Island, was frequented by American fur traders. John settles in and looks immediately to strike deals with the indigenous Native Americans. Juno is visited daily by natives including Kolosh, Inuit, Kalushan, Tlingit, Kodiak, Sitcation, and Aleut. We see one here hunting sea lions with his bidarka, or kayak, and fishing harpoons. I love the hats. See this hat here. You can see the same hat over here. I love the hats that designed to block a wave by simply dropping the head to lower a huge visor over neck and chest. This later photo shows a more recent native garb of sea otter pelts. Juno ventures north into the Chatham Straits and Lynn Canal to seek other trade, but John is concerned by the suspect native demeanor. As he says, "They were all armed, and this, with their obstinacy, gave us strong suspicions that they were bent on mischief more than commerce." Nonetheless, over time, John becomes well respected among the natives and wins a welcome in their midst. In the Chatham Straits, he meets one ship recently attacked, its captain and all officers killed. On another ship, only the armorer is survived because the Nootka Indians needed him to repair their guns. It's clear to us today why the natives were so belligerent, but De Wolf was in new and treacherous territory. At one point, he beaches the Juno on a sandbar, and to be sure the Indians don't take advantage, he invites the chief on board, holds him captive till high tide frees the Juno, then releases him with a generous gift. So, after 4 months' dangerous living, he decides to settle in with the added security of the Russian-American company, fur traders, at New Archangel on Baranof Island, or Sitka. Here he meets Alexander Andreyevich Baranov, 65 years old, sent by the Tsar of Russia to maintain a foothold in the North Pacific. Feared by the Indians, Baranov was a rugged type, ruling over a drunken band of some 200 Russians exiled to Alaska as punishment for their crimes. Their treatment of the native Alaskans is deplorable. John often notes this abuse, which furthers the belief he detested the slave trade. This drawing of New Archangel pictures from left to right the ships Juno, Rostislav, and Yermak. I've done it again. Here's, this is Juno, Rostislav, and the Yermak. These are 2 Russian vessels. From here, John sends off his first delivery of 1,000 sea otter skins to China on board the ship Mary, the same ship he collided with rounding the Cape. He befriended the mate of the Mary, who, in the tanglement coming around the Cape, the mate from the Mary fell on board his own ship and trying to untangle it. And so he got to know him personally and ended up doing business with him along the way. Just shows how he made up decisions as he went. He also meets Russian nobleman Nikolai Resanov, who laments the lack of food and supplies available to his men. And here's the remarkable moment. At John's suggestion, Resanov buys the Juno with all her remaining goods for a total $68,000, tossing in the ship Yermak for John's men to deliver more sea otter pelts to China and provide passage home to Bristol. This agreement also assures passage for John on the Rostislav to Siberia, where he will return home to Bristol via St. Petersburg, a route no American had yet taken, to cash in his bills of exchange. The transaction with Rusanov brings a profit almost doubling Juno and its lading well before the additional profits to come from China and back in America. One marvels at John's keen business sense and how he makes it up as he goes along at 25 years old in the wilds of Alaska. While there's no time available today to tell the extent of John's role in the Russian presence, know that this story is more famous in Russia than in the US. In October, John sends off his crew in the Yermak with a second haul of furs. Along with the Russians, John strikes up a lasting friendship with Dr. George Langsdorff, attached to Resanov and traveling the world to identify and catalog plant and animal species, much like Darwin. Later, widely published, Langsdorff becomes John's lifelong friend. John names his only son after him. They spend much of the winter together in Sitka. It's Langsdorff's narrative of this voyage that Melville quotes in Moby Dick, though he'd heard the story in his youth, told by his uncle, who didn't publish his version until 1861. They pass the winter as best they can. The barracks are cleared for dancing with the Kodiak women, while Resanov and Langsdorff take turns playing the fiddle along with Edward Parker, John's all-purpose sailor, barber, tailor, clarinet, and fiddle player. John writes, "With plenty of good resin for the stomach as well as the bow, we made a gay season of it." But over the winter, John and Langsdorff become impatient. They're disenchanted with Resanov for various reasons, including his drunken men throwing some of Langsdorff's specimens overboard and earning regular floggings. So John and crew of 4 of his own men, 3 Alaskans, Langsdorff and Parker, set out on the Russislav for a 2,500-mile sail over strange waters to Okhotsk in Siberia. Excuse me. They head first for Kodiak Island, the Russian-American company's stronghold, for additional supplies, sea otter skins, and walrus tusks. I'm not sure what they did with the walrus tusks. They watch women make kamlikas from the entrails of sea lions. Langsdorff says its seams were so tightly sewn, no water could possibly penetrate them. They proceed to Unalashka, today's Dutch harbor, and make one last stop for water on Attu Island, the westernmost of the Aleutians. With no hope of reaching Okhotsk before winter, they sailed to the Russian-American company port at Petrovslavsk on Siberia's Kamchatka Peninsula, where they settle in for another winter. Petropavlovsk is a major port for ships bound east, but Kamchatka is uninhabited wilderness, home to wolves and brown bears. Check Google Earth today and you're hard-pressed to find centers of population. It is a beautiful, stark wilderness. You can see just mountain and greenery here. This is where they spent the next winter, Petropavlovsk. The port at Petropavlovsk is fully protected and surrounded by a dramatic cirque of volcanoes. You can see this cirque surrounding the whole port, very dramatic. Many say the Krasnotsky volcano to the north is the most picturesque in the world. John does not sit about. He secures a set of 5 sled dogs, a first-rate sled, and teaches himself to get around, quote, to the great amusement of the villagers. He soon masters the sledding business, and at the end of a week, as he says, he becomes quite an adroit performer. Here's the Krasnotsky volcano that he voyaged up to see. As the snow disappears in May, excuse me, they sail through the Kuriil Islands for the Sea of Okhotsk. Here is where John runs up on the back of a whale, a sunbathing whale, unlike the malevolent Moby Dick. Here Melville quotes from the log of George Langsdorff. By the 13th of May, our ship was ready to sail, and the next day we were out in the open sea on our way to Okhotsk. The weather was very clear and fine, but so intolerably cold that we were obliged to keep on our fur clothing. For some days, we had very little wind. It was not until the 19th that a brisk gale from the northeast sprang up. An uncommon large whale, the body of which was larger than the ship itself, lay almost at the surface of the water, but was not perceived by anyone on board until the moment when the ship, which was in full sail, was almost upon him, so it was impossible to prevent its striking against him. We were thus placed in the most imminent danger, as this gigantic creature, setting up its back, raised the ship 3 feet at least out of the water. The masts reeled and the sails fell altogether, while we who were below all sprang instantly upon the deck, concluding that we had struck upon some rock. Instead of this, we saw the monster sailing off with the utmost gravity and solemnity. Captain DeWolf applied immediately to the pumps to examine whether or not the vessel had received any damage from the shock, but we found that very happily it had escaped entirely uninjured. Sailing on into the Sea of Okhotsk, they avoid the ice floes and soon reached the port city of Okhotsk. On the road to Yakutsk, John takes on a guide, Kuznetsov. His brother is head of the Russian-American company in Moscow, another good contact to have. John's celebrity as the first American here provides him passage across Siberia in good company. Again, it's impressive to see him piece these relationships together as he goes. He heads out on saddleback with a party of 5, including the Yakuta owners of 11 horses they use for the 500-mile journey on a footpath with no settlements through bog, marsh, dense wood, mountains, and endless stream crossings. You can see this terrain here must be terribly rugged. See all the waterways and hills between the two is quite something. The Yakutas are a Turkic-speaking people who today still fish, trap, and raise reindeer. The challenges are relentless. John writes, "The weather growing hot, we were sorely annoyed by the mosquitoes and obliged to wear leather gloves and a hood in the shape of a sunbonnet with a gauze veil to protect the face. Our white horses became perfectly pink with the blood drawn from them by these insects. After 23 days in the saddle with 6-inch high wooden pommels, pillows stuffed between them, he says, I was sore all over from head to foot. The spray of the sea is far preferable to this mud bath." They finally reach Yakutsk and the Lena River. In Yakutsk, he buys what he calls the finest and most beautiful sable furs in the world to have made into a long coat. He's introduced as a sea captain. Quote, "Some were anxious to know where America was," he writes. It was a mystery to them how I got there if I did not come by way of St. Petersburg and Moscow. I explained as well as I could, but after all, they appeared to be rather skeptical. The best mode of travel upriver is a 20-foot craft pulled by horses and rigged to sail up wider passages. At one station, he finds inhabitants inflicted with smallpox. Quote, "I had considerable experience with it," he writes, and thought I might mitigate the suffering by inoculation. He uses needle and thread to draw through the pustules of a ripe subject and plant the threads in an incision he makes in the upper arm, instructing them how to do this and what diet to observe. He writes that, quote, "There was as great a degree of happiness here as in any other part of the world." Refusing any compensation, he's later given a gallon of rich cream in which he churns into butter, and you see him doing that here. They arrive in Irkutsk a month later and set out on the 3,500 miles remaining to St. Petersburg. First in a horse-drawn pervashka, a simple box rounded at the bottom and fixed to the ankle with no springs, a most uncomfortable contraption that leaves John shaken to the core. But every day he's getting closer to civilization. He crosses the Irtych River on a flying ferry boat, using the current to drive the boat sideways across the river on a line through block and tackle fastened to a short mast near the bow. His many modes of travel are quite novel to this New Englander. You can see the line coming here, going through the mast, a fixture here, and then over to the opposite shore. And just the current itself flowing this way will drive the boat across the water. The sights, let's see. They pass through Ekaterinburg, then on to Moscow, where his guide Kuznetsov introduces John to his brother, the superintendent of the Russian-American company, who insists that he stay for a week. John takes the time to replenish his wardrobe and have a draper fashion his sable skins into a fine greatcoat. The sights of Moscow are impressive. He writes, "Thousands of spires and cupolas covered with silver and gold, when viewed from the Kremlin, affords one of the most pleasant spectacles I ever gazed upon." In St. Petersburg, he learns that his bills of exchange are already paid and invested in hemp and iron sent to America. His men had been to Canton, cashed in the duplicate bills delivered to Bristol. "You now have nothing to do," John is told, and for the next 6 days, he's introduced to influential gentlemen who show him the utmost respect. He will later return to build on these contacts with his own business ventures. Now he's eager to get home. He and right-hand man Parker find a small galliot outside town in Kronstadt, ready to set sail for London. John asks if they can work their way, and they move into tight quarters. In Elsinore, he spots a ship with a large American flag, at the sight of which my heart leaped right up into my throat, he says. She was another Mary, homeward bound to Portland, Maine. Passing Norway, they discover the ship's rudder worked loose and alter course for Liverpool to make repairs. They sail on February 7th and arrive March 25 in Portland, where John pays the captain $250 for the passage. 6 days later, after an absence of 3 years and 8 months, John arrives in Bristol. Notice that over 60% of his voyage ranged as far north as the southern reaches of Hudson Bay, more than 50 degrees north latitude. There's no great surprise over his return, for mariners would often come and go with long delays. He was likely greeted with hails of, "Oh, DeWolf, it's you again. Where you been?" 14 months prior, his uncles had reaped a clear profit from the voyage of $100,000, over $2 million in today's currency. 6 months later, John marries Mary Melville. From a prominent Boston family, her father Thomas participated in the Boston Tea Party and was an artillery major in the Revolution. Washington later makes him collector of the port in Boston. John's uncle, Farmer John, held about $2,300 from the voyage for him, and later he inherits $600 from grandmother Abigail. He buys a ship, the General Jackson, at 329 tons, the biggest in Bristol, and makes a good living at the helm of his own triangle trade, sailing Bristol goods to Cuba for sugar and coffee, then to St. Petersburg for sailcloth, hemp, and iron. Daughter Nancy is born in 1814 and son John Langsdorff in 1817. But Mary has difficulty with John's long voyages, and she often travels back to be with her family in Boston. At age 49, he begins a second career as a farmer and beekeeper, serving 1 year on the Bristol Town Council. Young Herman visits Bristol many times, running about the waterfront as they all did. John certainly tells him much of his voyage over the years and is surely an inspiration for Herman's later adventures and writings. Bending the truth to fit his narrative, in 1849, Herman refers to Uncle John in Redburn as, quote, "the very first sea captain I had ever seen, though I only saw him during this one visit to New York, for he was lost in the White Sea some years later." This passage must have tickled the 70-year-old John when he read it. While no record exists, I often wonder what John thought about Moby Dick when it first came out in 1851. John soon tires of the sea and its dangers, sells the Bristol farm, and buys a beautiful 31-acre farm in Brighton, Mass., overlooking the Charles River and Harvard College, where he lives with Mary till 1843, when they both move in with daughter Nancy in Dorchester. He is 64, and he lives in retirement another 28 years. Herman's father, Mary's brother Alan, grows very close to John, but dies, leaving his family in financial straits. Ironically, Alan assigns John to be executor of his estate, requiring his debts to be paid off and leaving Herman and his family destitute. Apparently, Herman understands his Uncle John's position and treats him well in both Redburn and Moby Dick. John's daughter, Nancy, marries wealthy Boston businessman Samuel Downer, who began his career in the West Indies wholesale trade, whale oil and candles, then the manufacture of oil from coal. An active abolitionist, he wrote a booklet about free soilers, precursors to the Republican Party, abolitionists opposing the expansion of slavery into the Western territories. For Downer, to marry into a slave-trading family has us wondering what the conversations were like with his father-in-law, also said to have detested the trade. Downer's interest in social justice led him to build a gathering place on Crow Point, now the Hingham Yacht Club, for the enjoyment of people from all walks, and named Melville Gardens after his wife Nancy and Herman's grandfather Thomas. Between 1871 and 1896, Bostonians made their way by steamship to the Rocky Point of Boston for a day and evening of entertainment, bowling, dancing, fine dining, and fireworks. One wonders whether Captain DeWolf ever saw Melville Gardens, since he died the year after it opened. In time, Downer gave the land over to the public. Today, Downer Avenue is the main artery along the Hingham waterfront. You can see this causeway here. This is all filled these days, but this is now Downer Avenue, and here's the yacht club at the point here. In his later years, Captain DeWolf enjoyed a superb view from the Downer House of Dorchester and Boston Harbor, peering through his telescope and cursing the new three-masted schooners and steamships. He loved entertaining children who called him White Grandpa for his shock of snow-white hair, and he tells the story of his voyage so often that in 1861, at 82, he writes it down. He has 100 copies printed and sends one to his nephew inscribed, "To Herman Melville with the regards of John DeWolf." This picture shows a proud but pensive John, his daughter Nancy and grandfather Mary Green, with infant grandson Samuel Green. His family burial plot includes the grave sites of his son John Langsdorff, his wife Mary White, and her family members. When I visited there several years ago, the folks at Forest Hills had no idea of DeWolf's achievements. His son, John Langsdorff, and wife Mary are buried next to them with nautical themes on their stones. Daughter Nancy is buried with her husband Samuel in the larger Downer family plot. It's worth noting that John DeWolf's family, originating in Bristol with his forebears dominating the slave trade, finds a final resting place at Forest Hills in a deferential setting alongside a family of renowned abolitionists. Captain DeWolf's site is marked by a common gravestone with his wife Mary. For many years, depressed by his time away at sea, she lies beside him with the fitting inscription, "He bringeth them to the haven where they would be." Norwest John's legacy is nicely summarized by his accomplishment that he helped a Portuguese ship avert onboard sickness, helped avert Russian starvation in New Archangel, vaccinated a small town in the throes of smallpox, and showed compassion and friendship to native populations while serving as ambassador without portfolio among the Russian aristocracy, all with an unassuming demeanor. We noted earlier that John continued in the Russian trade in St. Petersburg, where he later reunited with Langsdorff and two young Russian officers, all close friends from their winter together in Alaska. John's narrative closes with this reunion of the four men drinking and reliving old times. Sadly, the two officers on their way home in the dark fell into the Neva River and drowned. He writes, quote, "Though 50 years have gone by since the death of these young men, I cannot forbear to recall their many virtues and lament their untimely death." A somber note to end on, recalling John's sympathetic nature and the irony that he often eluded such perils himself. One rare bookseller tells me the original 1861 narrative sells at auction today for about $15,000. We have one in our family, not for sale, passed down to my grandfather. I'm delighted we still have it, for it nicely fulfills Norwest John's purpose in writing it. As he says in its introduction, "My only object in combining the reminiscences and memoranda of my first voyage as shipmaster into a connected narrative is to leave some slight record of that voyage in my family. And that's where it is now, and I've passed it on to you. Thank you very much."
Thank you, DeWolf. We do have 5 minutes for some Q&A. Does anyone have any questions?
You have. think the remarkable thing to remember is that this unknown fellow, relatively unknown, have any of you ever heard of Norwest John DeWolf before? He's rarely heard of, was one of the major influences in getting Melville to go to sea. When he came as a young boy to visit Bristol and climb around on the waterfront, there was his white grandpa telling him the story about running up on the back of a whale. And we do have a copy of Moby Dick that went to Grandpa, to his uncle, but we don't really know anything about the relationship between them beyond that. It's quite remarkable at the same time to think that John DeWolf, at the age of 26, captained this voyage around to Alaska and made the decisions he did along the way to help his uncles out with $100,000 profit. And I might close by saying that while if you've studied the history of New England and Rhode Island, you've known about the DeWolfs and the slave trading industry for a long time, and while there may not be any redemption for any of the DeWolfs, if there is any, this fellow's a candidate, at least a candidate. Any other questions about the DeWolfs or this particular voyage here? I've reprinted this this copy of this book here, this travelogue, with essays in it, and the essays describe pretty much what I've said about the Melville connection. But if you're interested and want to go along on the voyage, pick up a copy on your way out.
Thank you very much, DeWolf. I appreciate it.
Younger generations around fires. It was thoroughly interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Okay, we'd like to invite Everett to come up to the podium now, please. We are not in church. You can go ahead and talk now until he starts with his poetry, okay? Enjoy.
Yeah. You can play some whale songs. Yeah. This hasn't been on. Yes. I know you want the speakers out front now. I'm going to let the whales speak for themselves for about 30 seconds. Good evening. I'm not going to keep you long, but because of where this event is occurring, I thought it appropriate to share some poems, 4 to be exact, related to whales. The first one is a kind of prayer. It's eco-oriented, ecologically oriented, and it seeks to raise consciousness in a spirited and spiritual way. Invocation. It's one of my own poems. Architect of icebergs, rainbows, jeweler of crystals, sand grains, snowflakes, atoms. Mason, whose tools are glaciers, rain, rivers, ocean. Chemist, who made blood of seawater, bone of minerals and stone, milk of love. Whatever you are, I know this, spinner. You are everywhere, in all the ever-changing above, whirling around us. Yes, in the loose strands, in the rough weave of the common cloth threaded with our DNA on the hubbed, spoked, spinning wheel that is this world, solar system, galaxy, universe. Help us to see ourselves in all creation, and all creation in ourselves, ourselves in one another. Remind those of us who like connections with similes, metaphors, symbols. All of us are, everything is already connected. Remind us as the oceans go, so go we. As the air goes, so go we. As the whales go, so go we. As other life forms on Earth go, so go we. As our planet goes, so go we. Mysterious muse who inspired, in the beginning was the Word. Edit our thoughts so our ethics are our politics and our actions, the afterlives of our words. Thank you. This is a very dramatic poem by the late, wonderful poet Stanley Kunitz. It's called The Wellfleet Whale. How many have been to Wellfleet? I'm the only one in the room that hasn't been there. One of you has to invite me. It's in my anthology, Ocean Voices, published by New Bedford's own Spinner Publications, Joe Thomas. Looks like this. And in an act of shameless self-promotion, is for sale after this is over. Begins with a journal entry that Stanley Kunitz made about a beached whale. On Cape Cod, a whale floundered on the beach, a 63-foot finback whale. When the tide went out, I approached him. He was lying there in monstrous desolation, making the most terrifying noises, rumbling, groaning. I put my hands on his flanks and I could feel the life inside him. And while I was standing there, suddenly he opened his eye. It was a big, red, cold eye. and it was staring directly at me. A shudder of recognition passed between us. Then the eye closed forever. I've been thinking about whales ever since. That's how he introduces his poem. You have your language too, an eerie medley of clicks and hoots and trills, location notes and love calls, whistles and grunts. Occasionally, it's like furniture being smashed or the creaking of a mossy door. Sounds that all melt into a liquid song of endless variations, as if to compensate for the vast loneliness of the sea. Sometimes a disembodied voice breaks in as if from distant reefs, and it's as much as one can bear to listen to its long, mournful cry. A sorrow without name, both more and less than human. It drags across the year like a record running down. It was the tag end of summer. From the harbor's mouth, you coasted into sight, flashing news of your advent. The crescent of your dorsal fin, clipping the diamond surface. We cheered at the sign of your greatness when the black barrel of your head erupted, ramming the water, and you flowered for us in the jet of your spouting. All afternoon, you swam tirelessly round the bay with such an easy motion, the slightest downbeat of your tail, an almost imperceptible undulation of your flippers. You seemed like something poured, not driven. You seemed to marry grace with power. And when you bounded into air, slapping your flukes, we thrilled to look upon pure energy incarnate as nobility of form. You seemed to ask of us not sympathy or love or understanding, but awe and wonder. That night we watched you swimming in the moon. Your back was molten silver. We guessed your silent passage by the phosphorescence in your wake. At dawn, we found you stranded on the rocks. There came a boy and a man, and yet other men running, and two schoolgirls in yellow halters, and a housewife bedecked with curlers, and whole families in beach buggies with assorted yelping dogs. The tide was almost out. We could walk around you as you heaved deeper into the shoal, crushed by your own weight, collapsing into yourself. Your flippers and your flukes quivering, your blowholes spasmodically bubbling, roaring. In the pit of your gaping mouth, you bared your fringework of baleen, a thicket of horn bristles. When the curator of mammals arrived from Boston to take samples of your blood, you were already oozing from below. Somebody had carved his initials in your flank. Hunters of souvenirs had peeled off strips of your skin, a membrane thin as paper. You were blistered and cracked by the sun. The gulls had been pecking at you. The sound you made was hoarse and a fitful bleating. What drew us like a magnet to your dying? You made a bond between us. The keepers of the nightfall watch who gathered in a ring around you, boozing in the bonfire light. Toward dawn, we shared with you your hour of desolation. A huge lingering passion of your unearthly outcry as you swung your blind head toward us and laboriously opened a bloodshot, glistening eye, in which we swam with terror and recognition. In the North Atlantic track, you ranged, from Port of Spain to Baffin Bay, edging between the ice floes through the fat of summer, lobtailing, breaching, sounding, grazing in the pastures of the sea on the krill-rich orange plankton, crackling with life. You plow down the continental shelf, guided by the sun and stars, and the taste of alluvial silt on your way southward to the warm lagoons. But now, master of the whale road, may the white wings of gulls spread out their cover. You have become like us, disgraced and mortal. Thank you. That's a magnificent poem. He was a magnificent poet. We've been lucky here. Mary Oliver and Stanley Kunis in the same, Marge Piercy in the same neighborhood. This is the first poem about something in New Bedford I wrote when I came here in the fall of 1973 to start my career at UMass Dartmouth, then Southeastern Massachusetts University, as a little assistant professor. I visited the Unitarian Church, which is very historic. I visited the Whaling Museum, and I lived in South Central, which is also very historic in terms of Cape Verdean history, and hung out in the West End as well. This is called On Johnny Cake Hill, a sonic vision. When I first came to New Bedford, there was only one whale skeleton hanging from the ceiling. There are 3 now. Maybe someday I'll write about that. But at that time, I knew from having read about it that for a good while before that, oil derived from sperm whales, the whales who fought back, was used in automatic transmission fluid. And every time I saw a Cadillac after that, I thought of that. I leave the whale skeleton in the museum on Johnny Cake Hill. My own echoing footsteps break the silence throbbing on my eardrums. Outside in the foggy day, the doleful foghorns, pulsing whales, roll up from the waterfront regular as waves. There's a breakdown by the curb of the quaint cobblestone street. I assist a tourist, owner of a fluke-tailed white sedan that is overheated, spouting steam. Parked on the other side of the headlong road, a whole nation's taken to Prophet's Point. The owner complains about his energy-eating car, but brags, "It's got a smooth transmission. Listen to the mechanical melody, a whale song modulated. The desperate sonar of an endangered species. The unseen stream of sperm whale oil transmits a message. The whale sonic vision bounces off my eardrums. I hear blues. The desperate sonar of an endangered species floats up from the bandstands and jukeboxes of waterfront cafes and bars. A palpable truth rises from these sea green blues like ambergris, like Queequeg's coffin. As we push the car to the Whaling City Shell Station, the whole world is held fast to my ear like a seashell, in which I hear dying seas and the extinction of singing things, including us, in the cash register sounds, the mechanics of modulation. Thank you. Oh, the last two poems, the former two poems, kind of sad. Touching what is dark in us. I can't leave you there. So this last poem, before the Q&A, and before we listen to a couple more long whale songs, is about redemption. It's about affirmation. It's about reaching out. It's about taking a chance in our common humanity. And it's by Robert Walsh, and it's titled, The Laguna San Ignacio. In the Laguna San Ignacio, a gray whale takes her calf to meet the humans. Come, little one, I will take you to meet the humans. The creatures that skim about on the surface, living in the air, supported by their noisy boats. It is important for you to know about them. The humans here are our friends. They will not hurt you. Other humans whom we may meet on our long journey northward will try to kill you and me and the other members of our pod. But these humans are our friends. Here is one of their boats. Hear the voices? There are young ones in the boat who are eager to see us. Hear them squeal with delight. Put your head above the water and see them. Swim next to me under the boat and look at them from the other side. The elders teach that the humans come hoping to learn from us, to learn about the preservation of the earth. I'm not sure of this, but if there is even a small chance that that is true, then we must impart this wisdom. It is not done with language, for we do not speak their language. It is done simply by looking into their eyes, and they into ours, and by touching. Come now, next to me, and rise next to the human's boat, so they may touch us. There, it is done. Now I'm going to ask you to do something. I'm going to ask you to turn to a person next to you, look into their eyes, and touch their hand or their arm if you are comfortable to do so. Good. Good. We need to remind one another that we're capable of being humane humanity. And we need to remind one another that we are all, everything is interrelated, interconnected, and we are connected. And thank you for your time. Any questions?
Let's wait for the microphone. I think DeWolf, sorry, Betsy.
That was wonderful to hear.
Thank you.
All of them. And you really struck a chord with me when you took us back to San Ignacio Lagoon in Baja California. I took a student group there when I was teaching at Stowe, Vermont, one January, and we did the whole Baja Peninsula, including 2 days there at San Ignacio, where we tracked down a fellow whose name was Pancho, and he took us out in his 17-foot craft with an outboard motor.
Did you see the gray whales?
We went right up, just like you described here, to these gray whales. They come there every year to mate one year and give birth the next year in the shallow
I used
lagoons.
to camp out in Baja when I lived in California to watch the whales go by.
They would come right up to the ship. Pancho called them mis mujeres, my ladies. And they would come right up to the boat. and like you say, rise their heads. You've seen videos of this. And not only when you let them touch you, let you touch them, but when you do touch them, you can feel their skin react. You can actually feel that they know you're touching them. And it sticks in my mind as one of the most memorable moments with the natural world. Thank you for bringing it back.
Thank you for mentioning that. I assume that Robert Walsh had done the very same thing because he captures that moment, that magical moment, with the word there. And then afterward, it's done.
Well, I was just going to ask you, how long have you been writing poetry now?
I started writing poetry. I wrote end rhyme verses when I was in elementary school about my mother's cooking to encourage her to cook the dishes I liked. And I used to write love poems in college and sell them for $1 a piece. And the guys would buy them, and $1 went a ways then. That was, you're talking 1960, 61. And I had a small living from that. But I took it seriously after I met Langston Hughes, and he went over a couple of my manuscripts. And this, the busiest of all the authors in America at the time, writing 44 books in his lifetime as either the author, the editor, or the co-editor, 10 books of poetry alone. He visited his alma mater, which is my alma mater, and I was a graduating senior. And word got out in the English department that Langston Hughes was going to visit the campus and that he's going to make himself available to student poets. I was the first in line. And I showed him 2 manuscripts, and he was kind enough not to say anything about the cornier of the 2. And he made some suggestions towards making the other one more concrete. I wrote those down on the back of the manuscript, went back up into the dorm, typed the poem according to his advice, and it won the annual creative writing contest, and I graduated with that award. And so I began to think that maybe wasn't someone who just could write poetry, that maybe I was a poet or could become one. And so that's when I took it very seriously.
Everett, after so many years as a writer, poetry, and being sort of in the midst of a city that has a lot of pride in its history as a whaling city, have you come around to reconciling that, what I find to be 2 very disparate things? And one is that we have this sort of glorification of this period of time that brought great wealth to the city, but at the destruction of whales. And moving forward to a better understanding of sustainability. Have you come to reconcile those kind of disparate thoughts?
I think in my poetry, I have been writing all my life, if you look at some of my juvenilia, about the preciousness of life, about the interconnection among us as living things, about the beauty of the world, and about the blessing of this environment for us, that we are destroying this jewel in the cosmos, in the solar system, is something that has concerned me for a long time. And in my way, a lot of my poems, including on Johnny Cake Hill, are a critique of that in a way that is involving. I've been touched by the poetry of authors who talk about the trade-off, including Wordsworth, people like that, but Mary Oliver and poets who write about nature poems, and poems about life on earth and the state of the earth are spiritual poems if they're done right. Even if you are not a spiritual person or don't think you are, you are. You can ignore that aspect of yourself, but it's there. But yeah, I tend to, instead of criticizing, on the one hand, the slaughter, the laying waste, the brutality, we give animals a bad name by calling horrible things brutal. Brutes don't do. The animals don't do to one another the things we do to one another. I tend to celebrate life in contrast to dwelling on the negative. And I think that most of America's great poets have done that, from Whitman down, Emerson down, you know.
We have time for one more question.
I missed the Whitman Festival every May, I have to tell you. That was a wonderful tradition, yeah.
Hi, Everett. I love your poetry. And
Thank you.
It always makes me think so deeply. But I have to ask, what made you choose poetry as a medium of expression versus other kinds of writing?
I didn't choose it, it chose me. It chose me. I've loved poetry and song and tales since I was a small child. It's the thing for which I have the most passion among the things I do. And to have been able to intertwine that with teaching, to raising consciousness, to fostering literary appreciation has been a privilege and a blessing, because the two intertwine so naturally.
Thank you, Everett.
You're welcome. Oh.
We are now going to take a brief intermission. There will be two coinciding programs. One starts in here in the theater at 6 p.m., and the rest of the poetry will continue in the Jacobs Family Gallery at the same time. We have Joseph Thomas from Spinner Publication in here, followed by a writer's workshop. And there are 5 more poets that will be in the Jacobs Family Gallery. So join us again at 6 o'clock. In the meantime, enjoy some light bites and a cash bar.
Thank you very much for coming.
All right, testing. Okay, we're on. Okay, well, it's capacity crowd here. It's on overflow. So shall we begin? Okay, well, I'm Joseph Thomas with Spinner Publications. And basically, we're just going to show slides of New Bedford. And this presentation will be about the construction of a picture history, how we go about doing it, or more or less how we've done it. And it focuses on volume 2. We did a 2-volume series, and this will be volume 2. So volume 1 actually sold out, so it's only volume 2 that's available. And I'll just recap volume 1 quickly, but essentially a picture history of like this, of this nature, is all about this framework, the structure, in terms of filling, defining your chapters, building your chapter structure by both chronology and topic matter, and integrating those two themes throughout. So so you begin with a chronology, and then diversify with a topical discussion. So just to reflect on volume 1, that was really about New Bedford and its early years, about the founding of the town, which goes back to the 1760s and the beginning of whaling. Now, the whaling and the beginning of the town sort of happened at the same time, because as it turns out, it's the Nantucketers who came to New Bedford and all around the Revolutionary War period to build the whaling port here. And so they were whalers, and that's why the building of a whaling port and the founding of New Bedford really are concurrent. The Nantucketers had a lot of problem with their sandbars, with getting supplies, selling their product, and fitting out ships. And New Bedford, being a city in the mainland, brought all of that easy. And the first family of whaling is the Roach family, and they're really the founders of New Bedford. Here's a view from the Unitarian Church when the town was young, one of the early photographs from the 1850s, and pretty much the civic center. The textile industry came late to New Bedford, and it was influenced really by what was going on in Fall River and Lowell and Manchester, but mostly Fall River. The industry was doing very well there, and finally some of the whaling people who were very heavily invested realized that they needed to spread their money around, especially after oil was discovered in Pennsylvania. But they were late to the game, but they did a good job. I just threw a couple of pictures in here of the first volume. This one, I just like it because of what it is. This is the Coast Guard Academy. This is the first Coast Guard Academy. It was a ship. The Coast Guard Academy was on a ship. It was a training vessel, and it was in New Bedford. Few people know that New Bedford is the center of the founding of the Coast Guard, the United States Coast Guard. So the port grew in that period around the Civil War, and prospered, did well, and of course interrupted by the war. But it wasn't until later, when textiles came and the immigrants came, that New Bedford really changed dramatically. It went from a whaling port, small, very wealthy whaling port, to a bustling city, working class city, driven by immigrants, labor, mostly from Portuguese, Irish, and French-Canadian descent. And so this is what we looked at in building this book. So we built this time frame and then the topics, and the topic here being the growth of the city. I put this picture in because it was an example of how a photograph really went from virtually from the garbage into an important part of our collection. This was an older woman throwing these pictures out, and we didn't know what it was, the one on the bottom here. And, but we investigated it. We looked at it, liked the picture. We found out that these rigs here, they all have like a bucket in the back. And so there's some kind of a hauling. I thought that they were just hauling rocks, and they were for stone walls and whatnot. Turns out this here is an offal factory. Now, I don't know if you know anything about what offal is. I did not even know what offal was. Turns out it's basically dead animal matter. And at the turn of the century, there were a lot of horses with no place to go, and they were dying in the streets pretty much. No, people weren't taking care of them. The streetcars had replaced the electric streetcar had replaced the horse-drawn trolleys, and automobiles had replaced wagons. So there were a lot of animals dying. And it turns out the man in the wagon up top, he's also the Board of Health inspector, and he owned the offal farm, we found out, and they processed the dead animals into fertilizer and sold it to farms. So that was an interesting little story that's described in there, and that's really what makes the picture history, all these stories. Architecture, to me, is a favorite place to go. Louis de Tromp, who started in Fall River. They built the Notre Dame Church. His father built the Notre Dame and several other buildings there. And he broke from his father and he worked on the St. Anthony's Church in the North End, and then became one of the most prolific architects in New Bedford. You can see the Star Store, the Car Barn, the Gas and Edison Light Company. He built many of the schools, Betsy B. Winslow and Duval's, and many of the public schools, the courthouse, all the public buildings pretty much. And interestingly, I don't know if you can see any of the text, it's not important, but he died in 1918 on his way to Europe to help rebuild the cathedrals destroyed in World War I in France. And he caught pneumonia and passed away. So he was only in his 40s. But that's a great story. These are the stories that make up the picture history. And the stories of life, of living in the immigrant neighborhoods. The three-deckers and the corporate housing is a story that's fascinating to me, and especially the people who lived in these buildings. And photographed by Lewis Hine in particular. He came to New Bedford and photographed the living conditions of especially child workers, child laborers, and immigrants. So that was a big part of the book. We also tried to do a lot with women and minority groups. Here's an example of two well-known women. Amelia Jones, of course the Roach Jones Duff House named after her, but what a fascinating person. She was a $1 million donor to St. Luke's Hospital and was the first, and still may be the only $1 million donor. She bought land in Dartmouth, became Solomar. She built a Solomar Hospital in Dartmouth, donated that to St. Luke's, along with a trust that when she left it to the hospital, there was a trust of $1 million, which is why this award at St. Luke's called the Jones Award. And next to her, Elizabeth Carter Brooks, who was known as a teacher mostly, is a longtime teacher in the Bedford schools, but also the founder of the New Bedford House for the Aged, and very active in social activities, and especially for the elderly and for the poorer neighborhoods. So this is the kind of thing you do in a picture history. You look for people who stand out and who really aren't known that well, and give the book a nice accent. Jay came up with this great idea to make a little cameo of all the mayors. So we go to volume 2. That was volume 1. So mostly this presentation here is a focus on the volume 2, because that's the book we still have in print. And I can talk a little bit about how we do that. The volume 1, we printed 5,000 books, sold them all. Volume 2, we printed a few more, about 8,000. We still have a couple thousand left. But the book has done very well. And the contents there on the right shows you the structure. So chapters are by time period and by the theme. So if we look at the period from 1925 to 1941, that was the economic migration from the mills back to the seaport. It could have been written actually from masts to stacks and back to masts again, because the whaling preceded the smokestacks, but then the city grew, proliferated as an industrial city. In fact, interestingly, the town, when it was the wealthiest in the country, had only about 14,000 people, 15,000 people. By 1900, there were about 80,000 people. And by 1930, there were 130,000. And they didn't come to go whaling. They came to work in the mills. And I often would talk about that with, the whaling is so important in terms of the founding of the city and the growth of the city. But it was the industrial strength of the city and the mills that really built it. So in the early chapter of we have, again, the story of we're talking about the mills, the story of the mills and the immigrants, but also the shift to fishing, back to the seaport. And here you see things like this room here. This was the largest weave shed in the world at the time. There were 4,000 looms on one floor in the Nashawina mill. The strike of '28, which was the largest textile strike in New England in the 1920s, was a landmark event. So we look for events just to accentuate this chronology. And the strike was a big thing. It was a big deal. And it really had a great impact. It brought the different ethnic groups together. And it brought the workers together. And I think it's important for that reason more than any other. Some great photographs of the children. You can see in the faces of these kids the different backgrounds that they bring. On the left, that's food aid coming down from Boston mostly, and from Fall River. Another era was Prohibition. And I thought that we had some great stories about some of the great adventure stories from local rum runners and those who had been caught and captured and went to jail. Of course, rum running is more of a story for color, just to give, I think everybody likes those kind of stories, so we sort of had to get that in there. The big thing from those early years, especially in the 1920s, the Depression period, is how New Bedford suffered, but then what became the WPA and how the WPA really prospered and really dominated in this town. First of all, you have to understand the city had the highest unemployment in the country, actually the second highest to Scranton, Pennsylvania. It was second by 0.1%. All throughout the 20s, unemployment was around 25%. I mean, that's a huge number for unemployment. The mills just shut down. Many of them shut down, went out of business. And that's a part of the story. But the WPA projects, they took the mills apart. They recycled the brick and the stone and rebuilt the community. You see here they're taking apart a mill. They're building on the waterfront, on the pier, some of the small brick buildings that are around. The vocational gym, cemeteries, the beaches. That's the CCC. Very active, and it's a story that is so much an American story, really, and one that really needs to be told. And kids need to know this. This is something for the schools. People need to know this history. This is American history. It's not just a local story. This is our history. Throughout the Depression, you got things like Victory Gardens. They come mostly later towards the war, but these are community gardens. The hurricanes, mostly in 1938, in that period. This here was a nice story about the last whaling ship to sail in New Bedford. It was in 1925. It's interesting for a few reasons. The John Manta. I looked up in different newspaper articles of the time, and it turns out that they wanted to make a spectacle of it. It was going to be publicized that it was the last whaling voyage, and they were going to do it the old Yankee way. And they were looking for Yankee whalers, and they were going to use harpoons as opposed to the bomb lances, and they were going to do it the old-fashioned way. Well, guess what? They couldn't get any Yankees. They couldn't get anybody to go whaling. And the only people who whaled were all immigrants, and mostly Cape Verdean and some Portuguese. And there were nobody in their right mind who could afford not to would go whaling. So this here, the story of the Manta, the last whaling voyage out of New Bedford, you see the guy on the bottom left there, blew him up. This is a journal that he wrote about the trip, and it's a fascinating story. I can maybe read some of this for you. May 25th, terribly cold. Whale sighted at 7 a.m. and went after him. Larboard boat got right on top of the whale before we could see it. After whale was struck, he went right under boat and struck us several times. You know, that's an incident, but later on, you see, May 30th, have decided to go into the restaurant business. He can no longer even think any longer about his work. All he's thinking about is getting out of here. And you could see his regret, if I ever get out of here and stick to it, I'll be able to eat anyway. I was longing for some bread and butter. Well, they got us some yesterday. It's terribly rancid, but it tasted good. Hope we get more. When I get out of here, I'll have the ship pump. I'll hear the ship pump in my sleep. Also, I'll hear, "Come here, you swine." And these longings, he's writing his wife. Now, the interesting thing, this guy, he didn't even tell his wife he was going whaling. He just decided he wanted to go. He went down, got an outfit down at the outfitters, and just got on board ship and went out. Yeah, he wanted the experience, but after a few weeks at sea, he was dying. So these little events, this is what gives the history some color. It's not, well, it's important that the whaling voyage, the last whaling voyage, but what gives it its interest is the personal story. And so here's the beginning of the Bedford fishing industry. Now the fishing industry, you know, Gloucester and Boston are the leading fishing ports in the world at the time, particularly Boston, and they just built Fish Pier, and Gloucester, of course, the Gloucester shipping and vessels out of Gloucester. New Bedford was nothing. It was just a little Buzzards Bay, and they went out sometimes for yellowtail and cod and brought the fish in and sold it fresh. But they realized there was a market there, and especially where people started buying fish. Once they started buying fish, and this is the story of New Bedford's growth as a fishing port begins with fish buyers, it turns out, because without the market, there would be no fishing industry. And but at this time, they would go and sell their fish in New York City, and they had to steam to New York, sell their fish, come back to New Bedford, get their boat ready again, go out to sea, and start all over again, until finally they found people to buy the fish in the city. So this is that story of great accounts. These are people we were able to interview in some of our earlier books who told the story of the very first fishing trips that they took and how the whole process of buying and selling fish. And scalloping is really what made New Bedford. And the scalloping begins also with the discovery of a run of scallops off of Nantucket, and then a large run of scallops off of New Jersey. And they finally realized, and the guys that we interviewed said, oh, it was the state of Mainers. They're the ones who taught us how to scallop. The guys from Maine came down to New Bedford, and they took the boats out and went deep sea scalloping. Before that, it was just bay scallops. But they finally started, when they discovered the abundance of them, they finally started to dredge for the large sea scallop. And that's what made New Bedford, really, let's face it. It was scallops. So that's an important story to tell. And the growth of textiles through that period, it hangs in there. It really, by the 30s, it's starting to collapse, and it's replaced by the needle trades. There's still, and some of these mills are rayon and rubber. You get the Goodyear and Firestone, Cushionet Company. They begin to diversify. During the Depression, because the collapse of textiles was so universal and because it had such a great impact, the town fathers, if you will, realized that they got to diversify. And so they began to bring in other types of industry. So that's something we try to expand on. Particularly the needle trades. And we discover these things along the way, like this picture on the bottom left here. No, this one right here, yeah, on the bottom left, ready-made clothing. It turns out ready-made clothing was started in New Bedford, and it was sold in New York, but there had been no ready-made clothing, and it was driven by the whaling industry, by people who needed clothing on the spot in their slop chests out whaling, and you could buy long johns and shirts and things like that. Before that, it didn't go. You didn't have that. You went to a tailor or a dressmaker. All right. Time is getting short, so I'm going to just run through these. Just show you the diversity of the town, the transportation. These are topics that we pick and expound on. And it's what makes the book: the airport, the streetcars, the development of the streets, the growth of the town from the waterfront up the hill, the neighborhoods, the North End. This is the Cushionett Avenue. Cushionett Avenue is a wonderful story in and of itself. And the interiors, the stores, South End. Sorry, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to have to. I'm going to run this through, but while I'm doing this, if anybody have any questions or any comments they want to throw at me before I finish it up, anybody? That's what this is. It's a picture book, so it's really just a slideshow. It's a story of pictures.
And if you really like this presentation and this, all of these amazing images of New Bedford, this book is available through Spinner Publication. We also sell it here in our store, so pick one up. It's fascinating.
Yeah, recreation is a big deal. We go into the sports and parks and all the things people do to make up a fulfilled life. And music was also a big deal. New Bedford has a great music heritage, and so we covered a lot on the whole story of music, the early big band sound, the influences of Cape Verdean and Portuguese sound, and particularly of jazz. Jazz is rooted in this area and has its own sound. Film. And big bands, I mean, they start with marching bands. The story of music is a fascinating story. All right, well, we've run out of time, folks. You'll have to come and see us at the office, and I'll show you some more pictures.
Or we'll have you back for a full hour. How's that, Joe?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'd like to bring up Karen Willis now. She'll do a short presentation, and we'll go right into our writer's workshop.
Thank you. Oh, that's all right.
Thank you. Look at all these great photos we're missing. All right, we just have to pick up the book, everyone. Look at all this. And it just keeps going. Oh, this is great. Here's some more modern one. Wow, that's a lot of images. Should just put this on a slideshow out there. Your specific talk about 20 minutes, and let's go right into the workshop. I think we had 2 hours worth of content here. What do you think? It's very good stuff. Yes, absolutely. By the way, that's Julie O'Boy. She's the store manager, so go see her about these wonderful books. All right, here we go. All yours, my friend.
Ooh, well, thank you. I'm not sure how to follow that up, but I am Karen Willis. I am a lifelong resident of Taunton, Massachusetts. I write historical fiction. I have always been fascinated with, let me make sure I can make this thingy work here. Okay. I have always been fascinated with the idea that the land we walk on has history. People have walked on the same ground we do for hundreds of years, thousands of years, and they all have stories. The more I find out about the stories, the more interested I am. So I wrote and published my first book in 2022. It's called Iron and Fire, and it takes place in what is now Taunton, Massachusetts, in 1675. I was a little horrified to discover that the bloodiest war per capita in American history took place in southern New England and southern Massachusetts, and I had never learned about it in school. The story that I had been told started with the Pilgrims arriving in 1620, and then skipped ahead to the Salem witch trials in 1692, and then we zipped off to the Revolution, and there was very little in between. So I started to dig as much as I could and learn as much as I could about the history. My second novel, Strange Arithmetic, was a labor of love. I grew up listening to my dad and my uncles talk about the fact that there was a prisoner of war camp located in Taunton, Massachusetts during World War II. Let's see here. So yeah, I'm Karen. I've lived in southeastern Massachusetts most of my life. I am a mother of 2 little girls. I am a teacher. I am a huge book nerd, and I am a feminist. Proudly. Okay, just a few months after the attacks on Pearl Harbor, the U.S. Department of War announced that it would be taking 1,500 acres of farmland in North Taunton, where I currently live, by eminent domain to build a staging camp for the Port of Boston. This was not well received by the people who lived on this 1,500 acres of farmland, but it was 1941. It seemed like the world was ending, and most people were pretty willing to do whatever they could in order to help out the American cause. So Camp Miles Standish opened in October of 1942. It was a city unto itself. It had a fire station, it had a hospital, mess halls, theaters, gymnasiums, a sewage treatment plant, barracks, railroad tracks, laundry facilities, switchboards, and military police. Strangely enough, when I went looking for pictures, the only pictures, official pictures taken of the camp were taken by the Army Corps of Engineers, and for some reason, I would say 80% of them were of the sewage treatment plant. They seem very proud of their sewage treatment plant. The stories I heard growing up from my dad were about the fire station. He was, 3 years old when World War II broke out. So as a little boy, he was fascinated with the idea of these trucks and all of the cool infrastructure that they had there. He wasn't really paying attention to the fact that history was being made. The camp could accommodate 1,300 officers and 23,000 enlisted personnel, which is a city unto itself. It was about the same size as the actual city of Taunton down the street. So in 1942, it looked like the picture we have up here. And now it is the Miles Standish Industrial Park, which sits on the Taunton-Norton line that I drive through every single day to get to work. There's very little that still remains. The part that interested me is that the camp was mostly staffed by civilians, because all of the men that were able to fight were enlisting and heading off to Europe, to the Pacific. So we were left with women who were willing to kind of take up the cause and go to work in order to help make this massive machine work. And I've always been fascinated by the stories of women, because we've always been here, and we haven't changed in thousands of years. The rules have changed, but who we are at our core has not. So I always tell my students, I just started teaching Romeo and Juliet today, why is this play still read 400 years after it was written? Because 2 teenagers fall in love, do a lot of stupid things, and there are some consequences. It's the same thing that happens today. People haven't changed. So women have always been smart. We have always been outspoken. We have always been opinionated. Just the consequences were a little different. So I wanted to know what these women were getting up to. And I found out that they were staffing the hospital. They were staffing the switchboards. They were working in the mess halls. And they were working in the laundry facilities, which is where I set my story. Throughout World War II, over 1.5 million Allied soldiers passed through Camp Miles Standish. And I love looking at this picture of the gentlemen lined up to sign up for the draft. And they look like the kids that are in my classroom every day. They're kids, and so many of them didn't come home. The picture I have up here is one of the amphitheaters that was located in Camp Miles Standish. The Andrews sisters came through. Frank Sinatra at one point played in Taunton. There were these huge acts that we still know about today that were in my hometown, and I find that fascinating. So along with being a staging area, Camp Miles Standish was also home to about 3,000 German POWs and 4,000 Italian co-belligerents. Italy surrendered to the Allies in 1943, which presented the US with a problem. We had to reclassify all of these POWs. They weren't technically enemies, but they didn't quite trust them either. So they gave them the title co-belligerents. They were awarded, they were able to take a vow of unity with the US, and they were allowed to go out into the community and work and do what they could in order to help the American cause. They were also awarded far more privileges than their German counterparts. The Germans were very rarely allowed out, whereas the Italians could get a pass to go into the city on the weekends. They could go to Providence. They would bus Italian soldiers and American soldiers out to different areas so that they could have a good time before the Americans were shipped off. So this is where my characters come in. And I would like to tell you that I have some scientific way that I come up with characters. I don't. I listen to who's talking in my head, and then I write it down. I decide to make them pay rent. So Maggie is 19 years old. She is the only daughter in her Irish Catholic family. Her father suggests that she take a job at the camp to help fill her days until her boyfriend comes home and they can be properly married, which is what her parents wish. Maggie felt lightheaded as the idea spun around in her mind like a playground toy gone out of control. Working at the camp? Her? Going to work every day, at least until Charlie gets home. And they got married is what Da meant. But what if that wasn't what she wanted? What if she didn't know? Maggie supposed she could do it for now. It would be a nice way to keep busy and help with the war effort and not be under her mom's feet all day or working at the market. And then we have Leo. After losing his arm on the North African front and being captured by British troops in 1942, Leo was sent to America and classified as a co-belligerent. He is no longer an official POW or an enemy of the United States and the other allied nations, but he's also not a free man. Leo's arm was on fire. That was the only explanation he could come up with for the burning, white-hot pain consuming his arm and licking his way up to his shoulder with tongues of fire. The desert was hot as hell itself, but the inferno raging in Leo's arm at the moment put the Egyptian sun to shame. Water, he gasped through parched lips, trying in vain to lift his head from the sandy ground to ascertain his location. What the hell had happened? He closed his eyes, struggling to see through the smoky miasma of his mind and remember. Where had he been? He'd had his gun. Where the Christ was his manager now? And the Tommies were everywhere. Eduardo had been beside him. So I discovered through some research that the Italian army was, when they were fighting for the Axis powers, they were understaffed. They were given weapons that were nearly 100 years old. They never really stood a chance. They were captured pretty easily. One thing that the Italian detainees in Taunton had in common with a lot of the residents was their religion. They were largely Catholic, as was the majority of the population of Taunton at the time. Not all Catholics felt the same way, but the Italian-American Catholic community was great with taking in these soldiers, bringing them home for dinner, sort of giving them a family away from home. Some of the other groups were not as welcoming, because it's hard to take in someone that you consider an enemy when you don't know if your son has somewhere to sleep tonight or anything to eat, or even if he's alive. And then there was Neve. I started writing this book intending for it to be one point of view, taking place in the 1940s. And then there was this voice in my head that just would not stop talking. Neve is a self-described spiky little ball of nerves in 2015. She is a kindergarten teacher with Celtic sleeve tattoos and a healthy obsession with Buffy the Vampire Slayer. More than anything, she wants to have a family with her wife, Christine, but after multiple insemination attempts, Neve still is not pregnant. It wasn't that Neve didn't think she could love a child who wasn't connected to her by DNA. She knew she would. She would adore a little boy or girl with Christine's deep brown skin and wide smile just as much as she would adore a scrappy little nugget that came out of her own body. But that was the thing. Neve knew what Christine's genes produced. She knew and loved Christine's parents, her brother, and her nieces and nephews. Neve, on the other hand, had never known anyone biologically related to her, except her mother, and she had died when Neve was 7. She had longed for that connection to another human being for as long as she could remember, had envied her foster siblings for all sharing the same nose, and felt a pang in her chest every time a sitcom dad referred to his kid as a chip off the old block. Her need to know what that felt like was primal, and it defied both logic and fertility. So Strange Arithmetic contains 2 storylines. We have an Italian co-belligerent in the past and the American Irish Catholic who falls for him even though she's not supposed to. And then we also have Neve in sort of the present, in 2015, dealing with her own issues. I wrote the majority of this book not knowing how they were connected. I just figured the only way to get Neve to stop talking when I was trying to do other things was to write down her story and hope she'd shut up, and maybe I could fit that in somewhere later. And then all of a sudden it came to me how they were connected. So I won't tell you, but it does come out in the book. This is where my title came from. You never know what's going to happen or where life's going to take you. It's the strange arithmetic of the universe. Strange arithmetic comes from a poem by a British poet named Rupert Brooke, who was writing during World War I, and he got a lot of flack for being one of the only poets at the time who was describing war as he saw it. He wasn't glorifying it. He wasn't talking about what an honor it was to die for his country. He was talking about how it felt to stand in a line and watch the man to your left and the man to your right fall and realize that for some strange reason you were still standing. And he called that the strange arithmetic of the universe. And I just loved the way it sounded, so that's my title. So what is strange arithmetic about? Family isn't about blood, not at the core. Family is about finding the people you love and holding tight, sharing experiences, raising children, and promising a lifetime of shoulders to lean on. All right. So I will ask, thank you. So I will ask Holly Fitzgerald, Ralph Hickok, and Leslie Lawrence, and Julie Oboy to come join us. It's a great picture, by the way.
Karen. I said thank you very much, Karen. You're welcome. She always responds to me that way because you can't tell by the names, but we're related. So there's that part. So I'm going to actually step over here so we can chat. So I'm Julie. I work with visitor services and at the store. Ooh. That is the first time I've ever been told. Perfect. Go right ahead. Oh. I'm gonna just swivel right. Her dad.
I'm going to get one microphone for you.
Yes. I'm just, no, you're fine. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Is your mic on? Do I need to switch with you? Good. All right. Okay, so thank you, everyone. So I am an aspiring writer, I suppose, and obviously I have a connection to a writer, so I am somewhat familiar with the outskirts of the process, but I'm really just here so that you guys can talk about your sort of journey to writing. I know that we have fiction and memoirs and historians, so if you guys want to just introduce yourselves and kind of give us a little bit of an idea about your background, we can go from there. Would you like to go first?
Okay. I guess I was kind of born to be a writer. My father and grandfather were both newspaper men, and I got my first writing job when I was 14, a summer job at the Green Bay Press-Gazette, filling in for reporters when they went on vacation. And I've just kind of been writing ever since. And that was 72 years ago, so I guess I'm probably not ever going to do anything else. I'm basically a sports historian. I did recently put together a collection of short stories that I'd written over a period of probably about 60 years, and I'll be doing some more writing tomorrow.
So what you're saying is that I can start now and I'll still have plenty of time?
I think you can start anytime you want to, and I don't think there's such a thing as an aspiring writer. If you're writing, you're a writer as far as I'm concerned.
That is good to hear. Thank you. And Holly?
Hi. Hello? Hi.
Writers, not technicians.
That's working,
That's okay.
right? Yeah. Well, I'm Holly Fitzgerald, and I wrote a book called Ruthless River, which is about my husband and me. It's a true story about us when we were in our 20s. We were taking a delayed honeymoon. We'd saved up, and we were going to go around the world. And we did great for quite a while, about 5 months. We were having a great time in South America, and then we took a plane that crash landed in the jungle, and the wing came off, and that was where the adventure changed. And we ended up on a raft, and we ended up with a big storm that took us down a dead-end area where there was no land. It's all flooded. This was in the Amazon. And so we were there for 27 days, and we were starving and trying to figure out how to survive. And then about 40 years later, my daughter said, "Why don't you take a memoir class?" And I was like, no, I had a lot I was doing at the time. And I just said, I just don't want one more thing. But she handed me this memoir. It was a little booklet on all kinds of courses, for adult courses. We were in Providence going to go to the Avon Theater, and we were waiting. So I looked and I said, well, I guess I could do this. It's only, I think it was 4 weeks, 2 hours each week for 4 weeks for this memoir class. And I said, well, okay, I guess I could do it. And she wanted me to write this. And Fitz, my husband, who is a writer and had been writing for newspapers for many years, he didn't want to do it because it is, it can be devastating in terms of going through it all again. I did have a journal. That's how I remembered so much. And once I went the first day to this class, it was 2 hours, so it was going to be 8 hours altogether. And once I went once, then I was hooked. So that's really how I got started.
That's fantastic. So basically you spent more time trying to get back from your honeymoon than you did in the class?
More time getting...
in the Amazon than you did in the class.
You're exactly right, but it did take, after the class was over, of course, I had to keep going because, we only got so much done then. So it was it was much longer writing the book than
But easier, hopefully.
Let me just say, I have read Holly's book, and it's an incredible story. If you get a chance, read it by all means.
Well, thank
It is
you.
in the bookstore, in case you're
thank you.
interested. All right. Next.
Hi, I'm Karen Oboy Willis. My story is not nearly as exciting or terrifying. I've just always loved words. My father was an attorney, and as you know, attorneys tend to be wordsmiths. And my mother is an English teacher. So I just grew up surrounded by words. My father read me Macbeth as a bedtime story when I was maybe 6, which, I mean, my therapist has a lot to say about that. But I just love words. I always have, and making up stories. I grew up sort of as an only child, so with the exception of Julie. So I just spent a lot of time on my own, a lot of time reading. I spent a lot of time grounded as a child. My mother had a rule that if I had a B on my report card, I would be grounded until the next report card came out. So I got a B in spelling in June. I was grounded till November, which meant no TV, no movies, no fun. So my father would take me to the Brown bookstore in Providence on Saturdays. And he initially told me, I will buy as many books as you can carry. And then he had to scale back on that because I started bringing him 10, 15, 20 books I wanted. So I would read incessantly, and I think the most important thing you can do as a writer is read, and read whatever you can get your hands on, read across genres, across time, and just play with words. I majored in English at Stonehill. I got my master's in English at Simmons. I have my MFA, and basically, I needed to find a way to make the voices in my head pay rent. So I wrote them down, and it really is addictive once you start writing and realize that you can live these other lives on the page. It's an addictive feeling.
Catharsis, yep, very. And Leslie.
Hi, my name is Leslie Lawrence, and I wrote a photographic memoir. I've never thought I would be a writer in my wildest imagination. The title of my book is I'm a Lucky Woman, and it's a photographic memoir of a breast cancer survivor. After my diagnosis, actually at my diagnosis, I am a shutterbug, not a writer. So throughout my breast cancer experience, I took photos, and lots of them, with no intention of anything but documenting and just everyday life, taking photos. But when I approached my 5-year cancer-free milestone, I wanted to close down on my experience, and I chose to go through. I had a big box of memorabilia with cards and mementos from friends and family, and I thought I would just cull it down to have a small album for myself, for my own keeping. But as I looked at the photos and realized that I had chronicled a breast cancer experience of a woman from diagnosis up until 5 years cancer-free. So it was life with breast cancer, and I was facing life after breast cancer. And as I looked at the photos, I selected some that I thought were really representative. Some of them, I never expected to show a photo of myself naked from the waist up after having bilateral mastectomies with tubes hanging out of you. But I photographed all those moments, the good, the bad, the not so good, and some quite ugly. But the fact of the matter was that I kept a positive attitude throughout. And as I looked at the photos, I had words that I wanted to express about each one of them. So it became a booklet of sorts for me. And as I shared it with others, they said, you have got to share this with other people, and especially women going through it. But not just women going through breast cancer, but also their family and friends who sometimes don't know what to say to them, what to do with them. So it's hopeful for the patient and also the families who love them. And that's my story.
Well, that is a very wide array.
Thank you.
I've also read Leslie's book. In fact, I bought 2 copies of it, and
Thank you, Ralph.
I can recommend that book as well.
I can personally recommend Karen's books, but there is a slight bit of nepotism in that. So read the other reviews online as well. So it sounds like you all had a fairly organic sort of journey to writing. Is there something about it that did not feel organic to you? Was there something like a stumbling block that you felt that might be relatable to other people who are also thinking about writing? Was there something that kind of gave you pause, and how did you kind of get past that? I would guess would be my next question.
I don't think anyone who goes through life without self-doubt, whatever you say during the day or whatever you lie in bed some night, if you wake up, you say, what am I thinking? And I did come to that point along the way as pages, and people said, keep going, and I thought, who am I to write a book? And so it's the self-doubt, and it is helpful for people, but my greatest joy came when I showed it to a stranger, someone who I had given it to his friend, and then I got some fabulous feedback, and that kind of spurred me on. But I think it's the self-doubt, which I think may stop someone from completing a book just because they don't have the encouragement from someone other than family and friends.
Yeah, that moment of feeling like you're a writer once someone else tells you you're a writer.
Correct.
And
even
so
though you
many-
have been
For
all
me,
along.
I don't know if that's true for others.
Well, I'm imagining that probably a lot of writers feel sometimes that they're just writing to, there's not an audience there really, so you sometimes don't have anybody, like a usual job if you go to work. You have somebody probably saying, hey, that was a great job. But when you're writing, you really don't know sometimes. I mean, you think maybe it's good. That's why I ended up, when I did that course, it was really helpful, and then we carried on after the course was over, because then you've got some other people saying, well, that doesn't make sense. You're out in this jungle, but we can't really picture it, and so it helps you to try to fine-tune it so somebody else can understand. Right, feedback is really important. And then another thing is you have to keep persevering, even if you don't know. Sometimes if you really feel it, you just every day. I know sometimes Fitz would say, well, sometimes, once in a while, I would say, oh, I just can't do it anymore. And then he'd just say, well, so don't do it. So then I guess I would have thought maybe he would say, oh, you can do it. But anyway, but by his saying, so don't do it, I don't know, somehow it made me say
Reverse
to myself,
psychology.
I am going to do it. What's 1/3 of a book? It's not, it's like I've wasted my time if I don't keep doing it. So it's those kind of things that help you in those times when you have the doubt and when it gets really hard.
I think there's a misconception about writing or any kind of creation, any kind of art.
Feedback. Use the microphone.
No, mute the microphone. Oh, there we go. That better? Okay. I think there's a misconception about any kind of creation of art, in that people imagine that you go and sit at the computer and this divine light shines down upon you and the work just flows out. And it's work. Some days you don't want to write, and some days you look at what you just wrote and think, this is the worst thing that has ever been put out into the universe. And you just kind of have to keep going and coming back to it day after day after day. I think it's Dorothy Parker said, I don't like writing, I like having written. The process itself can be painful because you're constantly facing your own inadequacies. But afterwards, being able to go back and look at it and say, well, that didn't suck. I thought that was going to be a lot worse than it was. Keeps you motivated, or keeps me motivated and keeps me going.
One of my favorite quotes is Peter DeVries said, I like everything about being a writer except the paperwork. I've plugged Leslie's book and Holly's book. I'm now going to plug one of my own. The book is called Vagabond Halfback. It's the biography of a guy who played for the Green Bay Packers back in the 20s and 30s. I grew up in Green Bay, and I decided I wanted to write this book when I was about 12 or 13 years old. And eventually I got started on it about 15 years later. I worked, the guy is Johnny Blood McNally. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He played for the Packers' first 4 championship teams, and he was quite a character. But I had a literary agent at the time. I'd written several books, and my literary agent could not sell this book. This was in 1976, I finished it. And he said, well, the publishers all say he never played for the Giants or the Jets, so who cares, you know? So I kind of put the book aside for many years, and then I was invited to be the chief speaker at my 60th high school reunion in Green Bay. I was told I could talk about anything I wanted to, and I talked about Johnny Blood and some of the experiences I had writing the book. And afterward, one of my classmates came up to me and said, okay, where's the book? And at that point, I decided to self-publish it, and I'm very happy I did it. The Pro Football Research Association rewarded it with the what they call the Nelson Ross Award for as the best book on pro football history that was published in 2017. So after somewhere around 60 years of thinking about it and working on it and putting it aside, I finally published it myself.
Good job. So out of everybody here, is everyone self-published, or what is your sort of process, or how did you get to the actual publishing part once you had written your book?
Well, I had kind of I'm talking about a period, I'm not even sure that it's like this anymore, but as I said, I was lucky enough to get a literary agent. I had a book in mind which never got published, but because it was on a sports topic, my agent talked to a publisher who wanted a different book on a different sports subject. And really, just about all the books that I had published were with the trade press, and the ideas didn't necessarily come from me. Quite often they came from an editor at a publishing house who contacted my agent and said, you know, we know you got this guy who writes sports books, would he want to write this one? That could take you down dead ends sometimes. I remember having a meeting with my agent and a young editor from Anchor Book, Doubleday Anchor Books, who wanted to put out a whole series of sports trivia books. He wanted one about every league, one about every major team. I spent several months putting together a book proposal, writing samples. I sent it to him. He came back to me and said, we think the trivia, the era of trivia is over. We think it's a passing fad. We can't do it. And about 2 years ago, I edited a whole series of sports trivia books, which had exactly the same idea, one for every major sports team in the United States and some in England. So that was about 40 years later, after this editor had decided that sports trivia was passé.
So you decided not to wait around for your second book, rather, although it sounds like it was your first book, really.
Well, my first book actually was Who Was Who in American Sports. It was basically a collection of 1,500 obituaries.
Still very interesting.
None of them complained.
That's the right audience then. And how about you guys?
Do you want to go, or what? Or should I?
Batter up.
Okay. Okay, so what, I ended up doing, I wanted to just write it. I had time. I had my regular 24/7 jobs, you know, and I just figured this was a hobby. And so I didn't feel any pressure. I didn't want to get it done, and then they told me what to do and all of that if they did take it. So I figured I'll just write it first, and it took me a long time, a few years, but I didn't care because it was just a hobby. And when I got it done, then I ended up going to a conference. Maybe some of you have heard of the Bread Loaf Conference up in Vermont, and they have agents there, and you can meet with a couple of them. And they said, "Oh yes, well send it when you're ready." So then I thought well, what does that mean, when you're ready? I got it done. Maybe it took another year. I wasn't finished when I went up there, but then I sent it to somebody, and I guess I wasn't ready. So they just said, "Well, we're sorry, we can't take it." So then and they don't really tell you, well, what's wrong.
They don't tell you why you're not ready?
No.
No?
So they're not into teaching everybody. I guess they're busy. So so then I figured, okay, and I took another 2 years, and then I thought I was ready, and then I sent it, and then the person said, "Send me more, send me the book." I guess I just sent a few pages at first, and then I got my notebook. We were having an appointment on the phone, and I got so it was at Penguin Random House. I had an appointment with this editor, and I figured, okay, she's going to tell me all these things I need to change. So I got my pad and my paper, and I said, okay, well, what do I need to change or whatever? And then she said, "I told you it's fine the way it is." She was very strong-willed, and but she didn't want the epilogue. She felt I had gone into telling about what we did, because somebody I had read it told me, "Well, we want to know what happened to you after in your life." So then I spent a month, writing this, and I had the grandchildren in there and all this, and then she said, "No, you are the children," which we were kind of children.
She said, "Cut it," once you spent the month.
"Cut it, we don't want to know about that. You were the children." So that was really the only thing she wanted changed, but still people do want to know what happened after, but I went with her. I figured, okay,
You have to
you're the boss.
Should write a sequel.
Yeah, maybe someday, right? When the grandchildren grow up, right?
Hopefully not the same type of adventure, though.
Oh, no, it won't.
No.
No, it
Okay,
will
no
be
Amazon?
rather tame, rather tame.
Okay. That's good.
Maybe nobody will read it, I don't know.
Well, I like to say I'm independently published instead of self-published. I feel like self-published has a
negative
It
connotation.
does. It has
Yeah.
a negative connotation to it. And part of, like I said, I'm getting my MFA in fiction writing currently, and one of the classes that I took was a whole study of the traditional publishing route versus the independent publishing route. And they both have their pros and cons, but I am a bit of a control freak.
That is true.
I was an only child. I'm a single parent. If I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it, and that I'm doing it right. I didn't like the idea of giving up my own creative rights. I didn't like the idea of other people choosing my title or my cover art or all of that. So I decided I was gonna do it myself, but I was gonna do it the right way. So I ended up hiring an editing team. I hired copywriters. I found a fantastic graphic designer in Canada who did both covers for both of my books, and I've already spoken to her about working on my third. And it's a lot of work, especially I have a full-time job and 2 kids, and most of this was done in the waiting room at the dentist or sitting in the stands while my daughters did gymnastics. And it was, Mommy, did you see that? Oh yeah, sure I did, as I'm typing away on my laptop. It's a lot of work if you want to publish independently and do it right. So I think I made the right choice. I'm not good with waiting for other people's opinions. Crazy. So yeah, it was a lot. I hired an editing team in the UK that deals specifically with historical fiction. And I had 2 great editors who went over one who specializes in 17th century New England, and one who specializes in World War II. So they knew exactly what they were looking for. They would come back to me and say, that word wasn't in use in 1675, try one of these. Great with editing advice, great with publishing advice, but it's been me the whole time calling places and will you stock my book and making appointments. And it has gotten easier as people have read it and reviews have come in and word of mouth. I was chosen to be, my book was chosen for the One Book, One Community program in Bridgewater last year. And there were, I think, 6 different cities and towns that feed into that. It was at Bridgewater State University. It's sort of taken on a life of its own, but it took a while to get there. And like I said, it's just because I'm stubborn and I'm gonna do it myself, whether that's going to be the good way or not. But I would say I don't have any regrets. It's just a lot of it got done in the middle of the night or with a child hanging off of me and crying that I wasn't paying attention to Bluey that they were watching. But it's rewarding to be able to say, this is all mine. I did this all on my own. I always say with my kids, I can blame 50% of them on their father. The book's all me. So if you hate my book, there's no one else I can possibly blame. And that's terrifying, but it's also pretty rewarding when it goes well. So.
And do you think it makes a difference in terms of whether you're writing fiction or not, or if you're doing nonfiction with independent publishing versus a more traditional route?
It does, and the process is different, what you would deliver to an agent or an editor. Also, the publishing world has gotten significantly smaller in the last 10 years in the sense that all of these big publishers are merging and forming what could be called monopolies, which means that individual writers are getting less attention, fewer royalties, prices of books are going up, and so I didn't really want to participate in that and be a part of that. Like I said, I'm doing it my way. That's
Got it.
I can speak to that a little bit. The last book I had published by the trade press was, I think, 1994, 1995. The book was bought originally by Prentice Hall. It was published by Macmillan, and my royalty checks were paid by Simon & Schuster. So that tells you something about what was happening in the publishing world at that time.
That sounds like a monopoly to me.
And the advent of Amazon it's been both good and terrible for writers. But Amazon has made certain aspects easier for someone who's not a business person at all. I was able to audition actors to do both of my audiobooks. And Amazon has a pretty easy program to put that out. They have their own publishing platform. They have paperback, Kindle Unlimited, regular Kindle ebooks, Audible. You can choose to publish solely through Amazon, or you can choose to go with a wider release. If you choose to go with a wider release through Amazon, your royalties will be slightly lower. So while it's not as, I don't know if writing has ever been lucrative, but while it's not as lucrative as it was at one point in time, it is easier for someone who does not have a business background. I mean, I'm English major all the way. I look at numbers and run in the other direction. My students laugh because I give them what I say is a 30-point quiz, and they add it up and say, Ms. Willis, this is 33 points. It is pretty, I don't want to say idiot-proof, but they've done a good job at letting someone like me who would rather focus on the writing attack the business side of it.
That makes sense. And Leslie, what was your experience
Well,
with
you
that?
remember, I'm not a writer. I
You're a
had no
photographer.
intention of
Got
writing.
it.
So I tried, I went to the library, I read about how to get a book published, and it made short work of that. But I went to the library, got the list of agents. I actually went through and read, not agents, first I started with just publishers and looked those with books about, breast cancer, women's health, all that traditionally. And then I sent out, it's the query letter, which I knew nothing about before writing this book. And it's a letter that you sent, and it has to capture the imagination in one page of an editor who has, or a publisher that has like 1,000 entries a week. And there's nothing that could be sent in with the exception of a few pages. So I did that query letter several times over. And my opening line was, I never intended to show photos of myself naked from the waist up. But I mean, you had to grab them in the first. It's a great hook, but, and the response is absolutely, I probably sent out about 40. And at the end of that, I'd say that there were a lot of them. There was one that actually said, if you don't hear back from us in 3 months, apply again, submit again. Another one, we're not taking any submissions until 2026. So I went to a lovely literary conference, and I'm an older woman now, approaching 75, and I can't remember, I think it was Hitchcock. Anyway, it was here in New Bedford, and it was an annual event. And I went to it in September 2 years ago, and there was a gentleman from Stillwater Press. It's a company in Rhode Island, and he helps people get books up on Amazon. And he will do it for you, and I wasn't skilled at that. I had an advertising agency for 20 years, so I know about design and copy and all that, and I was able to hire a designer, Hannah Haynes, who was a local designer who was just extraordinary. So she had the book designed, she designed it for me, and I had my college roommate, he was a whiz-bang editor, and not one error has been found in my book by anyone, and I'm proud of that. I turned it over to Steve, and I paid a flat fee. I think it was around $900, and he did the upload, and I was good to go. So it's on Amazon. I paid the additional fees to have my book be available for bookstores. So I've approached the Barnes & Noble. Back when I was diagnosed with breast cancer, I first went to Barnes & Noble to look for a book about breast cancer. We all read about it, we know about it, we hear about it, but until you've gone through it, you really don't know what to expect. So it was I wanted to get my book back into an Amazon, and actually, into a Barnes & Noble. So I paid an additional fee to Steve, and he then put my book, it's available on Ingram, and Ingram will make your book available to bookstores because they work with they want to take returns. Amazon, you can't not return a book. So you order the book, it comes to you, and that's it. Anyway, I'm very happy with the results, but I'm not about selling my book that much, and that's not my thing is for me to have my book be accessible to women diagnosed with breast cancer. So I do a lot of talks in libraries. I donate books to libraries, and even when someone buys a book, I have designed this postcard. It's actually, I don't know if you remember the library card on the front of a book. It was in the pouch. You put your name and you date it, and you could see who read the book before you. I've created it as a postcard, and when I give a book away at a library, I say, don't let this book gather dust on your bookshelf. It's not the kind of book you say, hey, you got to read this book I just read. But what it does do, and I say, at some time between it may be 3 months, 6 months, it might even be a year, but you will learn of someone who's been diagnosed with breast cancer, pass it on. So they're just 5 lines, and when it's full, send it back. My first book talk was in a Springfield library in Western Mass, where my advertising agency was. And at that talk, I had given away the books, and when I do the raffle, I would say to them, I'm going to give a free book, so put your name in, whatever. And when I'd give it, I would say, there's no such thing as a free book. This is the card you have. So I only gave out like 5 cards. It was May of it was October, so it was May of last year, that a card came through my door slot. And it had gone to Florida, it went to New Jersey, and it came back. And that, to me, was a symbol of that I had been successful with my mission. So I continue to do the library cards and speaking at libraries. But my book is selling rather well, I think, and I'm excited about the positive feedback. There's nothing greater than when someone, a total stranger, tells you that they were helped by your book. So to that I say, I feel successful. It's not the number of books, but the impact that I've made with people who read it.
Well, congratulations. That is fantastic review.
I'd like to say this about self-publishing. I think it's a wonderful thing because every book has an audience. It may not be a big audience. When I was told by my agent, by many publishers, that 4,000 copies was the break-even point. So publishers don't want to, at that time, didn't want to do a book if it wasn't going to sell 4,000 copies. This book, I'm plugging my own work again, I knew there was an audience for this book. I knew it wasn't 4,000. I knew that the Pro Football Research Association members constituted one audience and that Green Bay Packer fans of a certain age constituted another audience. It sold, I think, about 700 copies. And, but that's 700 people who wanted to read this book and who would not have been able to read it had it not been for self-publishing.
I heard someone say once that as a writer, their goal was to make someone read past their bedtime. And that really resonated with me. I don't care if my books will never make the New York Times bestseller list. But if I can make somebody,
We don't know that.
but if I can make somebody read past their bedtime and be tired the next day because they just couldn't stop turning the pages, that's enough.
We all know that feeling.
Yeah.
Let's take some questions from the audience. Does anyone want to ask some questions? Just raise your hand, I'll bring you the microphone.
I always tell my students, if no one asks a question, I'll just stare at you till it gets weird.
Continue.
Yeah. I have a question, actually. So what was your I'm successful moment? And however you measure that. So Leslie, you were talking about, having that, card come in the mail.
I got my book into Barnes & Noble.
That makes sense.
I am
yeah.
a dog with a bone, I must say that about myself.
Well, if that felt like your full circle moment, even
well,
if
just
not
for
success,
that
full
was,
circle.
I wanted it to be, I want my book to be available, accessible, whether it's in a library or in a bookstore like Barnes & Noble. So I
Yeah.
have it in the Barnes & Noble in Dartmouth, as well as the one in Wareham. So that was
Yeah.
success to me.
That's your moment there.
I don't think there's anything quite like the feeling of actually having your book in a physical form. I'm sure that having a baby surpasses that. I can't really speak to that, but it is an amazing feeling to have an actual hardcover book delivered to you with your name on it. That's an exciting moment, especially after when you go through the traditional publishing process. You work with an editor, you go over the book over and over, you read the galley proofs, you read the page proofs. You're really sick of the damn thing at that point. You can't stand reading your own writing. You've done it so many times. But when the final book arrives and you look at it and you say, I wrote that, that's an amazing feeling, it really is.
Yeah. For me, I think it was when my 11-year-old came home. My 11-year-old daughter is a reluctant reader. She does not like books. She is on the autism spectrum. She can be a little difficult sometimes, and I can do no right in her eyes. And she came home and grabbed 5 copies of Strange Arithmetic off my desk and took them to school to give to all of her teachers and said, when I asked her why, she said, I'm proud of you. I think that was it for me.
Hi, Ralph. My name is Kimberly Ward. I also am a writer. I'm curious.
Her book is also in the bookstore, in case anyone is wondering.
When somebody asked me today what was the best part of writing, I said, oh my gosh, it was getting that book and physically holding it in my hands. And I just said, okay, I could die a happy woman. I have my book in my hands. Oh, wait a minute. You want me to sell this thing? Does that ever get old?
No. No, it absolutely doesn't. No.
I think we're all excited to hear that.
This is my most recent work, and I had the same feeling with this one as I did with my first. Let me just say this about as I said, I grew up in Green Bay. This cover was designed by my best childhood friend, Johnny Gordon. We lived next door. John Gordon designed the original Green Bay Packer logo.
Ooh.
And he did this cover. John died about a year ago, unfortunately.
But he lives on in your book, which is amazing.
All right, could we have closing remarks from each of the authors, please?
Yes. Not me.
Should I mention, gosh, a lot of those proud moments are what you guys said, and seeing the book. But I just thought of another, the people that I don't know, they might be from California or Iowa or whatever. I guess they read the book and then they write this wonderful thing on Message or wherever, and mostly, I guess, Message. And it's just so touching because they'll say, oh, thank you, this changed my way of thinking, or, you know, what I've been trying to do, what I've been going through. I can do it now because you swam the river or whatever, which I couldn't do now. But just that perseverance part, they just write quite so often still. I can't believe it. It's been 8 years. And I just found out that they've printed it for the 8th time too, so I'm very excited. I mean, I didn't even know that, but then they told me when I was ordering some more books, and so I'm just so pleased that people are still writing and that I don't know. And, you know, sometimes I write back to them and, you know, want to know a little bit more about them, and, you know, we have a little conversation. And anyway, it's very fulfilling. You know, it makes you feel like the book goes on beyond just having it in your own bookshelf. You know, it's going on and met other people, other places that I might never know. Just the way you said, if it reaches other people, you feel really good. It makes me feel like it was worth going
all the places it
that.
would not have gone if, as your husband said, you had just stopped writing.
I know, it's true, it's true.
So it's a good thing that you all did.
Perseverance, right, that everybody here has had to do. Or everybody has to anyway, to survive and live, right?
Leslie, your closing remarks?
Oh, I think I've said everything I can possibly say. People probably want to go home. There's no more.
Anybody else? I know you always have more remarks.
One of my books was called the Pro Football Fan's Companion. It's kind of a book for any pro football fan who wants to know about something about the sport. At some point, soon after it was published, I went to my bank, and a young guy was a teller. He looked at the check I was cashing, and he said, "Did you write a book about pro football?" And I said, "Yeah, I did." He said, "That's a terrific book." And I wondered for a moment if you're supposed to tip bank tellers, but you know.
I will say, one of the best things you could do as a reader is to leave a review, whether it's messaging the author specifically or just leaving a review on Amazon or barnesandnoble.com or Goodreads, because we do see it, and it's also a devastating feeling to read a bad review. But being a good literary citizen is important to keep people writing, because your review might be the only one that they see, and your email might be the only one that they get. And it's huge to keep people going and to keep people creating.
Wonderful. Thank you all so very much. Please take a bow. Holly, I love your
Thank
shoes.
you.
Those are amazing. You got to show those off. Those are
already told her.
fantastic. Thank you for joining us. We do still have the Jacobs Family Gallery open for another half hour. Please enjoy some light bites and beverages and continue to network. Thank you for joining us. This is an annual event. We will have it again next year, so please join us again.